Hello,
Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
love that little timer.
What's that?
I love that little timer. It's like gets you all excited. Right?
No. I
know.
We'll get a longer one when I figure out how to do that. Learning. We got our logo up today. Super excited about that. Thank you so much to Virginia, who had the Tree of Life through her Live Your Dreams Panama page. And I love the Tree of Life. It speaks so much to me. And we feel like we're the roots of a tree where we all can speak together. We're all intermingled as soul beings. And I thought, yeah, perfect. And it feels like a healing color. So I love the color too. So super excited to have you with us again today. Day 2, we've got more speakers lined up, meditations, grounding, tips to help you to get ahead, to heal yourself. You have that power within you, and we're really honored to be here and to share that with you. I'll go over the speakers today. So bear with me just a moment here while I navigate pulling this up. We'll have a tech person one day. It will be magic.
Yes.
If you missed yesterday's show, day 1, then you can go into the Facebook group, and it'll be in the guide section when we get there. But if you just scroll down, you'll see day 1, and I'll change the timing. So instead of I had the time of day that they were on, we'll change it to the hour of the broadcast. It was over 6 hours. So much content, so many good things yesterday. And today, even, excited for day 2, round 2. We do these every month, the Conscious Business Showcase. The whole point is to bring conscious leaders together, conscious, heart, soul-led entrepreneurs who are sharing their message out in the world. And it's so good for us as a community to know each other, to know who to go to when you have maybe a specific issue, or you need some help with mindset or coaching or a womb healing, from last month with Elaine. Whatever it is that you're needing, we're just bringing people to you that have a message to share with the world, and they're just sharing their magic. And I think it's really important that we showcase them and that we're all connected, right? So for today, we have myself and Virginia. We are the co-founders of the Healing Soul School. We're going to share a little bit of a message with you. Virginia's going to do a grounding. This is really helpful when you're feeling all stressed, or, you can feel any different energies or anxiety coming up inside. Just come back to center, come back to your truth. Come back to your breath. We teach that a lot. At 9:30, we're going to hear from Louise, Danielle, who I had met through Clubhouse. Love that platform. Really amazing leaders. You can actually hear what they're all about. You can hear how they teach. And so I've been connected to a lot of people through Clubhouse. Louise Danielle is going to talk about wealth creation from within. It is an inside job, and I want to find, if you know of anyone who does financial planning or, stuff like that, maybe Julie from yesterday, we'll have her back and find out a little bit more about her magic. But really, I am speaking to someone too. Amber Duggar talks about finances and how to create profit for your business or just for your finances in general, but she also knows human design, which I really like. So we're going to have her on a show. She's coming. We've already chatted about that. But if you know of any other people who do things in the community that help us to get ahead or just help us to have, a better life from a conscious point of view, would be so great. I mean, imagine having your tax advisor know this kind of work or speak the same language as you, and you're wanting as a business to claim your, I don't know, what's something wooey, you're like a
healing
course or a healing course or something like that. And an accountant who doesn't understand this work would be like, I don't know if we can claim that. But someone who understands the consciousness and going within knows exactly that that's part of our business and growing and expanding. So those kinds of things. If you know anyone who's interested or who could speak to our group about what they do, please send me a DM, connect us. I'd love to interview them to see about getting them on the showcase, especially healers. This has been, a big part of my heart is who heals the healers. The healers also have needs. And I've met quite a few that have whether it's mindset stuff or they're in a depression, they don't feel understood. And so I want to bring them together as well to help them just lock arms together as a community. Excuse me. I think that is something that I'm feeling the emotion come up because it's something that's really on my heart. Simone is going to come and talk to us about how to change our negative habits, patterns through empowerment, healing, and transformation. And she has slides, and I can't wait to hear her message and what goes with the slides. So stay tuned. She's on at 10 this morning. Patricia is going to come on at 10:30, and she's talking about mindset, magic, and soul art. She's a mindset coach from the UK that I met on Clubhouse as well. We were in a Healing Soul School room one Friday morning, and she popped in and she loved how we were speaking from our soul or from the heart. And she has a business doing the same as well. So she'll be on later this morning. Stephen, I got to figure out how to play. Now that we've upgraded our StreamYard, I'm hoping that I can play a video and we can hear the music. If not, he has words in the video, but I'm going to play his video later about him dancing in the snow. That was what first caught my attention. We met through the holistic psychologist on Instagram, and he had a video of him just in his shorts out in the snow. And I was like, what a crazy person. Love it. I am not that kind of crazy, but I'm crazy. And so we jumped on a call and we had a chat, and his story is super cool about how he spent over 10 years flying back and forth to China to find someone to help him with his spiritual growth. Super, super fun story. I have goosebumps already. Then at 11:30, Vanessa Bartlett's going to come on. I had a reading done from her. She does natal readings. She'll have to explain the chart that she did for me because I'm new to this, but she was showing me based on my chart and what planets rule and what is coming in this year, kind of some things and some things to watch for this year and to prepare now so that I don't end up having to have conflict resolution later in the year. Creating boundaries, that's my year, based on what's in my chart. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is super cool. So really excited. She's also a tarot card reader, really, really intelligent lady who understands consciousness, like from a deep, deep level. So she's coming on this morning to talk about us. And then Tank and Elisha are coming on at 12 o'clock and 12:30. They're a couple. They're in one of my business masterminds. And we just met. I knew she was a healer when she had done a little bit of a testimonial. I knew right away Source was like her. I love that, as I'm scrolling through or, I'm just enjoying my life, Source will just say that one. And I just reach out to them and say, hey, I'm from the Healing Soul School. Let's chat. And this has been such a beautiful conversation where she is a Kundalini yoga teacher and many other things. So she'll explain all of the things she does. That's just one aspect of it. We're in a mindset mastermind together. So a lot of stuff on mindset from Tank and from Elisha coming forward later. He does clearing your mental clutter. So I'm really curious about what he's going to chat about since I know his mentor and working with him as well. And he helps divorced dads. And I'm like, just a big, huge shout out to any men that are helping men out there, because I just feel that is such a community that gets not left behind, but it's that whole macho thing. Like you can't cry and you can't share your emotions. And now that this spiritual awakening is happening, and I have other guy friends who are embracing that part of their lives and saying, I'm going in, like there's something here. The divine feminine, right, is magical within everyone, including men, and of course the divine masculine. So I'm really excited to interview him today and just find out how he's helping divorced dads, because imagine the pressure, right? A relationship breakdown. You want to be there for your kids. Maybe you don't know how because you weren't taught as a child how to share your emotions. Like there's so many things. I really feel that these two are breaking generational traumas for their clients. And I think it's just really exciting to share what they're doing. And then Virginia's going to come on later to do a meditation, kind of a break in there so that I can just have a little break before I continue and chat about shifting fear and limiting beliefs. And I'm really excited to share that, just the things I've been learning, especially from coaching this year to looking at struggles that clients have had. And I'm that why girl. Why are you struggling? What is it? And just getting down to the root, down to the the things hiding in our subconscious. And so I'm going to share some of that later today, of things I've been learning in my own life, and a huge major, I'm going to say, rug pulled out from under me, or just a feeling of spiraling downward in January. And I teach this stuff and I'm like, what is happening? Why am I feeling like this? And now that I'm out of it, I can look back and I can observe and appreciate that time happening, because I learned so many things about myself and healed, and also just got really honest with where I was, what my beliefs were about certain things, and certain old crusty stuff that was sitting in my ego that was ready to go. It was just time. And so I'll share that with you later today. So, Virginia, anything you'd like to share this morning? What are your thoughts from yesterday?
Oh my gosh. Every month we do this, and every month I'm like blown away. I mean, I don't know. It's just, and it's not that I didn't know there were wonderful people in the world. Of course, there's wonderful people in the world that do wonderful things, but it just really just warms my heart when we can bring all of these people together and share their purpose and share who they are and share their story. Because if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that we all have a story. We all, and it's okay. And we've all moved through things and we've all learned lessons. That's part of why we're here. But sometimes we hit roadblocks, and sometimes we need a little bit of help. And sometimes just hearing somebody else's story and what they've done, or, what's helped them, just hearing that touches somebody else's life and makes a difference for them. So you know what? We just keep showing up. And if one person is affected in a positive way, then that just makes this worth it every single month. So I so appreciate everybody joining us. And I'm in such appreciation for all of these amazing humans who come on here and share their story and share who they are and what they do and how they make this world a better place. Because, keep shining your light. You are all awesome. So yeah, I like I say, I hope I never stop getting blown away, because I am just in awe of all of these amazing people and who they are and what they do. So so sit back and enjoy the show, just listening to all the fantastic people that we have. And I hope that in some way it touches your life and makes your life or your day a little bit better.
Yep. Awesome. If you're watching live, thank you for being here. If you were here yesterday, pop in the chat. Anything that you learned that was helpful. If you want to pop in some hearts when a speaker is, on, and you hear something and wow, that really just impacts you, hit the like button or the heart. Because what it does is just, it sends that energy back to the speaker, but also, it sends this message out to Facebook algorithm of other people who could come and benefit from this information on how to go within and to heal themselves. So yeah, we're super grateful. I see that Jane is here. Good morning. Awesome. Can't wait to have Jane. We're going to have you on the show one day. As a psychic and medium, you have a powerful story and are here to heal others and share your witchiness. I love the word witch. So if I say it, I'm being silly, but also I really love it. There's so much power there, right? And just what people who understand the magic of, healing and going within and using what God has given us to help others. So beautiful. My mom's watching. Thank you. Good supporter. Jessie Claire, thank you. So good that you're here. And Janet, you've been watching and staying with us. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. So if there's anyone that you feel could benefit from this information today, please share our link, invite. And again, if you are a healer, or a speaker, you have a message that you want to share for the collective to help the conscious collective to rise up. We are all about rising up together. Then send me a DM and we'll get you on the show for the next ones coming up. They are always the last Friday and Saturday of the month From 9 to 3, 9 to 1, we have speakers. So those are people who are, we're just showcasing their message and what they do. And from 1 to 3 is Ask a Healer. This is someone who is an energy healer, a psychic, a medium, someone with some kind of a spiritual gift that they're able to help people to see them, like they see in a, with their third eye, or just from an esoterical point of view. It's something that they have been able to bring in, or their gifts are strong. We all have them. Every one of us that's watching here, you're not here by coincidence. I really feel the people who are called to us or come and find us at the Healing Soul School, you have a gift. You're a healer, or you're meant to share those gifts out in the world. And we're here to give you that little push if needed, or to help you build confidence. We have a program that we are running. We finally figured out what we're doing this year. And we have a program called Awakening Consciousness. I'll share that later in the day. But if you're interested in learning more, send me a DM. I'm going to say, yes, there's the chat, which is awesome, but there's so many comments and it gets lost in what I can go back and look on, depending on what Facebook thinks I want to see. So if there's something that speaks to you, please send us a DM. That's the easiest way, so that your comment or your need doesn't get lost in the shuffle of everything. And just let us know. So if you are at a point right now where you are feeling stuck, you are frustrated, you are in fight, flight, or freeze mode, where you're just needing community, you're needing someone to help you, to pull you up out of, whatever it is that you've been trying all these years by yourself and it hasn't been working, or other coaches and stuff like that, please send me a DM. We'll just have a 20-minute chat. Let's see where you're at. Our Awakening Consciousness course is really to help people, teaching you how to live multidimensionally. It's a conscious living, basically like a living life skills program, where we teach you how to go within, how to meditate properly, how to look after your limiting beliefs on your own, how to heal them. Because once, we want to make sure that you're independent. You're an independent healer. You don't need to be dependent on someone else to help you. Yes, we have guides, and we have, those are really great, and we need them here and there times in our lives. There's someone that you really connect with. But this is a course really to help you to understand how to live consciously. It's how to do the work, and you're not alone. When we are alone and we're left to our own devices, our ego gets stronger and stands up, and, you're not good enough, or who wants to hear from you, or you're doing that again, what are you going to do in this world, or who would want to hear from someone like you? Whatever those things are, we can help you to shift those. We can help you to change the mindset and the programming of it. But it's a repetitious thing, because our mind, and I'll talk about this later, but 95%, 96, 98% of your day, so you're breathing, that's subconscious. You don't have to think about breathing. It just happens. Your heart's beating, same thing. Those thoughts and our beliefs, our core belief about ourselves that Abby talked about yesterday, is running 95% of the time. So you're writing affirmations. Okay, cool. But that's not sinking into that subconscious. It's not a match. And that's why you're not getting ahead or getting the things you want. So we're teaching you how to do that. We're going to teach about universal laws. We're going to teach about how to live as the divine feminine and the divine masculine, and to heal those wounds. That's something that is super interesting to me. And I want to teach other people how to do it, because once you heal from that energy and that, the tension, or even the connection to that emotion that you've been trying to heal all these years, just goes away. It starts to melt. And then all of a sudden you're at a higher vibration, and that doesn't bother you anymore. Or you can see it and observe it, or observe the trigger, and you're like, okay, I actually know how to do this, and how to walk myself through this difficult feeling, so that I'm not buried under it for a day, a month, a year, 40 years, right? So that's what we're here for, is to help you with that awakening consciousness, how to have that deeper conscious experience as a human, or as a soul being living a human experience, right? All right.
Beautiful.
Yeah, awesome. So good timing on the grounding. So again, thank you for being with us today. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Jessie Claire. You're so sweet. And I'll let Virginia take over for the morning. She's going to host, and then I'll come back later at 11. And yeah, have a great morning. Thank you so much, Virginia.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start off with just a little bit of a grounding, help us get kind of settled and set into the start of our day. So just if you're in a seated position, if you can get so you're seated and your feet are on the ground, that's ideal, because we're going to ground down to earth, right? So if not, just see, intend, imagine that that's, you know, what's happening. So just, I invite you to get settled and just your feet touching the ground. And then just close your eyes. And just take a couple of deep breaths. Whatever feels right to you. Just inhaling and expanding. And on the exhale, just relaxing and grounding down. And on the inhale, expanding. And then on the exhale, relaxing, letting go. Feeling your shoulders and neck relaxing down. Feeling your arms and hands relaxing. And feeling your upper body, your pelvis, your hips relax. Feeling your legs, your feet, just relax. Breathing comfortably for what is good for you. And now I invite you to visualize your feet on the ground, touching the earth. And see, feel, intend roots coming out of your feet and going down into the earth, down through the dirt, spreading out. So many roots grounding us down through the rocks, through the shale, continuing down into the earth, all the way to the center energy. This beautiful, bright, liquid energy in the center of the earth, and the roots just tapping into that, grounding down, connecting us, securing us, feeling safe and grounded. And now I invite you to look up through your third eye and see, feel, or intend the sunshine above you. That beautiful golden warm light. Feel that beautiful energy of the sun. The rays reaching down, touching your face, touching your top of your head. And just feeling that magical liquid energy of the sun seeping into your body through your crown chakra and filling your body. Just feel that just coming in and filling you up, filling your head, coming down and filling your whole center through your entire chakra system, lighting you up. Feeling that amazing, beautiful liquid energy coming down through your core, through your center, through your legs, down through your legs, out through your feet, and down into Mother Earth. Just feeling that flow of the beautiful sunlight energy grounding and running straight through you, straight into Gaia, straight into Mother Earth. Grounding you down, connecting you, refilling, healing, Just sit in this for a minute and allow this beautiful energy to flow. Allow for that healing. Allow for that energy, that transformation. Just feel into this magical, magical light. Just relaxing into that. Feeling that flow, taking it all in. Grounding us, recentering, balancing. And then I invite you to take a deep breath. Start to feel yourself coming back to the room, noticing the sounds around you. Stretching if you feel the need. Feeling a little movement in your body, wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. There, that's a beautiful start to the morning. That should get us going and get us all grounded and centered and ready to go. So I see we'll get right to our first interview. I have Louise, Danielle backstage here. And I just realized that I am in charge of the banners. So bear with me a second while I find the banner. Bear with me. Where am I? Thank you, Christine. Okay. All right, let's invite in Louise, Danielle. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning to you.
Thank you, thank you. Very nice to meet you in person.
Yes, yeah, you too. I love technology, but being able to connect in this way with people still.
I know, right? It's been a magical thing in these days of so many restrictions to allow us to still feel connected to people, right? It's been in real time. So it's a beautiful thing. It makes me so happy to be a part of something like this, to bring all the wonderful people like yourself together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I thought I'll read the little bio you have, and then I'll kind of just let you take it from there. Louise is a transformational coach and mindset strategist. After transforming her own life from depressed, stressed, and homeless to abundant, blessed, and soul-aligned, Louise went on to build a transformational business, generate over 800,000 pounds in revenue, win awards and recognition for her work, and positively inspire and impact the lives of hundreds of people from all walks of life. Today, Louise works globally with heart-led entrepreneurs who are passionate about making a difference in the world from from as far afield as the United States, Australia, and across Europe, blending science, psychology, spirituality, and strategy, helping them to tap into their highest potential, create their next level breakthrough, quantum leap their success, and build an abundant, soul-aligned business and life from the inside out. That sounds fantastic. I love that.
Thank you.
So yeah, maybe just kind of expand on that. Tell us about your story.
Yeah, so I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes, which many of us probably have.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, but many lifetimes within this lifetime, and I've had quite a journey. And for me, it started at a young age, where when I reflect back now, there are so many things I've learned through my journey that I didn't know. We're always growing and we're always expanding. And from a young age, I think I was very intuitive and took on the energies of other people as my own, not knowing any different. And, as I grew up, I experienced a very chaotic inner world and inner experience. And, that then became my external experience of reality, because, for those of us that know, we create our experience from the inside out. It's all an inside job. But at a young age, I didn't know that. And I believed the things I felt and my thinking, I believed it was real, and I believed that it was saying something about me. So I had quite a ride from a young age, but it was interesting. Like there was always something within me that knew there was more, than the way that I was living and what I was experiencing. And then around the age of 17, I had an insight that completely changed my life. And people often say, wow, what is this insight? Thinking it's some magical kind of awakening experience that happened. And at that point, it was literally hearing the words that your life doesn't have to be this way. And it was so strong and so clear that it just like woke me up and shook me out of the experience of the reality that I was having at the time. And so that led me on a path of turning my life around. And because at that point I was literally kind of sleeping rough and experiencing all the different things that come with that lifestyle. Yep. But it woke me up to the fact that there is something more. And so I turned my life around and sort of moved back to my hometown. And then there was this calling within me. It took me a few years to hear it, but I knew that what I had experienced and the things that I was now seeing about my life, having been on one side and then starting to turn on, to the other side, I knew that there was things that I needed to share. I knew that, as people say, in every experience, there is a gift and a blessing. And I started to wake up to that for me. And I think at that age, I was blessed with naivety. I say blessed with naivety because, I very quickly decided that I was going to go on a mission to transform the lives of other young people and families and build an organization. And I had no idea how I was going to do it. And so the only option I had was to listen to the inner guidance, to listen to the inspiration, to flow with what was showing up in the moment. And, within 3 short years, I was able to build an organization, generate lots of money, impact loads of lives, and ended up being invited to St. James's Palace with some of the royal family here in the UK to celebrate like the achievements and things like that. So
wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I love how you say, in every experience is a blessing, because I think the human collective is just starting to really open up to that, for me also it was a few years ago that I really kind of realized that, myself, that, what, all of this is happening because I'm thinking it, feeling it, manifesting it, and whatever. And up until then, same kind of naivety that I would just, when something I wanted appeared in my life, I was like, well, would you look at that? Huh.
Yeah.
How was that for a coincidence, right? And then I would carry on and not really, not really put much thought to it. But yeah, in probably about 4 years ago, 5 years, well, no, I should say 10 years ago, I woke up to the fact that life doesn't have to be this way, and I have a choice on how I want to live it, and making those choices and stuff. But about 4 or 5 years ago, it was like, okay, there's more to life. There's other people need help. Other people need guidance. And just like what we were saying at the start of the show, how can I show up to share my knowledge, my story, my gifts, and all of the other fantastic people like yourself in this world that do so much for other people, So I love how you say that. I love that. Experience is a blessing. It truly, truly is, right?
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's like it took me a long time to realize that, it took me when we're in it, we can't always see it, but it's that hindsight is such a beautiful thing. And I think that, the fact that I experienced so much of what I did at a young age and then was able to build the organization that I did, I very quickly then I stumbled upon like the world of personal development and law of attraction, and kind of really started to look with intention around how do our minds create reality? How does energy work? How is our entire experience created? And it was from that point that I was then able to really see, oh, wow, that's what happened. Oh, that's how that worked. And, when I built the first business that I had, the success that I had at that point, having gone from where I was, and it was interesting, I'm in the midst of moving house. So this weekend, I'm sorting boxes out, and I found literally a couple of hours ago, one of the boxes, like a memory box that contained all of the old press cuttings and newspaper clippings with the photos and the stories of when I was setting up that organization. So it's quite a nice experience to be talking about this today. But yeah, and so it was then shifting into doing the work that I do now. At that time, I spent so many years not realizing that there were gifts in blessings, that we are always creating our experience, that in every single moment, in every single circumstance, there are a million different possibilities available to each and every one of us. But now that I have woke up to this and sort of teach this work and live from this space, I find that when I do still go through struggles or, experiencing stress or things look difficult or challenging, because I'm aware of how our experience works. I'll still experience the feelings of being a human being.
Yes.
Those experiences don't have the hold on me that like they used to before. I get to be a witness to the experience, and from the place of witnessing the good, the bad, the whatever, knowing that too shall pass. Like it doesn't have the grip on me anymore. And from that space, I can choose to just ride it out, or to consciously create a different experience and use what it is that's being, given to us to experience something different. So,
that is so beautiful, because when as you were talking before you got to that part, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was I feel now that I am, through my own healing and through my own journey and through helping others, because let's face it, when we help others, that helps us too. It's a give and take. And from that journey of myself, I find that now, even when I do have, just like you said, those experiences that might maybe not feel so comfortable or are a little more challenging, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. And it's almost like I'm like an observer to my own life, where I can separate and know that that's just an emotion, right? That's just the energy in motion. And that's just, and you just see it. Once you do that work and you clear and you're just able to see it from a different perspective. And it is such a beautiful thing to to not fall into that. And not that you don't, you know, for fear, for example, you know, like you fall into that, oh my gosh. And then it's like, wait a second, you know, I got your number, buddy. It's not that, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think as well, you know, it's like, I love being able to have the perspective that I know now when I'm experiencing fear, when I'm experiencing suffering, when I'm experiencing pain or confusion, like when I'm stuck in a thought storm, thinking that my reality is true and thinking that my feeling is telling me something about the world. Like, I know in those moments there will be a time where I get to wake up to magic again, where I get to wake up to peace, where my thinking falls away and I'll pop back into that wow, expansive space of bliss and possibility and peace and abundance. And if it wasn't for those times where we fall out of that, you know, those experiences might not be as magic and as powerful, because we get to experience the duality of all of it, you know, having moments where we fall asleep and we think that we're a character in this dream and we forget that we're the dreamer of the dream. And then we have an experience where we wake up and we realize that, wow, we're the dreamer of the dream. And, you know, it's such a beautiful way of living. But there are moments where we're so asleep to it. But it's like, I think getting to a point where you realize that's how the system's designed. That's how it, you know, that's how it works. That's how the thing in our head combines with, you know, our energy, our spirit, you know, spiritual being to bring this experience of all of it to life. And from that place, I think it's that deeper knowing that when you start to see how it works, when you've gone through a process of healing, when you're committed to turning within, you know, you just really live in a different space of magic and freedom. And you no longer need to be afraid of your experience, the good, the bad, the ugly, all the bits in between.
Yeah. And it's really kind of that inner knowing and that inner trust that, you know, you just build that up inside of you, because it's, you know, there are challenges and and I mean, and it's okay. That's what you're here to experience that, and your soul needs to learn something from every experience that you have. And when we can shift our mindset to understand that it is a beautiful thing, that it's, you know, that we can trust our intuition. And, you know, kind of my new motto has been, if it doesn't feel fun, I'm not doing it anymore. You know? So, and it's kind of a feeling, and it's very strange to explain, but it's when you get to that place of, and sometimes, you know, something will happen and I'll think, you know, because we're human, we have our set on, okay, this is how I think this is going to go, or this is what I expect, or, you know, whatever, you set those expectations. But it's having the flexibility to allow that to flow however it's supposed to flow. And so going into whatever challenge I'm facing, and then sometimes I get in there and you're knee deep and it's like, you know, something else comes in. It's like, and it's like, you know, it's totally not working out the way that you had thought that it was going to. And it's like, you know, you can freeze, you can go, what the heck, and try to control it and pull it back to how you expect or how you think or whatever, or you can let go of the reins and you can just allow it to flow in the way that it's supposed to, and see it from that perspective, right? And it just interests me. I so look, and I'm sure you probably do this too. I so look at things now and go, huh, interesting. Oh, I wonder where this is going to go, you know? And it's honestly like a conversation I have in my head. And it's like, well, I didn't see that coming, or, you know, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think expectation is a funny thing. And for me, I've learned that when I'm in a space of expectation, I'm limiting myself. I'm living in limited existence, because if we're expecting a certain outcome and the way that things go don't match that outcome, that's when we can fall into the illusion of thinking that our life should be a certain way, or this should be a certain thing, you know, and we miss the magic and the possibility that could arise from each and every you know, potential thing that's happening. And I think that, you know, I love the work I do now is very much about stepping into that process of co-creation, you know, and experiencing and knowing that we are the co-creators of everything, and yet we create nothing. And I think that the polarities of that, and knowing that every single thing that is being created is created internally within you, because that's the only space that we can experience. Every single experience we're having is internally created. So we can ask the question of, how am I creating this? How am I creating this experience of disappointment or fear or lack or shame or blame? And
Yes.
often it's through expectation, but at the same time knowing that life happens. Like, life is being lived, we are being lived, and there is a constant unfolding, and we're not creating that, we're observing it, yet we are creators of the internal experience of that thing. And you know, it like, there's so many polarities, like, within, the more you start to look in this direction and go on your healing journey and into this space, it's you know, you just learn to kind of co-create and roll with it, and notice what it is that's happening in your experience.
Yes. And what many of us don't realize is that it's the not so great things that happen in our life we are actually co-creating as well. And I think for most people, because I know for me, it was having that outside person in my life, the very first coach that I hired, that, you know, I remember, I mean, I know that, right? I know that, you know, that be careful, you know, thoughts become things. So be careful what you think, be careful what you say, be careful, you know, and I know that. And so here, my very first coach, but you get caught up in life that's happening. And there was a situation at my house, and I was talking about, you know, something, you know, it was with our gardeners that we had. And I was talking about something, and this is our house in Panama. And it was, you know, kind of an expectation that I had set up. And then all of a sudden it came back in my face, and it wasn't happening how my husband and I had kind of co-created, and I didn't like how that was showing up. And it just happened to come up in the conversation with my very first coach. And she said, well, you know that's what you asked for, right? And she stopped me in my tracks, and I thought about it, and I was like, son of a bitch, you're right. I was like, shit. I was totally thinking that, you know, so I had to like cancel, delete. I went back in there, and I was like, I am open to whatever and however is the highest and best, you know, like I had to reframe that fast, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it wasn't a huge thing, but it was an eye opener. It was just that having that outside person that sees that what you're doing and can call you out. I mean, really, it's about calling you out and say, you know, that this is what you're doing, right? Like, I remember a few years ago, I was talking with one of my kids, and they were like, oh my gosh, you know, we've got so many bills and blah, blah, blah. And I went, stop it. Don't say that. I said, you know that every time you say that, the universe is like, oh, you want more bills? Here you go. Right. Like, so it's just, I just love, and I recognize that as much as we want to show up and tell people that it is a positive and lovely and beautiful experience, which it is, and you will heal and you will get there, so that more and more of that, you're living from that space, and it is beautiful and magical and everything in between. There are some tough spots that we have to go through, right?
Yeah, it's part of the human experience, isn't it? It's part of being human and being able to experience. And the more we dive into what experience actually is, and you start to look at the concept of bad experience, the concept of good experience, because all experience ultimately is neutral. Every experience is neutral. It's the way that it's brought to life within us that creates the good or the bad or the not so good or the negative or the positive, and so popping us back into knowing that we are the creators of that. Every single thing that happens out there is neutral. It's the way of the universe. It's this constant flow of life, and the way that our internal blueprint is fired and wired, the meanings that we give to things, that's where we conjure up and create the bad experience, the good experience, this experience, that experience. And I think it's something that a real sort of point to because you mentioned about thinking and how we use our thinking, and we're never not in a space of creation. And I know that some people, when they start to learn sort of things like the law of attraction, when I remember when I very first watched The Secret back in, it must have been 2010, and I was like, oh my god, so everything I think I'm creating, like everything I think I'm bringing to life. But now I get to witness that actually there's more to it than that. And I thought, thank God, because some of the stuff I think is so random. Like, so random. If my thoughts were the things that were creating everything, my world would look really odd. And I think most people's worlds would too. And the difference is, like, there's two places from which we create with, and our thinking, our thoughts come and go all the time. We're always in a space of thinking. And it's like, I can't control and have no idea what I'm going to be thinking in 2 minutes, let alone like 2 days or 2 years or whatever. And so it's not so much that our thinking creates, but our thinking is one of the vessels that brings that experience to life within us. And it's that feeling state. It's that feeling state that we get into through the repetition of our thinking that creates that vibration, that creates that electromagnetic field, which then ripples out and creates and draws these things to us. Because I know that in a lot of the spiritual communities that I sort of work in and teach in, one of the questions that I get asked a lot is, people start to become afraid of their thinking. They start to become afraid of thinking negative thoughts or thinking bad thoughts. And it's recognizing that the thought feeling loop, the mechanism that we have, is designed to conjure up that feeling, that creative power. And so we can become an observer of our thinking and witness when we're having thoughts of, oh my God, there's loads of money. Oh my God, there's loads of bills to pay. Oh my God. But rather than thinking, I'm creating that. If I think more about it, I'm creating it. Because it's like, if I said, don't think about a black cat, whatever you do right now, do not picture a black cat. Do not think about that cat. And it's like right there.
Yeah.
So instead we get to witness, wow, isn't that an interesting thought? It's creating a strange feeling within my body. Like, is that really true? What would I love to feel instead? What experience would I love to create with this instead? How do I allow myself to, instead of fall more into fear and create more thinking and more feeling, how do I allow myself to, in this moment, fall wide open to the experience that I'm having and witness that actually I'm experiencing my thinking? And like you said a little while ago, when we do that, we become the observer of the thinking.
Yes.
And so the attachment that it has becomes less, and we can witness it, and we can then ask ourselves, what would I love to create instead? And that's when we can go into that space of that co-creative process.
Yeah, exactly. And and again, sometimes it's just having that, and not that people can't do this on your own. You totally can, but sometimes you just don't know what you're looking for.
No.
So you don't see what someone outside sees, what you're saying or what you're, whatever. Yeah. And actually, we had Christine and I did a mindset retreat, an online mindset retreat last weekend. And one of the things that I was explaining to the group there was exactly that. So when you think of your thoughts as bubbles. And so every thought you have is a bubble. So you have all these bubbles going out and popping up. But then when you think more about one thing, there's many more bubbles that come up. So then all of a sudden, when you have a lot of bubbles, a lot of energy around that series of thoughts, then comes the attachment to the feeling to those bubbles. And then now that it's increasing that energy and pulling that into your reality, right?
Yeah. And it is that because we live most of our lives from those subconscious thought bubbles, from those subconscious patterns and those experiences, and we're so in it, we can't, we often can't see it. I coach, and I always work with coaches. I always have a coach or some kind of coach, because I know even though I teach this stuff, even though I live and breathe this work, we cannot see what we cannot see. We can't see our own blind spots. And the amount of times I have clients and they'll say something and I will reflect back to them the illusion that they're stuck in. They'll go, oh my God, yeah, I know that, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it because it's like
it's like right in front of our nose. It's right in front of our nose, but we literally can't see it.
Yeah, it's because we're so used to this virtual reality machine that we live in, that we've been in for our entire lives, and we can't see what we can't see, and we don't understand that our brain is designed to pattern match to what we already know. So if we want real growth and real transformation, yes, you absolutely can do that on your own, but you are going to quantum leap. You are going to close the gap between where you are and where you want to be so much quicker by working with somebody who can continue to help point you back to self, continue to point out the language patterns that you're using, the spells that you're weaving, the words that you're creating with. And the more we start to see that, it's like shining the light on the unconscious. The more we start to make the unconscious conscious, the more powerful we can create a transformation and a shift into something totally different. But and having somebody as a guide to support you, to like help point that out, to continue turning you towards self, is so powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. Because I know, there were times where I kind of went into like a depressed state because I was doing it on my own and feeling lonely, feeling like some days I don't know what the heck I'm doing. And you yes, you shake it off, and yes, you whatever. But I wish I have had a coach many years before I actually did. But it's been 4 years. I haven't gone without a coach. I have, and I'm with you. It is such an important thing. And because it's not necessarily that you have to stay with the same coach, because wherever you are in your life and in your growth, there's different people that are there that come onto your path to help you, so that's beautiful.
Absolutely. And for me as well, it's work every time I commit to, I've worked with coaches and mentors throughout my entire journey. And for me, there's different levels of commitment and different levels of investment, and something that I struggled with within my own journey, because there was a period of time where I transitioned from my last business into coaching full time and working full time in the way that I do now. And because I'd learned so many different skills that literally impact and transform people's lives, there was a period of time where I had to figure out a lot of my own money mindset stuff around, God, should I really be charging for the higher level? I have different levels to work with me, but it's like, should I really be charging a higher level investment if someone can't afford it? Is it fair for me to do that?
I know.
I had to work through that own journey myself. And what I recognized was that, there are things that I provide that are at all different levels. Books cost a few pounds. Videos, social media is absolutely free of charge. Everybody has access to that. But what I witnessed through my own journey was when I committed, when I financially invested, it wasn't about me buying somebody else's program. It wasn't about me paying to work with a coach. It was about me saying, this is the level of investment that I am committing to create in my own transformation. And the investment itself creates transformation.
Yeah.
The investment itself is the thing that shifts us out of one paradigm and into another, even if we don't know the next steps of how we're going to do the next payment plan, or how we're going to do this, or how we're going to do that. But it's like through stretching, because money, I know we've not got time to talk about all of the money stuff, but money is such a fascinating thing, because we have so much wrapped up around it, and we don't realize that money isn't wealth. Money is a currency. Money is a currency. And it's like, what exchange of currency am I saying? Like, I am committing this much currency to the level of investment and transformation and healing that I now want to have. And I think for me, that was such a big, it's always been an up level for me as I've moved through my journey, and working through that stuff is probably one of the key things that I work with, particularly people in the spiritual community, because there's so much of an unconscious undercurrent of, you shouldn't be charging for this stuff. It should be free. Like, who are you to do?
I know.
It's like, who are you not to? Who are you not to? Because the more you charge, the more you invest in yourself, you create a space of up level and expansion, and you're doing everybody a disservice if you're not willing to go to that space within yourself, and you're not willing to help your clients create that step of expansion for themselves as well.
Yeah, totally. Exactly. It comes down to a space of worthiness, right? And knowing and understanding and accepting your own worthiness and how you come out into the world, but that's beautiful. So just going to wrap up here quick. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing who you are and how you beautifully show up in the world. I know that you have a free training that's available. So if you are able, I'll get you to pop the link into the comments. And then anybody who wants to check out that free training or get any more information from Louise, louisedanielle.com is her website. And check it out. She's another wonderful human. Thank you for being here with us today. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. It's such a beautiful space. And if anybody has any questions or wants that training, I'll pop the link in, and you can jump on that and ask me anything that you need support with. But thank you for welcoming me in your beautiful space and your community. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you again. Have a fantastic day. And we're going to go ahead and bring Miss Simone Usselman-Tod on here. I'm just, is Christine switching banners for me in the background? Yes. Yay. Hi, Simone.
Hello, Virginia. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Good.
Interesting.
So, that it is, right? That it is. And you know what, Christine and I, we just thought this was such a beautiful way, in lieu of the fact that it is interesting times. More and more people are just looking for a safe place, looking for guidance, looking for, truth, right? And so for us coming here and sharing all of you magical people and how you show up in the world is all about just, bringing people together so that they know they're not alone, and that we are all together, and we can all support one another. And like Christine says, link arms, right? It's all about us as a community, and as healers, and as coaches, and as everything. It's linking arms and helping and moving forward as a collective.
Absolutely. And reaching out beyond ourselves, right? I mean, everybody's going through a lot of change right now, including healers and coaches and entrepreneurs and people who have been employees, and things have changed, right? There's been so much change, and change actually brings in the stressors, and it really sort of will push our emotional triggers. And I know, and that our emotional stress triggers keep hold our ideal life hostage. And the impact of being able to clear those emotional triggers in a way that's not invasive, that's easy and inspiring, just changes the way we show up in the world. It changes the way we see the world on a profound way. We've had lots of conversations about this, Virginia.
Yes, exactly. That's awesome. So just, I'll read your little, your short bio that you had sent in, just to give everybody kind of a quick snapshot of who you are.
Thank
So
you.
Simone facilitates transformational change at the levels of beliefs, values, and perspectives, empowering her clients to experience rapid results. Best known for being laser focused and her no-nonsense approach, she arms her clients with ammunition to regain control of their triggers, unproductive habits, and their own stress response, bringing them back to center so they can amplify the synchronicities that make life meaningful, inspiring, and exciting again. Clients learn how to maintain their own equilibrium by themselves and become immune to the dramas and chaos around them. They learn how to laser their efforts into the ideas and activities that will serve them best and create powerful change and contribution to the world. That's just such a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I know you and I have done this. You're going to share a little bit about this free stress trigger assessment. So before I flip to the sides, did you kind of want to explain a little bit about, your program, what you do, how this assessment factors into it, and then we can go to the assessment pages and show the deets.
Sure, that sounds great. Thank you for the opportunity to share this, Virginia. That's great. So I think about this assessment. I guess maybe I'd like to just have a quick conversation about where I've been and how I've arrived here, and then I'll talk a little bit about that. So my background is 30 years in a conventional career as a medical radiation technologist at academic teaching and acute care hospitals. And I've worked with patients who have a cancer and stroke and trauma and, very critical situations in their life. So living in crisis in a very fast-paced, high-pressure environment where the stress for me, they talk about eustress right now, which is positive stress, right? For that was very positive. I felt like it was helping. It was amazing. And then in 1993, my role switched from helping patients to being an advocate for my husband and basically a case manager. He was diagnosed with cancer, and all of a sudden I was on the other side. You know that perspective shift we get? And so my eustress that was a really positive, helping people, all of a sudden now I was dealing with it right in my heart, right in my home. So it became distress. And I pulled all the things I possibly could together from my career around my teachings and trainings to support him. And I learned so much through that experience about stress and stress triggers and emotional triggers and how that affects our physiology, our emotional, mental health, our spiritual health, and physically. Right? It's the stressors and the hormones that go with stress have an incredibly powerful, potentially negative effect on our lives. And I realized all those people I was seeing in hospital, they'd experienced a mental, emotional, physical, or spiritual trigger, emotional trigger or stress, right? And then it started showing up physiologically in their body or physically in their body. And so I was exposed to that for 30 years. Then my husband had a diagnosis of cancer. And then I was dealing with my own stuff as well as his stuff. As well as raising two very young children at the same time. So I had a lot of stressors on me for sure. And there's sort of a journey of healing that I went through that process. But in 2004, I was actually called to holistic healing. And I learned about spirituality. I learned about the power of intention. I learned about the law of attraction. And I was like, so what's the science behind this, right? I'm like a bit of a science brain health junkie and body health junkie in the sense that I've done a lot of research. I spent thousands of hours investigating and really putting it into application. I'd say I'm fairly pragmatic. I put things into action very quickly, and I help people put things into action very quickly. So I ended up founding Wild About Wellness. So I have a Wild About Wellness community that we've just shifted with COVID, and we're actually shifting and changing into a slightly different community foundation. And so I'm really excited about that. And so I'm currently offering stress management or distress management and and mindset breakthrough coaching, because I work on those levels of, our beliefs, our unproductive patterns and habits and behavior. And I know where that comes from. And so what I do now with the work that I do in my breakthrough coaching work is I help shine the light on those past negative experiences that are perceived as, that are actually impacting people in the decisions they're making today and their future. And so the free stress trigger assessment isn't something you do online with me, you do it in person. And Perfect. So there's much more value in being able to have a conversation with somebody about those, when we shine those lights on the those things that we don't even realize because they're just our normal day-to-day life, and we don't understand how they actually impact us. We know there's something there, but it sometimes takes somebody else to help us see it. Just like I think Louise was saying, right? Louise, you need somebody else to help shine that light. So I think about this assessment is a little bit like if you want to check out your heart health, you have an EKG, right? If you want to check out your oxygen levels in your blood, you put a pulse oximetry device on your finger and you assess the oxygen in your blood. If you want to check out your blood pressure, you would use a blood pressure machine with a blood pressure cuff, right? So with the ZTPI assessment, the stress triggers assessment, it doesn't solve anything, but it shines the light so that we know what's going on and we can uncover that in a really gentle way. Have a look at those things that are impacting us in the moment, making our decisions now and for the future. So what I'd love to do is show you a little bit about what that looks like so that people know what to expect. And I can give a couple of examples of what those specific assessment shows so that people can know what to expect when they do the stress trigger assessment with me. So are you able to put the first piece up so I can explain a little bit about that?
Hi. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my internet connection.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I just had to log back in from my phone. Great. Here. Oh, Christine's got it. Okay, good, because I didn't have it on my phone.
So right now, Virginia, the banner's covering the bottom part. Is there any way to raise the picture up just a little bit? Like, can you scroll it up at all?
Yeah.
Can you move it up a little bit so we can see the bottom line, or is that not possible? So can you scroll it up so people can see the bottom segments, like the actual? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's good right there. Right there. Okay. Perfect. All right. So when we start off, before we start with the assessment, we have sort of what we call a balance line. And so this is an assessment where things are balanced in your life. So if we look at the column on the far left, the numbers are 1 to 5. So that's your metrics. And if we look along the bottom, there's 5 columns. One is our past negative reference. The second is our past positive reference. And so the past negative reference, ideally we want to be low. So we're not using our past negative references to make our decisions, and which influences, our behavior, how we act, and the results we get. We want to have a high positive past reference, so we can use that as a springboard for making our decisions. We want to have low fatalism. That's the third column. So fatalism is cause versus effect. So when we are at effect in our life, we are influenced by everything around us. We are kind of, something shows up in our life, or a crisis shows up, and we immediately move into that, and we lose focus of what we need to do. And those things that are affecting us in a negative way. And then we don't get to control where we go in our lives. Instead, everything is influencing, positive or negative, and we're not making the choices about where we want to go. When we're at cause, we are making the choices in every moment about which direction we take. Even though something may show up, we can pause for a moment and then choose how we move forward. And then the next one is hedonism, which is how much can we enjoy the moment? And that is where our quality of life is, right? So we want that to be high, but we don't want it so high that we lose our future. So some people are very weighted in the past negative, and it affects their present state, and they tend to be in effect, affected by everything around them. And then they're also, they tend not to be able to enjoy the moment because they're worried about the past. And then they also, when it comes to the future, they drop down in the future because they can't focus on the future because they are still concerned about the past. So ideally we want our hedonism to be high so we can really enjoy the quality of the moment. And then we want our future to be high as well. And so what I'd love to show you is a couple of graphs where people have come to me initially, and we've done the initial assessment. And after the breakthrough program, then we look at this graph again. So Virginia, could you move to the second slide?
Oh, Christine, are you there? Okay, good. Cool. Thank you.
Great. There, perfect. Okay, so this one's really interesting. This is a recent client I had to work with. So if we think of the blue being the optimum medium place for so that medium place, that balanced place for making decisions, so we can think about what we want, we can focus on what we want, we can be in control of our lives and direct our lives the way we want that to. So this client had the yellow line is where she came in as the initial assessment. So you can see her past negative. The first column is high. Her past positive is a little low. And her fatalism is high. So she's in effect, she's not making the decisions and directing her life the way she wants it to go. She's being affected and quite frustrated actually about some things that were happening. Her hedonism is low because she's not enjoying the moment because she's sort of scrambling with everybody else's issues, which is a very common pattern that I see with people who are in the healing field, that they're so focused on everybody else they kind of forget about themselves. And then the last column is future. She has a high future. Now she's an entrepreneur. She's very future focused, but with her high past negative and her high future, she's losing in the present moment. She's not enjoying the present moment, and she doesn't feel like she has control of her life. So she's currently in the program. She's made phenomenal changes already. So I don't have a follow-up for her, but this is what I can offer people, show them where their initial piece is and then discuss how to change that. I'll actually take them behind the scenes so they can see exactly what those emotional triggers are. And I'm open for a confidential conversation around it so that we can discuss what that looks like. All right. Yeah, so let's go to this second one. So this client came to me and with a number of different challenges. Number one was getting her business going. And she was also having a lot of challenges with her relationships. Just even with friends, she would be really committed to friends, and then she felt she was let down by friends. So so again, the blue is the balance line. The gold or the yellow is her initial assessment. So she started off with a high past negative. So she had a lot of things in the past where she was pretty sensitive and had been, had a lot of hurt and some sadness in her life, and that showed up as anger at times, and some shame. And so her past negative was high, as you can see the first column. Her past positive was a little bit low. She was really kind of quite upbeat in a lot of ways, which was great. Her fatalism was quite high. She was affected by everything around her, even though she wanted to have control over her day-to-day activities and her choices. She was really influenced by people around her and situations around her, which gave her a sense of, she felt very lost in herself.
Yep.
And then, as you can imagine, and then her hedonism was high, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And then her future dropped off. So she was so focused in the moment with the people she was at that she had trouble letting go of that relationship, even in say that she was spending time with them, and she just was feeling very overcommitted to all her relationships, and then she always felt let down. And then what happened is, because she has all these things playing, the relationships, she couldn't get her business going, her future drops off dramatically because she's so focused in the present moment trying to make things happen, and those past negatives are influencing that. So what happens is, when we drop that past negative reference, and I do that with clients in a way we call timeline therapy, where we actually do it in a bit of a disassociated state. You never have to experience the negative emotions that were going on with that event. We actually do it from a place where we get the learnings, and then it becomes what I would call eustress, a very positive thing. They're like, oh, now I can see how everything fell in place. So that's where we get those learnings from, those opportunities where we really have an opportunity to move things forward and make change in our life.
Yeah.
So take a snapshot of this in your mind. And now I would like you to show the next one, which was her final, after she did the breakthrough program, which is a 5-session program. This is what she looks like.
Wow.
So green is her exit assessment. So look where her past negative references dropped.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
And you can see the effect on that in the rest of her chart. So her past positive references, we made her aware of things. So that's dropped slightly, not a whole lot, but that's not a problem to bring up. We absolutely will do more work on that. But her past negative reference drop was enormous. And you can see her fatalism drop. So now she's more at cause than effect, right? So now she's taking charge of her life. She's making decisions that are right for her, not about what's right for everybody else, what's right for her. And her hedonism is like right bang on.
Yes.
She's able to enjoy the moment, and it's not overinflated anymore.
That's awesome.
She can enjoy the moment. And then what do we see with her future? It's almost perfectly in balance. So all of a sudden her business started expanding. She was reaching all kinds of people. There was a huge shift and change in how she did business, put herself out there. She wasn't afraid of being seen. She could be vulnerable. And I've experienced that myself. I used to have a lot of anxiety about people seeing, worried about people judging me, worried about, I'm not good enough, and all those things. And the work that I have done, I now share with other people.
Yeah.
So this was a phenomenal shift around this. And so this was through my basic 5-session breakthrough program. We did 5 2-hour sessions. And then we add another session or 2 if people's past negative references are quite high. I just include that with it. And then we do 2 follow-ups, and then this is what we got. So I was totally thrilled for her. She was ecstatic. She got her podcast business off and running, and she is an absolute pleasure to spend time with. And there's no overbearing or push-pull that goes on in her relationships anymore. It's really, really, really quite beautiful.
That is fantastic. And I think, a important part of something that you said earlier that I wanted to just come back on was you do not have to relive these different times in your life that maybe didn't feel so great or were uncomfortable then, because I remember years ago, as I was on my healing journey and someone saying, well, you really need to deal with that. It's like, I packed that shit away for a reason.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, and what's really beautiful for me is I come from a very traditional medical background, and I know how the traditional medical background deals with significant emotional events in our life or trauma. And, they dig it open, they open it up a little bit, they sprinkle a little salt in it, they dig at it, right? And so for me, when I learned how to help people shift those traumas and significant emotional events, and I work with people where they've got like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 arousal, that's how much they're triggered by it. And in 20 minutes, they have it's down to a 0. I mean, incredible. What greater gift is it than that? I am inspired by my clients all the time. And so what happens is I fully believe in empowerment, and through the empowerment, we have healing and we have transformation. So that's sort of my tagline now, the empowerment, the healing, and the transformation, because that's really what we're doing with this program. Yeah. I'd love to show you the next slide.
Okay.
If we could do that.
Yeah. Christine's on the mouse.
Awesome. Great. So this was a really interesting client I had. She has her own business. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. Not exclusively, but I do work with a lot of entrepreneurs. I work with a lot of coaches. I work with a lot of holistic practitioners. So Virginia, looking at this, what do we know? We know this person's had a high past negative reference. Yep. She's got a low past positive reference. So she's not able to access that because the past negative references are overriding that, right? She's got a high fatalism. So she doesn't feel like she has control over her life. She has a high hedonism, so she does enjoy the moment, but gets really attached to some of the relationships she has. But her future is high. Yeah. So her future is high. She's an entrepreneur and she works really, really hard. So this person is sensitive. She is really compassionate. She's had some experiences where she really felt some people had been insensitive, family members had been insensitive around things that she valued in the past. And she keeps getting herself involved with difficult relationships, in narcissistic relationships where the partner is very demanding. She loses herself, doesn't know how to maintain her boundaries. So that's your fatalism that's high, right? She can't hold those boundaries. She doesn't know how to do it in a way that feels aligned and authentic with herself. And she feels like she's surrounded with people who are always so needy with her, and she gives and gives and gives. Sound familiar?
Yes, right?
Right?
Yes.
She really enjoys a moment with people, which is great. And which is really great. Maybe a little on the high side, so that she overdoes that a little bit, and then her future is high. So that's how she came to me. That was her very first assessment. And so let's go to the second slide and see what happens.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
It's so cool that you can visually see the transformation, right? Like, it's so awesome.
So, and I get so excited when I see this, because the difference is, so this lady, just watching the time a little bit, her past negative references dropped. She didn't use that as a reference anymore. She used her past positive, and that's moving up, and it will continue to move up as she practices. Her fatalism, she's really in control of everything right now. She goes, I feel so empowered. And I'm like, yes, you go.
Yes.
Her hedonism, enjoying the moment, is right on. She goes, I am enjoying life like there's nobody else's business.
Awesome.
And look at her future. It's even higher.
Wow.
When she came to me, she had a target. So we're very clear about creating targets, evidence of change and what you're looking for. She came to me wanting her business with her financial target to be $360,000 a year.
Yep.
And she finished this program in 10 weeks. We can actually do this whole program in one day. It's a big, huge transformation, which is a bit much for some people, but she did it in about 10 weeks. And by the 10th week, she had to reset her target to 800,000 because she'd already met her target. How insane is that?
Wow.
That's the stuff that I see. And she is doing amazing good in the world. She's helping farmers with a piece of equipment that provides income for them, better opportunity for the animals, better opportunity for investors. She is absolutely brilliant. So this is what I'm doing. And I've had quite a journey getting here, I must say. Has anybody else had quite a journey getting to where they're at? And for me, this is sort of the pinnacle of what I do. I do some other work that I've kind of incorporated into this breakthrough coaching program that I've been working with this program for about almost 2 years now. The clients have had phenomenal results. And for me, it's when the clients get results, it's like, that's my hedonism. I am getting so much reward for seeing people start to manage their lives and then really, really take off.
Yeah.
And to be able to do that in 5 sessions, to me, is like a little insane. But what's really beautiful is that it's done in such a gentle way, and it's done with a little bit of things like core transformation, which is like a beautiful, you work on the biggest challenge that you're having right now, and then for what purpose is that there? And we work through what purpose to the highest purpose, which is things like love, community, connection, right? Those things. Yeah. And then they understand there's a purpose for all this, and now they own it.
Yes.
And they know how to change it. And so when people are committed to change, we can see enormous change. And people believe that we learn things in one experience. We learn not to touch a stove in one experience, a hot stove. Yeah. If I have my little green Kia Soul in my driveway and you come to visit me, Virginia, and you go back to your hotel and then you come back the next day and you see my little green Kia is now painted blue, in one instant, there was change in your mind.
Yes.
Right? And so with significant emotional events and trauma, things can change in an instant. People don't have to drag it out and spend years and years and years resolving this. It's our perception. It's how we experience. So stress, I've worked with international coaches around this. I'll say stress is a perception. And they're like, whoa, hold on. Right? But stress is how we perceive things. If we see, if 100 people see an event that is considered a crisis or trauma by 20 of those people and they're taken to their knees by it. There's another 20 who end up going into professions who are like policing and things, who let things roll off them.
Yep.
And then the other 60% are somewhere in between. And the same event affects those 100 people differently.
Yeah.
So it's a very personal piece. And even though you can do the ZTPI assessment, which is a Stanford University assessment tool, even though you can do that online with no input from somebody else, it's a completely different experience when we go when I go through it with you on a confidential and very private, personal level, where you can actually look at that. I take you behind the scenes so you can see exactly where those things are flagged, and you know exactly where that work needs to happen, and you can choose how you work on it. You can choose to work on it quickly, or if you're somebody who feels you need to experience that a little bit more, then cool.
Yeah,
so that's
beautiful.
That's the work I'm doing since I last saw you in person.
Wow. Holy smokes. That's just
yeah.
beautiful. I mean, I loved what you were doing before you started this program. So that's just amazing. I love that you've really got it down to 5 sessions breaking out the goods in 5 sessions and just offering that support to help people through it. And like you said, giving that perspective and like we were talking to Louise, the speaker that was on before you, and it was all about that, it was all about that perception and that perspective and getting to that place in ourselves that when we go through or experience something that maybe doesn't feel so comfortable, we can see it from another level. We can see it and not judge it and not, and just kind of flow with life. It just allows us to enjoy life.
Virginia, I recently had a client who has had a lot of significant emotional events in her life and were interfering with her relationships. And she has just about finished the program. And she had a situation around COVID that showed up that was very stressful. You know what she did? She actually went into the process that I taught her how to do, which is going above that event. And then she got all the learnings from it. She goes, it was so empowering. I felt so in control.
Yeah.
Right? And so now she's able to do that for herself. So I think as healers, if we can pay what we've learned forward, I think, we're doing the work we're meant to do in the world.
Yes.
And I see that you're doing that too, Virginia, which I'm so thrilled about. It's like so exciting.
Thank you. Because you're right. We have healed. We have all healed. We've all do the growth and we all do the work. And it's really just, and I think our most important message is we can heal ourselves. We
Absolutely.
can heal from within. We don't have to, turn to medicine and things like that. We are such powerful beings that we can totally do this ourselves.
And from a medical background, I think I walk both worlds, and I think the medical system is fantastic for acute situations. Absolutely. Like if I'm having a heart attack, don't rub oil on my chest. Get me to the hospital. I used to work in the investigation unit, right? I know what a heart vessel looks like. It's like, get that thing open.
Yeah.
So I think there's a place for everything. So I want to always be really careful. I'm not an extremist in anything. And how do we set things up so we have respect for others and they have respect for us? We're really clear about our boundaries, but we naturally do it. We don't have to set hard boundaries because we know where we stand. And that healing comes within. And as a healer, we can all help other people heal. And especially when we have community. When we have community, the power of healing increases dramatically. You can look up Lynn McTaggart's Power of 8. I'm involved in a healing circle around that every morning. And we see profound change in the people that we're sending healing to.
That's beautiful.
It's beautiful. So thank you. I'm just watching the time and I'm a little bit over. So I want to, I know somebody's on next. So thank you so much. And if anybody would like to book a 45-minute session with me, I think the link's at the bottom there. SimoneUsselman-Tod.com. You can go to the website and just book online. And I'd be happy to provide that free assessment. It's 45 minutes free session with me. That's the way I give back. So awesome. Giving back to community, giving back to people who I know are here to make a bigger difference in the world. We're here to make a difference. This is the print that we leave and our legacy.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautifully said. Thank you so much. If you want to pop the link to your website and whatever in the comments, you're welcome to do that after or now or whenever. And yeah, if anybody feels called to reach out to Simone, she's a beautiful human doing beautiful things in this world. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you.
Virginia, thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm so excited for everybody.
Thanks again. Take care. Bye, Simone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, next we have Patricia Lindner coming up. We're excited to bring Patricia on. And I just got my trusty little notes here. Is Christine in the background? Christine, are you doing the ups and downs? Because I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Hi, Patricia.
Hey, Virginia. How are you doing?
I'm very good. How are you? Very nice to meet you kind of in person.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, and I'm so excited and I'm so happy. Thank you for inviting me to this show. I was so much looking forward to talking to you and to your audience. Yeah, and here I am.
Yes, it's beautiful. Well, we really appreciate all these fantastic people in the world, and what a better way to share all of the magic, right? So yeah, we truly enjoy it. So I'm going to start by just reading your little bio that you had sent in, and that'll just give everybody a quick little snapshot. So Patricia is a highly empathetic and empowering success catalyst who has experienced the trappings of a profession as well as the stumbling blocks when leaving it. Through her own journey of building a business, she has become an expert for what works and what doesn't. As a passionate soul advocate, motivating mindset magician, and creative consultant, she guides open-minded high performers on their journey to break free from their 9-to-5 or helping startups to go from scratch to success. She holistically liberates her clients from mental, social, physical, and emotional blocks so they are able to tap into whole new situations. She is passionate about turning stumbling blocks into stepping stones so that her clients can flourish, thrive, and shine. Being an excellent, approachable listener, as well as a straightforward and motivating, exceptional creative mentor, she helps them reignite their inner creative flame. Her highly customized work ensures quick results as well as an above average personal accountability and connection. I love that. There were so many things in the middle of reading that I wanted to stop and go, yes.
Yes, it was so nice. I never heard someone read it out to me. And so yes, this was so nice. Great.
So what caught my attention right out the gate was that the success catalyst who has experienced the trappings of a profession as well as the stumbling blocks when leaving it. I can totally relate to this. Switching, because you know, when you're in a career for a long period of time, it's safe. It's what you know, right? You can almost do the job with your eyes closed.
Totally.
And then to shift out of that can be a scary, scary thing. So let's just let you talk about who you are. That just kind of popped up for me because I thought, ooh, that's interesting. So yeah, let's, tell us about who you are and how you got to be where you are now.
Okay, so this is a long story. I want to make it short. Okay. It is almost, 1.5 decades. So the escape game. But so originally I am a teacher and a teacher's trainer. And I really loved my work, working as a teacher and then climbing this career ladder to become this teacher's trainer in a leading position, which was awesome. And I was not really aware of what it did to my body to constantly and consistently be alert and being high-powered under pressure all the time. And at that time, I got sick. I got this Epstein-Barr virus, but I went on always smiling, showing up in my costume with high heels, taking some medicine to just cover it.
Yeah.
And I liked the job. And then when I could not get up one morning from bed, I decided to take a year off. And then I realized that I have 2 kids. I did all the apprenticeships and the courses besides my career. And I was in this high-powered career. I don't know, Virginia, if you ask me today, how did I do this? I don't know. And so I found my way back to creativity. I found my way to spirituality. Mm-hmm. And I did all these amazing things in my apprenticeships. I did them for myself. And then I thought, why shouldn't I offer this amazing stuff to other people? Because it helped me so much. The mindset magic, the intuitive things, and the creative part, which, you mentioned it is soul art.
Yeah.
And so I escaped. But I thought this is so easy to build a business. I really thought, okay, I put my stuff out there and it works. Overnight success.
Wow.
And then I invested in several business courses, and frustrated, I found out that this is not so easy, because again, it is so much inner work. When you start building a business, you get in touch with all the trappings and with all the blockages and all the stumbling blocks, and you have to do the inner work. So you can't implement all the tactics. You can't just set up a strategy. This is important for sure. But for me, it was really inner work to address all the blockages concerning money. I couldn't charge anything.
Oh my gosh. Everyone has that story. Everyone goes through that period of that worthiness and that, because I think if we could all just give stuff away for free,
yeah,
we probably would.
Right. And so it was so difficult to really be visible, to get in front of the camera, and nobody can say, yeah, just push the button to go live. So this is much more inner work. And so I went through another transformation, and finally, here I am.
And that's what it's all about, right? It really is all about the journey, because this is, everything you're saying, I am with you 100%. I've been there. I've done it. I've done the work. And that is just what's so important, doing the work, right? And that reconnection to ourselves, and knowing that we have to do that work inside for it to come out in our life and in our work and in everything we do, right?
Totally. And whenever it feels really not effortless, so there is something wrong, and you have to look inside again, because I think when you are aligned with who you are, and when you faced all the obstacles that come in your way, then it is almost effortless. There is still the work you have to do. Yeah. And it is a lie that there is no work to do if you want to build a business or if you want to escape your old job. But if there is so much effort and you feel drained and sick all the time, then there is something wrong.
Yes, exactly. And it's knowing and understanding that in your body, right? Yeah. And learning that. And the most important thing is you don't have to do it alone. And and what I find and feel is that many of us who are showing up in the world as, coaches and healers and in whatever form that you serve humans, and the world, we've done that journey, and probably for most of us, it has felt pretty lonely.
Yeah,
because we've really, so we've done the work because we kind of had to do it the hard way. In a lot of cases, we were breaking the ground to learn how to get through these blocks, to learn how to, surpass these challenges, and how to use them to enhance our life and to enhance the lives of others. So it's, it's so important that we show up. But I agree that it's it's coming from that place. We are all in some way, shape, or form coming from that place of, like with our kids, you don't want them to do something because you're like, man, I've gone down that road. It's not fun. And, whatever. But then it's also kind of letting go of the reins with your kids and saying, okay, well, this is my view on that, but I understand you have to experience it in your own way, and allowing them to. I can't tell you how many times my kids came back to me and said, well, crap, you're right, Mom, or whatever, right?
Absolutely. And when I listened to you, I came up with two ideas I want to mention, or two thoughts. So the first was, you don't have to do it alone. This is the biggest learning on my way, is that it is all about collaboration. It is all about community, communicating, building networks. It is not like using your elbows and fighting against each other. It is really doing it together and surrounding yourself with people who support you and who mirror your success and your way. So this is the amazing thing. You don't have to do it alone. And it is not your fault if you can't figure it out alone. So many people are frustrated because they can't do it alone. And so I think it is so much about really working together, networking, and getting help if needed. And most of the time you can't do it alone. So this was the first thought that came up. And then you said, it is all about the body. And that is what I really want to stress. I love working in embodied ways, using embodied tools and techniques that really let you tap into your body wisdom. Because oftentimes we don't recognize what is going on in our body, and we just go on with everyday work, and we don't pay attention. And so everything I do is really embodied work.
Because when you get that sign or signal from your body, we often just think of, sometimes it's like, oh, well, I guess that's part of getting old, or, oh, well, like you just accept it because society says that that's how it is. So you just accept it, and it's not. It is your body talking to you. It is, there's something in there that you need to learn, that you need to heal, that you need to, and that was for me the same. I was that, high energy, A-type personality. I was running everything. I was in control of this and that, and and the office and the people. And then I still had 4 kids at home, and I took care of my mom. So I was, controlling and helping, and and everything had a place, and my body would do this something or other. And it was like, okay, well, I don't have time to deal with that right now. Yeah. And I have, and I'm sure you have too, and many people have experienced either themselves or with someone else, when they don't stop and listen to your body, body shuts you down. Body says, no, you are not going to work today.
Because our body is so intelligent and so wise, and is the keeper of the secrets to success.
Yes.
And so I don't know if you have any plans for this interview, but I thought just to provide the audience with something they can take away, because this is what you said in the beginning when you opened this, what is
the day, Conscious Business Showcase.
Yeah. The showcase. I was looking for the word showcase. Yeah. I thought I could talk about the mindset magic, which is awesome, but I couldn't show anything. It is just about getting rid of, I talked to Christine about this, getting rid of blockages that are stored in your body, like in an old museum that is covered with dust. And so I offer this to people. And this is a really rapid working energy psychology method where you can quickly, easily just get rid of everything that is a false narrative that keeps you from showing up in your full potential. But I can't show this in this half an hour of chatting with you. So I thought, because you put soul art as a topic for our interview,
Yeah.
I can't even show soul art in only half an hour.
Yeah.
I thought, why couldn't I just squeeze it into like something for 10 minutes or 12 minutes, so that everyone who wants to can really get a little taste of soul art?
Yes.
If you want to, I could offer this to the audience. And this is something practical, because as a teacher, I love practical things, and I love engaging people so that they can really feel what it is like. So this is not a real soul art session, because this would take us hours and hours. So I oftentimes provided or just guide people through several weeks of soul art.
Okay.
It is usually a process in 5 steps: setting an intention, tuning into your body, and using your wisdom to really use the body as a framework. And you don't have to be an artist to do so. Everyone can do it. And then there is a creative phase where you work on your framework with your body. You really trace the body and parts of the body that told you to pay attention to. And finally, you dialogue with your artwork. And in the end, you get a tangible step towards your solution. So this is the usual process. And today, so if the audience wants to grab a paper and some pens, something like this, if you have it handy, this would be great. So we could go on a tiny little soul art journey, which is just something like a taster.
Okay, I love it. Let's do this.
Using your sacred body wisdom
Okay.
To create something that expresses your inner world and gives you a little step or a little hint towards a solution. So it is about creating a solution that is not created with the same mind that brought it into existence, and it's opening up to something bigger than your mind.
Yes.
So now,
okay,
I would do a meditation before, but we don't do a meditation. Everyone is in meditative mode.
we're ready.
So think of something that is really annoying you, something that is a nuisance, something that is blocking you, something stubborn in your life, a reoccurring pattern, something like this. Just think of something and write it down what it is. This is your intention.
Okay.
And know that you are actually capable of bigger things. And these barriers are meant to open up new ways for you. So write down the barrier that you are confronted at the moment. And Virginia, I would normally leave more time, but I just squeeze it down.
It's okay. You're doing great.
Okay. So this is just a little ritual that you give yourself at this moment. And now, actually, this intention is where you usually put your focus. If there is something that annoys you, it just grows and grows and gets more and more. So we take for the small session a negative intention. So it is about healing this thing. So what would be a positive sentence? For example, I suffer from something that is called rosacea. And so I could say, I am accepting my face the way it is. Something like this. Just put it into something positive. And in present tense.
Okay. So kind of an I am phrase is good to just turn it around. Okay.
Right. So you know your nuisance, you know your annoying thing, and what would it be like if it would be something positive.
Right. Nice. Like for me, it was mine is I am confident and focused.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Cool. All right.
So when you tune into your body and you think about the thing that annoys you, you just can't close your eyes, because for me, it is always easier to just shut the eyes. When you think of this annoying thing, where in your body can you feel it? Where does it show up? Is there a dense
my neck
area? Your neck.
Yeah. Okay. My neck right here, shoulders and neck.
Okay, then you could trace this by laying down, or you just could make a tiny little, how do you call it? A tiny little picture of your neck area, or you write down. If you are not into drawing, you write down, it is my neck and my shoulders.
Okay.
And tune into it. What does it feel like? I can ask you, Virginia, what does it feel like? And everybody out there can just feel, what does it feel like?
Yeah, just heavy, tight, restricting.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, restricting is a good word.
Restricting. Yeah. And honor that your body is showing you this restriction, this area, because the body knows why it is showing you this.
Yes.
So it is nothing to get rid of at the moment, because it is a huge sign for you to heal. So your healing is, this is the way to heal. You have to face it.
Yeah.
And then if you think about this area, or you feel into this area, is there a symbol that could express what it feels like in this area? An easy symbol. It could be an energetic pattern. It could be a real symbol. And if there is one, just scratch it out or write it down. If you find a symbol.
I'm trying to just allow whatever first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah. Don't judge.
Yeah.
So just giving you some help. If you feel it is sharp, then maybe something sharp comes to your mind. If it is dense, and don't judge it, just paint it out if you want to.
Yeah. And you know what? And I feel like I'm like, because I can feel it. Yeah. I feel like it's, I'm coming to the roots of underground. And you know how when something doesn't have enough room to grow and the roots are constricted and they're all kind of tangled and tucked up and, like it's just like, that's exactly how this feels very strange, but that's exactly what it feels like as you're talking, is that restriction and that holding me in,
Okay. So you have your symbol.
Yeah.
And then just tune into your body again and feel if there is an area in your body where you feel safe, well, great, confident, not restricted, amazing. Is there an area that pops up, that comes to your mind, or that feels totally perfect? Something about your body you really like and love, and this is open, and
I want to say my legs feel good, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like free. And maybe that's what I associate with my legs, is that it allows me that freedom to walk, or to move or whatever.
Super. Then either make a sketch of your legs. If we had more time, we would really dive deep into this, or write down, it is my legs.
Yeah.
I
think you'd be laughing at my drawing right now.
No, not at all. So when I prepared this, I felt my brain is totally fine. So I just can show this. This
Yeah.
is my brain.
Okay.
Just making a quick sketch.
Yeah.
You already mentioned it. What does it feel like? You said it is like freedom, being able to walk around, doing next steps. So everyone tune into what does this perfect, wonderful piece or area of the body feel like? And when you tune into this, what is the energy of this? What is a symbol for your legs? Is there a symbol for this movement and freedom, action, and all the others?
An airplane.
Yeah,
Yeah. I see an airplane.
wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Just make a tiny little sketch of this airplane for the symbol that expresses this part of the body.
Okay.
And now, so I feel a bit bad about rushing through it, but it doesn't work in another way. So you have two symbols. So you have the airplane, and the other symbol was something with the roots.
The roots, yes, being
Yeah.
all jumbled.
So jumbled roots and the airplane. So everyone out there has two symbols. And now take a fresh sheet of paper. Hi, Christine. Take a fresh sheet of paper and let your creativity play around, and try to put these two symbols in one picture. Just try to merge them.
Merge them.
Paint something. Wow. How can you bring them together and paint it out? What does it look like if you bring your two symbols together?
That is beautiful. I love that. And Christine is taking over the next interview, so I'm totally going to be drawing while I'm in the background.
So I just want to end this in a way for your audience. So when you merge them and you bring them together, let you be guided by spirit or whoever or whatever, and find the message that shows up in those two symbols together. This will be a powerful message, a new insight into how to get really rid of or how to confront the restriction in your neck, for example.
Wow. Beautiful.
So this was just a tiny little insight, and I would be happy to chat longer with you, but I see we are over time already.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, no, that was beautiful, though. That was an excellent example. And for anyone that wants to take those steps a little bit further, and of course, work with Patricia and have her guide you through this, and, you know, take that time. PatriciaLindner.com is your website. If you have, I forgot to look to see if you had any other things, but you're welcome to post anything that you have going on in the comments or whatever. You're welcome to do that. And just, you know, thank you. That is beautiful. I'm still thinking about that. So I'm going to be drawing. That's a great tool. Thank you so much for sharing that.
So this was only the creative part. Anyone, I don't know if you posted it or if you posted the link. I am going to host a 2-day masterclass on how to go from scratch to success. It's not about lots of strategy and tactics. It's more about the inner work, about how to get clear, how to really align with who you are, your purpose, your passion, and do this in creative ways or mindset magical ways. And I would love to invite everyone who is interested in really gaining clarity and really finding the passion and contributing to a healed world. So I don't know if you have this link anywhere, or if
you can pop it, and if you want to go back into the live and then just pop it in, Patricia, and then people who are watching the replay or live can see it there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. I liked it so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye now.
All right. Awesome.
I am passing the baton to my friend
the high five, opposite hand.
Oh, hang on. Boom.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for running this morning, and we'll see you a little bit later around 1:30 to do a meditation for us. Super excited.
All right.
All right. See you later. Okay. She's getting better with the buttons. I'm just going to switch up for and introduce our next speaker. Before I bring him out, I actually want to play a video that he had posted on his Instagram that I think is super hilarious. So I'm hoping that this is going to, if it doesn't play the sound, just watch the words. He has the words there, okay? Now that we've upgraded, we're hoping that sound will play through on StreamYard, but we'll find out right now. So if you can, let me know if you hear the sound. But here he is. So Steven's out in the snow like a crazy person. I don't hear the sound. So anyways, just watch the words. So he's dancing in the snow. We're going to talk to him about this when he comes on. All about the mind. Oh, you can't see the words. Yeah, the mind says, I look stupid, people are watching, but the heart says, enjoy the moment, just be. I think that's so beautiful. I still think he's crazy for for dancing in the snow, but let's bring him out. Let's welcome Steven. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Christine. How's it going? Good to see you again.
Thank you. You as well. So excited that we connected on Instagram, and I loved watching your videos. You've had 2 videos in the snow.
Yeah.
Being from Canada, that's really cold. And so when I saw that, it just really stood out. But it's really about getting over the mind, and we'll talk about that today in your story. And so thank you. If you would like to just introduce who you are and what, why are you here in the world or on this planet? What's your mission? How do you help people?
What a big question. Let's see what I can do about that. So my name is Steven, and nowadays it just seems like I'm here really just to enjoy life. Awesome. And to spread that joy to others, for those who want to and are ready to feel that. For a lot of my life, I was told that I need to strive for success and that I need to work hard and I need to struggle and do all of these things. And for a period of time, I was doing it, but I found myself quite unhappy. I was putting a lot of pressure on myself. Other people were putting pressure on me. And so my life didn't feel good at all, and eventually I decided to break through that. And I went through a whole journey of just going into my inner world and seeing like the subconscious programming that's happening inside of there, and seeing which ones are not serving me, right, and seeing which ones are putting restrictions inside of me, and discovering and finding ways to find the ones that are not serving me and let them go.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It reminds me of like a box of chocolates. Like they're all there to serve you, but you get to pick out the ones you want, and the ones that, maybe we don't like, or if you're thinking of even different sweets. I don't eat fruitcake. It's gross. That would be one, like, oh, I'm just going to leave that one over there. Or, just being able to, observe the mind and the thoughts that are holding us back and reprogram them. Someone else gave them to us. We are normal. It's not that we have this big doom gloom on life, or it's our lot in life. It's just simply, hey, this is a feeling or an emotion or something that doesn't serve me anymore. I'd like to change this, right? And making the path on, or choosing the path on how to do that. And
when we start to really just explore ourselves, then basically it gives us a chance and opportunity to choose our lives, especially if I take a look at just the developed countries, generally how the story has gone is you go to school, you get good grades, you go to a college, then you get a job, and then you can retire when you're 65, and then you can celebrate life because, now you can go on vacation and do those things. I didn't want that to be my story. And so I needed to find ways to shift that and change that. And it sounds easy just speaking about it, but when you grow up in it and you're surrounded by it, and that's kind of just how the model that the world around you is, it's not so easy, And nowadays, how I kind of look at it is, in life, I call them games. There's many different games that you can play, and one of them is Monopoly, the game of money. And generally, that's the one that most people focus on and spend the most time on. But there are many, many other games out there that you can play. So I choose not to just play Monopoly, but I choose to play some other ones as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's so good. Can you share with everyone your awakening story and kind of the process that you went through? I think this is so valuable because there are many, many, many people who maybe they've had a relationship with God or spirit, creator, whatever their comfort word is, but now there's this inner deepening desire for that to be stronger. So I'd love for you to share what you told me about your search.
I'm not exactly sure what I shared with you. I'll just share what comes to mind.
No problem. So just when you were going back and forth to China.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, even before China, I think that kind of started because when I was around 18, 19, I was really into martial arts and lifting weights. And when I was in high school, I was doing football and stuff like this. So it was very harsh and very hard kind of contact sports and things like that, right?
Right.
And it came to a point eventually when I felt really, really stiff because I was so much in my yang side, my quote unquote masculine side, and pushing, and with that ferocity without learning how to relax. And everybody around me kind of told me a great wisdom, which is super simple, but it took me a very long to understand. Because I was so terrible at it, they kept saying, "Hey, Stephen, just relax. But whenever I was doing things, it was always like that. And so eventually I got the message and I was like, okay, I really have to do something about this because it really feels uncomfortable in my body. And so that's when I decided, okay, I'm going to go do some yoga. So I started going to Bikram yoga basically almost every single day. But I was still doing it in kind of a forceful way. So it was, super hot inside the room, and I'm holding the poses, going as extreme as I can, like beads of sweat are going down, So I still had to learn how, but that helped me slowly change that. But after, let's say, around 3, 4, or 5 months, I'm not certain on the exact time frame, my body energetically started to open up, and I was able to start feeling these little sensitivities that I basically numbed for a long time.
Right.
And that sensation was quite interesting. And there was one specific day where I smoked a little bit of weed. Took a little hit because sometimes I just smoke, and then I kind of relaxed, and for some reason I had the impulse to kind of just wave my hands around, and all of a sudden my hands went like this, and then I can feel that there was like energy moving inside. I was like, whoa, what the heck is this? This feels kind of interesting. And I was exploring for a bit. And eventually, I was super excited. I started telling some people around, some close people, and I told my uncle, and he told me not to mess around. He has done Qigong for about 20 years. And he was saying, you know, if you do the wrong stuff, then energy can get stuck and you're messing with the energetic flow of your body. So he said, if you're really interested, I'll teach you. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I will learn. And so he taught me a very interesting form of Qigong, which is called spontaneous Qigong. And in this one, you know, generally how it is, you know, people are saying inhale, exhale, and your mind is leading it. But with spontaneous Qigong, you kind of cultivate the energy in the first couple minutes, and then all of a sudden you rest, and then there's a trigger where the energy in your body starts to spontaneously move by itself. And when that happens, then the body's just automatically just moving around. And that was a revelation for me in some ways, because it was like, how is my body doing this? Like, I'm not the one who's moving the body, but the body's just like moving however it wants. Wow, what's going on here?
Right.
And so that was a huge introduction into this kind of inner world of energy, which basically led me on a journey into the Amazon jungles to do ayahuasca, which was another huge opening for me. And then shortly after that, I ended
up. Right? Is that a drink?
Say again?
Is the ayahuasca a drink?
Yeah, ayahuasca. Yeah. So I can talk about it briefly. I mean, yeah. So there was during around that time, within 1 week, I heard about ayahuasca 2 or 3 times, and this was back before, you know, super popular, and it was kind of like one of those places where I was like looking through these little sketchy forums to see people talking about it, because it was still pretty unknown. Right. But there was a resonance, and something was telling me to go. And so I ended up taking my first solo trip out to Peru, to the jungles. I went to a healing center, and it was a very, very powerful experience, because it really showed me that there is kind of existence beyond the 5 senses that we usually perceive. So after an experience like that, I think I did it too young in some ways. I was around 22 when I did it. Okay. And also I feel at that time, I didn't get good enough support afterwards, because it really felt like I took the red pill in the Matrix and I started to see things in life.
Right.
But then at least in the Matrix, you know, he woke up and there was people around him who could say like, hey, this is what's going on. Right. After I got home, there was no one around me that could support me further on with this. And so that was, I got lost for quite some time. And that's also one of the reasons why why I had this huge impulse to go to the mountains of China, to find a master who can kind of guide me in terms of Tai Chi and Qigong, which I also kind of interrelated with just the inner world of what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I lived in Taiwan, so I feel some of what you're talking about. And we chatted about the tea houses and stuff, but we teach Qigong in our Healing Soul School, or connecting people to that, because the energy is just so beautiful, and it's the movement. You're having these difficult emotions. It's a trapped emotion. Your body's saying move, and with Qigong, it's so beautiful because you can actually feel it. We have one that we've put up that's, I think, 20 minutes or 15 minutes, so it's not even very long, but it's so powerful. You feel that energy moving, and it's another indication or confirmation of how powerful God is, and energy healing, how very real it is. Yeah,
it's just amazing. I mean, if you really break down Qigong, the meaning of it, excuse me, Qi is basically loosely translated as energy, right? There's Qi all around. If you want to go more Hollywood style, it's what they say in Star Wars, the Force, may the Force be with you. That's what he was actually talking about.
right.
And Gong means to cultivate, or to work. Right. So it's basically it's been around for thousands of years, and it's basically it's energy work. It's a way to alchemize what's going inside, because how I kind of see it nowadays is if there's like denseness, which is kind of like stagnation in the body, then the flow of what's happening is being stifled. And when you start to open yourself up, then now the whole system is running smoothly. And when the system is running smoothly, then you're just naturally feeling alive, because now, all the cells are vibrating, and all the cells are happy because they have their space. While if there's stagnation in the body, the cells in those areas are definitely not so happy.
Right.
They're not getting the blood that they need, the oxygen. And so what happens? Then issues start to come up.
Yep.
Right.
So,
that's kind of what I've been playing with, and that's what I spend a decent amount of time just continuously unraveling.
Finish telling the story about how you went back and forth and couldn't find someone, and then you just surrendered.
Okay.
The surrender is key.
So when I decided to go to China, it was around 22, 23, and growing up, I watched a lot of, let's say, kung fu movies, and it's basically all about finding your master. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to China, and I'm gonna find my master.
Yep.
And so I go there, pretty gung ho, and I arrive at Wudan Mountain, and I look around. There's supposedly many masters and teachers there, and I met some, and for some reason I just didn't resonate with a lot of them. Didn't feel right, and I ended up saying, okay, this is not the place. So I started to travel all around China, by plane, by bus, by train, just going around from city to city, just getting asking around, saying, hey, do you know of any Qigong masters around here, or Tai Chi masters? And I went around the country for about 2 months or so. And after going from city to city, I was exhausted. Like many people say they want to travel, but if you really travel too often, it's tiring. Nowadays, I did that for quite some time. Nowadays, I like to settle down in certain places. And I was getting quite tired because, this was kind of my vision of going to China and finding a teacher. And after seeing maybe 20, 25 different people going to many, many different cities, it's just like I started to get discouraged.
Yeah.
And I made my way back to the mountain mainly because this city that I was going to fly out of back to the States was near there. And so I went back to the mountain. I kind of chilled out. I was quite exhausted by this time, and I basically like gave up. But then I did hear about this other teacher. I got recommended this other teacher, and I was like, I don't know if I want to go. I'm pretty tired already. You know, I just want to relax and I'll go home and whatever. But somewhere in me was like, okay, while we're here, let's just go. You know, it's our last one. Let's go and see. And so the meeting point was pretty interesting. It was, it's kind of become kind of like a half touristy area, mainly because this is supposedly where Tai Chi was born. And there was back in the days, it was actually very, very well known for very high level martial artists. Like generally people hear about Shaolin,
Right.
and these are the two big branches. And generally after people train in Shaolin, they would go to this mountain to also learn from other people. So because it kind of turned into a touristy area, there were kind of buses going through. And so I hopped on the bus, and the place that we're meeting is called Jingding, which is the golden top. So going up, finally arrive at the top. And what's amazing about these mountains is, you know, I've hiked quite a bit of different mountains, and this one was very, very special. You know, I remember actually seeing this kind of scene in those kung fu movies because they make it very mystical, right? Because kung fu also kind of has a correlation with spirituality. And whenever they portray the mountain, it's always like doo 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 doo, like majestic. And I remember looking at this mountain like, oh my gosh, you know, the movies actually weren't joking about that. It's like, this is amazing. So anyways, I get to the very top. I see that scenario. There's a tea shop at the very top, and that's where we're meeting. So I go into the tea shop. There's those old school like Chinese instruments being played. I don't know the names of them,
Right.
But those are being played, and the master and a few of his disciples and friends are sitting around drinking tea. And so I approach them. I sit down, and after chatting with him, he started to show me some things. And after he showed me some things, I was like, ooh, this guy actually knows quite a bit. And then I was like, and then he kept showing me. And then he had his disciples perform some things. And I was like, okay, his disciples are pretty damn good as well. And then after that, I just felt a great resonance. And I ended up staying longer and then going back and forth from China to the States a couple times to go and learn. Mm-hmm. And so that was a big shift, because if I didn't go see him that day, I think my life would be completely different. You know, I think I basically would have given up on dreams or following any dreams, and I would have just done what I felt that you know, you're just in the system and this is just how you live, and that's it.
I think it's all part of our journey, though, and our story. Like, we go through these things for a reason, for purpose. And it's kind of like sliding doors. You may have found one earlier, you may not have. But I think what's so powerful about your story is when you just surrendered and you're like, okay, like, and then you found the person that you were looking for to help guide you. And that's so key is, you know, and I'm reminded of this over and over when we have our speakers who come to the Conscious Business Showcase, but even in my own life, how we don't see our own blind spots, or our ego will, talk us into a set way or a perspective of how something is. But when someone looks at it from an objective viewpoint, they're like, oh, do you see this? Or did you look at that? And you're like, oh my goodness, I've been struggling with this for years. And there it is, like, in one phrase or one sentence. So
Yeah.
it's really powerful too. And how exciting, that you did find that one person that was able to show you the way that they had helped themselves or healed or teaching others. Because I think that's really powerful. There was a question in the chat. What's the difference between Qigong and Tai Chi, just as we're wrapping up?
Sure. The best way that I would kind of describe it, like easily and simply, is Qigong is generally something much more simpler in terms of the action that you're taking. So it might just look something simple like that. While Tai Chi is basically a sequence. It almost looks like a dance that will combine many, many different, let's say, Qigong exercises together. So that would be the easiest way to explain it.
We had talked about Taiwan. I used to live outside of Taipei in the north, and then again, in Taipei for my second year, I was there teaching English, and there were people all over in many parks when we were going to school or different things, doing Tai Chi in the park, and it was so beautiful, and it was like a dance. But it was really, and I love the cupping piece of it. And I do this for my little one. She's 8. To wake her up in the morning, I'll do the Qigong on her legs just to help wake her up, move some energy. And it's so interesting because she'll just lay there. Or if I try to tickle her or I try anything else, she's, complaining or go away because she wants to sleep longer. But as soon as I do the Tai Chi, and often I say, like Qigong, like I make it kind of fun for her, but she feels that it's this pause that she has where her brain is like, wait, don't move. This is good for us. It's really neat to, just to see that even the shift in her little body, and I just do it down her legs, which is really neat. It's very powerful.
Yeah,
definitely. We do have the Healing Soul School. We do have a Qigong video in our guides tab if you want to go there and do that. Virginia was the one, our meditation coach, who taught us about Qigong and the benefits and the power, and just being able to hold life force energy or that energy in your hands and being like you feel it, and it's really awesome. And after I always say, like, after a Qigong, try to be in a bad mood. You can't. You're feeling good because that energy, is just flowing through you, and it feels so good. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story. And, tell us, how do you help people? So with all the knowledge that you have, how are you now sharing that with others?
For now, sometimes you can take a look at my Instagram. I've been posting recently, sharing some of these things, sharing some of these concepts. I'm also still a student. I'll consider myself a student my whole life, and so I just practice and train a lot myself. Slowly, I'm starting to just teach other people who are interested, who really want to feel it, understand it, practice it. So if there's anybody that's actually interested, you can email me. And yeah, we can go from there.
What's your email address?
My email address is warriorhabits@gmail.com.
Okay, super. Well, thank you so much just for time. We got to get moving. Time went fast. So thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it and appreciate your time. And have a great day.
Thank you. See you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you so much, Stephen. And I saw Stephanie said she would dance with him in the snow. Stephanie, you're crazy too. All right, next up, I'm super excited to bring up Vanessa. I'll bring her now. So she is looking beautiful. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So how did I find you? Did I find you on Clubhouse? Clubhouse. It has been a gem, I'm telling you. What I love about Clubhouse, if no one's been on it, is that you can hear the heart of a person when they're talking. For someone, maybe if you're not familiar with the app, there's no video. It's just your bio and your picture, and it's sound. It's an audio app, like a radio, like a talkative or interactive radio app.
Yeah.
And I heard you speaking, and I was like, oh man, Source was like this one. So I reached out to her, and she's on Instagram. I did put it up, because I think it's worth people to follow you in our community. You speak our language, and you're funny. You have that humor to it as well, and so I love that.
I'll enjoy my stories. I curate them.
Yeah.
All funny. Well, not all of it's funny, but it's like it's the best way to experience life is just like a little bit of laughter.
Right. When I need a pickup, I'm like, ooh, what'd she post now? And I'll go and check just to have a good little laugh. My favorite are the Aquarian ones because I'm Aquarius, and it's a guy dressed kind of like in drag, some kind of costume, and he's doing something, and I'm like, yeah, we are so extra. We can be. Yep. All right. So let's chat today about what you do, the magic of who you are. We can talk about my reading that you did for me, and just kind of, whatever. I'm open to whatever you want to share about how we've connected and what we both learned from each other, really. So tell us, how did your spiritual journey start? I like to hear a little bit about this part because I think it's so important for others to hear this awakening story from other people. We're not alone. Everyone has, something that happened, and then, this awakening.
Yeah, it's true. My spiritual journey probably started when I was about 5 or 4.
Okay.
I started hearing not like voices, but more just something that wasn't my age in my mind. I guess it had my voice. I don't know. I don't remember a voice, but it was just like something would come up and then it would happen. So that was probably my first experience with anything supernatural. And then it just kept going because I was just naturally inclined to do it. So I'd start making spells. I'd write poems to be spells. Like I never wrote like a poem. I always wanted to write spells. Just so crazy. I'd get everybody to do seances or Ouija boards when I was young. And it was off and on because nobody in my family did it. I'm not one of those people that was like, I'm a lineage of this and that. Like my mom is has her master's in religious studies, and my father is a jazz musician. So like it was just me, right?
Yeah.
So I couldn't really hold on to it. So I started being an actor because that's another way of expressing mediumship. That's another way of expressing your imagination. That's another way of, but you're taking on another character rather than embodying your own kind of power, which is power in itself, but it's different, right?
Yeah.
So I still couldn't really get away from it. And so every time I would meet new people, I'd always find the magic person, or I'd always find the person like into tarot. I think I stole this deck. I think, and I say stole because it doesn't matter. Ugh, 12. But this is the Aquarian deck. And I took this from a bookstore in my hometown when I was about 12. And I still have it. It's the same one. But so I've always been really into this. And then about when I was in college, I had some really negative experiences with it that shut me off from it entirely, except when I would drink. So I would use alcohol to allow myself to let go and experience things with people that I just naturally wanted to experience with them, but I couldn't get away from the negative things that happened, and I couldn't get away from the fact that I knew no one in my family that did this. This was a very strange experience when you're able to communicate with people who passed on or people's guides, and it's like you've experienced with me. I'm not telling you something that is just energetic. I can tell you things that are very specific and that I would have no idea about you. And so to be able to balance that, but not really have anybody in your life that knew how to balance that, and was even a little bit counteractive towards it, because my mom is a religious studies. She's not a theologian or into theology. She wants to know the history, the archaeology, the timelines of things, and not as much the philosophy, right? So it was more, I was more brought up to have a scientific mind, but an artistic spirit, but I didn't know how to combine them. And about when I was about 29, right before my Saturn return, if anybody is in your Saturn return or remembers your Saturn return or is going through another Saturn return, it just brings up a lot of stuff that you haven't assimilated or that you've been pushing away. And if it's supposed to be in your life, Saturn will just, it will just bring it up. And it's not a punishment. It's just, listen, you haven't dealt with this yet. And so we're going to have to deal with this now. Like that's just what you've been, pushing. So I happened to date someone who loved Marvel and loved comics. And so I did my spiritual, reading. I talked to this person's guide, to his god sister, and he saw it and he was like, what? Like, he completely believed me. And so he was like, so you're going to do this. This is what you're going to do. And I was like, wait, what? And I'd never had anyone really affirm me until that time.
Oh, yeah.
I had someone tell me, I think you're crazy or that's silly or whatever. I guess, Vanessa, if you want to do that. It was really like, no, I want you to do this. This is really cool. You're really, really good at it. People get so much from you. Let's just push this. And it was a very long journey. It was not, the next morning I'm just throwing out the tarot cards. It's like, no, the next morning I got to start fighting the fact that I feel completely out of place. I feel totally different. If I were to embody this, I feel separate. I feel like I can't connect unless it's on these intense levels. I don't know how to be a person in just a normal situation, acting that mask, and my acting career had just started going up and up and up. I'd made my first over $100,000 in 1 year. And so I didn't know how to choose. And so people were telling me, you don't have, you can be both. No, guys. Go that way. This is going to be the poor man's version. And I know it. I know I'm not going to love acting nearly as much if I go this way, because this is what I'm obsessed with. I'll get obsessed. And that's what happened. So I spent 2 or 3 years just reading and reading and reading and reading and reading and not remembering anything. So if any of you also are experiencing like that, I want to digest, and you're not able to really communicate it, it's probably because you're more so trying to understand what you're experiencing over necessarily ready to teach anybody anything or even to really understand anything. It's supposed to be more on the energetic level first, and then your mind starts to get it, and then you start to be able to control it because you've accepted it. It's a lot about acceptance, self-acceptance, if you can stand there in your own power. So now I have finally really opened. I've been doing readings for 6 years, but this is the first time I've actually been people approach me, I say yes, because it does get so specific. So if you want to know, then definitely, but I want you to really consider that, because some people really want just to hear that it's going to be okay. But if you're seeking a tarot reader or a psychic or something, if it's not just an overview of your year, it's most likely because something's not going well. So whatever the outcome or whatever the result, the tarot reader should always express what the cards say. And if it doesn't, show positive signs, it doesn't mean I have to tell you, So that's the balance that I think that comes in between learning how to become a healer and just practicing magic. Practicing magic is just for you. That's for you. That doesn't have to make a dollar, a dime. That doesn't have to be told to anybody. That doesn't have to be nothing. It's just yours. But if you want to become a healer on top of healing yourself, so you heal yourself first, then you become a healer. And that is taking on the burdens of other people's distress and emotions. And it is a very tiring circumstance. You have to learn how to do it on your own before you can really handle doing it multiple times a day, dealing with multiple people, the things that people will start to reveal to you, the things that people say, it's like you can't put your own opinion in. It's your channeling spirit, and spirit is non-judgmental. So whatever is said has to be of what spirit is, wanting to say. Right. So that's my journey. It's been for a long time. It's been a very long time.
I just had a reading done from her. My birthday was we're still February. Yeah, it's in February, and it was super cool. What was the name of the reading you did? Because I don't know the
return. Yeah.
Return. Okay. You can explain in a minute what it was. For me, it's my birthday reading. That's how I'm taking it, as someone who doesn't I'm learning. And it was really cool because you showed me where the moons are and what's ruling what this year, and some things to be aware of before they come. And I just, afterwards, I was processing, and I'm like, wow, thank you so much, because I can put some things in place now based on what the reading was that is going to help me to maybe not have as difficult of a year if I didn't know. And how do I explain this? Just, I'm really grateful for the information because I know of some things, I've already talked to Virginia about it, even in our business, that we can set up more boundaries for me, that it will just help me through this year, that I don't have to end up, in the bottom of a hard month or week or whatever going, man, what was that? Like, I already have a kind of an idea. So I thought that was really cool. Do you want to explain more about what that reading is and the difference between that and a natal chart reading?
Yeah, sure. So this is astrology. So astrology, most people just know about their natal charts, the snapshot of the sky, the moment you were born, or the moment you took your first breath, or whatever way you want to look at it. And then the solar return is wherever your birth chart, your natal return is a certain degree, the sun is a certain degree in the sky. So mine's at 7 degree Libra.
Okay.
So once the sun gets back to 7 degrees Libra, you take a snapshot of the sky, and that's your year ahead. So sometimes it's the day before your birthday, sometimes it's on your birthday, sometimes it's the day after your birthday, just because solar revolution, the sun, we even have to make up for time with leap year, right? So not every time is it direct, but it's always at that degree. So then whatever chart generator will generate it for you. You don't have to go look at it yourself. There's plenty of places you just plug your information in and it'll pop up your solar return for that year. So what it basically does is it's predicting the energies that you're going to experience through the year. And most of it starts about 3 weeks before, up to about 3 months after your birthday. And then the rest is kind of resonation from there. So when you're looking at your natal chart, you're looking at what happened when you were born. You're looking at the family that you grew up in. You're looking at the energies that were around you when you were born. So that's what's echoing inside of you. And those are those past healing traumas that you're working through that seem to you never can get rid of them because they started at a very young age. So the solar return is your year this year. So I've had some crappy years. I have like 1 or 2 solar returns and I'm like, yes. But the great thing is, instead of looking at life as we can't outrun it, we can, however, understand it. It's like the weather. It's like I can see that a hurricane is coming. That doesn't mean it's not going to topple my house over. However, it does mean that I know that I have this amount of, food in my house, that I have this escape route, that I have that I have this. But it does, if Pluto is squaring a personal planet in your solar return, something's going to hurt a little bit. So it helps with at least preparing yourself for maybe a transformation that's going to come from Pluto. Or for you, it was a lot of Saturn, and Saturn is restrictions, limitations in order to manifest something. You have to be able to set the foundation and really test its rootedness and its ability to grow through realism. And that a lot of times is harsh because that's what the earth plane requires, is time and boundaries. You don't even really know how to cultivate integrity if you don't know boundaries, because boundaries are your truth. This is what's true for me. And I keep showing up for my own truth. So when you're looking at solar return, you're looking at what is happening to me in the near future and how do I prepare for that? Because this is just energy, because it's just what you're doing. Like you're starting a new business, or you're starting a new career, you're starting a new path, it's all a process. It doesn't just show up. So we're just looking at the energy that's happening then in your life.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. It was a great experience and taught me so much. I realize now I did totally switch from, we're talking about tarot cards. Let's go back to the tarot cards.
Oh, no,
yeah. Sorry, I feel like I was a squirrel. That was my fault. But if you want a reading, then you have Vanessa's IG information. Yeah. Okay, let's come back to the cards. Can you explain for people what's the difference between oracle cards and tarot, and then explain what are the tarot? Is it major, mayor, arcanas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Major and minor. It's just like keys on a piano.
Okay, cool.
So oracle cards they don't have any rhyme or reason to them. It's really based on what you would like the reader to experience, or card reader to experience. So if you wanted to make an oracle card about love, it doesn't have to be a certain number. It doesn't have to be a certain anything. It can just be the pictures that you want, or, the symbology that you want, the words that you want. And so it more so acts as like a speaker for something or for the universe rather than a system. There's no system, right? So with tarot, there's a system. Each tarot deck has 78 cards. 40 of them are minor, 16 of them are court, and 22 of them are major. court and minor arcana kind of lump themselves together, but court cards are when you really see relationships happen with people. Minor arcana are the experiences that you're having internally or in your own little world. And major arcana, which is what I was going to bring up today, is about the archetypes that we experience and what is really out of our control in our experiences. They're just like what you like the smell in the room, like when you walk in, what's somebody cooking, you know, it's like it's just what's surrounding you. It's not necessarily what you can interact with right now, you know. So that's where a lot of us get stuck in life, is because most of us base our perception of reality on judgment. You know, I'm either being punished or I'm being rewarded, or this is good or this is bad, or, you know, I shouldn't be feeling this or I should be feeling this. And so when you have an archetypal system, or even oracle, because it's really just reflecting the reality rather than what you think is the reality. But the archetype of this goes from, it's just a timeline from start to finish. So you start with the Fool. You can say like the date of birth. You can say that the first moment you took a journey, like a spiritual journey. Whatever it is that the very beginning of a journey or a path, right? And then it goes through, and Fool starts at 0. That corresponds to, say, like the Buddhist idea that everything is nothing. You know, everything comes out of nothing, right? We have to start somewhere, and we don't know our future. So we just gotta go, right? And then it all goes through all of the experiences that you'd have through this journey until you get to the World card. And the World card is the transcendence of the journey. So like a really great was like school, right? We start kindergarten. However far you want to go is however far you want to go. But once you finish a grade, that can be considered the world. Once you finish all of elementary school, it can be like, you know, master's degree. It's whatever it is that transcends you to another level. So that's the major arcana. And that's the main difference, is there's a system involved for tarot. If you're more of a linguistics person, or if you enjoy patterns, or if you enjoy critical thinking, even though it totally is beautiful for abstract thinking as well, you would really, really enjoy tarot, because it's like broken puzzles that you get to kind of put back together, and you can do it critically and abstractly.
Right. Okay, super. Do you want to give us an example of what a reading looks like? Because I feel a lot of people who will watch, whether live or the replay, who've never had one before, and just
well, actually, so I'm about to. So I put up every week readings on YouTube. So if any of you go to my Instagram account, you'll look at my link tree, and it'll say tarot messages. So just select that, and I'm putting up now. I'm actually doing the ones that are coming up for this week, and they're pick a cards. The first one will be for love, and the next one will be for career. So you'll just get to pick pile 1, pile 2, pile 3, or pile 4, and then you'll get a reading. And so but base it on your intuition, you know, which one feels like the right pile, and then you'll get to experience a reading. But I was going to express one specific card that I feel that all of us kind of have a problem with, or a hard time with.
Okay. Well, before you do that, what's your because is it on your YouTube, or just go to the link tree in your Instagram?
You can go to my link tree. So if you just go to Instagram, just follow me on Instagram, and I'm going to be putting up when they go up. You'll see it in my story, and I'll remind everybody where to find it, and it just right there, and it'll pop right up. And please subscribe to me if you can, or like them if you like. It just shows some support. It's just nice. If you don't like it, don't worry. It's no pressure.
Support.
There's one specific card, and we're all here for spirituality, right? And so, of course, there's a spiritual card inside of a spiritual deck, right? But the number one spiritual card is the Hanged Man. So if anybody knows tarot, there's a bunch of spiritual cards in here. There's the High Priestess, there's the Moon, but the Hanged Man is the one we have a very hard time with. And that's because we are conditioned to believe that we have more control over our lives than we do.
Right.
We have control over our actions. However, life just happens, right? And we have to, you know, control the actions that we take in accordance to life, our reaction to life. So when the Hanged Man comes up, it literally means suspended. You can't do anything.
Okay.
So it's not you can't do anything, so do something. It's not you can't do anything, so this is bad. It's not, you know, so a lot of us feel that we should always have this forward motion or this progression, and that's the measure of whether or not we're improving or ascending or opening up more, our heart chakras opening up more. But the real experience with spirituality, the more you move into this, is the surrender portion. It's like you keep pushing a rock up the hill and you're like, I know I'm supposed to push this thing. And then finally you sit down and you just start sliding down the hill, and it actually feels like you're going with life rather than pushing it, right? Right, exactly. So whenever this card comes up, if anybody decides to pick up tarot, or if they want to study this card, because this is such a hard card to deal with, this is about being able to see new perceptions, because you're in a different position, right? You're upside down.
Right.
But you're also saying, I surrender what I think this is to what it actually is. What is this? Is this, this is for anybody who's in the middle of not knowing if they want to stay with someone or not, if they want to stay in the same location or not, if their job is the right job for them, but they aren't ready to move on from the job yet. These are all those moments in life that we judge as these, depressing moments, because a lot of times spirit will push our bodies down in order for us to listen. Right? We just keep doing and doing and doing, and we keep expecting results.
Yeah.
We're not listening, Spirit might want to take us somewhere else. Spirit might want to open us up to something. Spirit has a lot to say. So if we don't, let ourselves hang, there's nothing that we're going to really discover except what we think we're supposed to discover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree. And I just want to say, like, having come through that in January and that feeling of the pressure and spiraling backwards, I really feel that if you feel some pressure, you don't feel good, it's your body telling you something's not in alignment. There's something greater coming. There's something you need to release. And really, it's just getting curious. Okay, I'm here in this moment. Why is it here? Right. And then we start to piece that together. Yeah.
I was getting this card a lot when I was like, because I do have a need to continuously perform at higher and higher levels. And so that's a lot of pressure. So how do you really push yourself to have that much pressure when to read other people is also very draining, because it's like offering my open heart to your open heart, So how do you, do it in a way that makes you feel like you're getting to know the cards even more intimately, but you're still reading for other people. And I was getting this very depressed state. And then I started going on YouTube, and I was like, wait a minute, there's card readers on YouTube. What? I had no idea. But the hangman was asking me to stop thinking I knew everything, and that it was all failing and falling apart because I didn't know the next step. And just like, go watch TV, just go chill out for a second. And I did not realize that people were offering this in that way. And that actually really resonates with me, because it's still that pressure of wanting to show up for you and wanting to give you a message that really resonates, or at least helps you in some kind of way, but also doesn't undermine my energy or my, need for privacy or space, So these are like little ways that because I want to do it all of the time. Like, it's just my obsession, but it's like, but to do it for another person is like, you're going to work, you are, it's your energy level starts to deplete. So it's like, how do I allow people to experience this if they don't have any exchange of money, if they don't, if they just want to have a connection with spirit, or if they do want to have advice, but they just want light advice, or they just want to hear me, or maybe my perspective is something that they really appreciate, And so that way I can keep offering it to anybody who enjoys my perspective or enjoys the way that I read or feels that they're connected with it, and they can get into that space without having to commit to something. Right? When we pay money, we're committing to something, and we're asking that something to meet us at a certain space or a certain place. And so that way, whatever vulnerability is through the exchange of money. So it's really important that we allow ourselves to have this vulnerability without a real commitment or a real, it's just for you. It's just open. It's just tune in when you want, like, it's just here and available. And there's plenty of other ones on here too. But like, if you're resonating with me, I hope that my messages give you something, just because you should have it.
Yeah. Awesome. So good. So we're going to wrap up the last couple minutes here. And what are your thoughts for the collective? Like, what do you you understand, this really deep spiritual community, and then those who are awakening, and your clients who have been coming to you for answers. What do you kind of see as the overall, like, a tip or something that can help the collective?
A tip, I don't know if this is an overall, but if this resonates with you, then it really is probably important to you, is words. What are you saying? Do you know what you're saying? Are you parroting something? Because a lot of times we keep ourselves in the same place because we're expecting that the words that we say is the actual experience. It's not the actual experience. There are too few words to explain too many things.
Right.
So we need to really read and open ourselves to as much as we can that our spirit wants to open up to. It's not just ethereal. You know, there could be things that your spirit wants you to get involved in that don't have anything to do with spirituality. It could or what you think is spirituality.
Right.
Development of the soul, right?
Yeah.
So the more you expose yourself to what life is for you or what life means for you, it'll be much easier for you to move fluidly through your life because you are an active participant. And the better words you know, or the better ways to speak to yourself, like when we talk about the ego is a big one. The trigger with ego is when I say anything about the ego, you automatically think bad, ego bad. And it's like, that's actually completely not true. Now, transcended states, there's not an ego there because you've assimilated yourself and you live fully in your integrity and you know, but that's a very high state of being. So it's going to take a very long time of understanding what your ego even wants or what it is that it's trying to actualize for you to even really get to that space. But when we use the word ego, we have this, then it's just another way to kind of flog ourselves or punish ourselves for not being better or doing better in ways that we think we should do better. And then the ego just reinforces its belief systems. So those are like things when I say words, if you're going to beat yourself up or if you're going to use words in order to judge someone else or judge yourself and you're not happy, then you're most likely using that word wrong, or you need to look further into what it is that you're accusing yourself of and really understand it so that you have a better understanding of your own vibration and energy, because it's just keeping something out. Yeah. You know, all the words that you use that keep you from feeling like a good person or a person who's moving through life just like anybody else are keeping you in that dogmatic state that we're trying to escape. It's keeping you in that limited belief system.
Yeah.
That we're all trying to say, oh, I want to transcend. Like, first of all, it's going to take a long time. But wake up in the middle of the night, whatever. But like even then, the people like Eckhart Tolle were dealing with insane levels of depression and anxiety and pain. You know, like he was wanting to die over and over. He was not happy.
Right.
Yeah. So this isn't just somebody coming out going, I know it all. You know, it's like, no one is. No one is. So you need to understand yourself. You need to understand the words that you say to yourself, the beliefs that you say to yourself, the things that you say. It should just be okay because spirit is you. So you fix it. You know, so like this is permission to say, you know, the things that you say to yourself, don't reinforce them with the idea that spirit is anything outside of you fixing anything. It's just not. Spirit is within you and you are interacting with the matrix that is spirit as well. So it's just you interacting with the world.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Yeah.
And our hashtag, find the magic within. Definitely, it's within us. And it's so like, we are so powerful. And I love these conversations because we are enabling other people to get curious and find out how they can go within and help themselves. So I have posted all of your links in the chat, for your Instagram, and then I also posted your YouTube link. Awesome. They're there, yep. And Stephanie's been asking how to where to find you, so I gave her those links.
Yeah, just email me on there. Yeah, that's the easiest way. Like everything else is so disorganized right now, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We chat forever. I think we've been on calls and it was over 3 hours. So we definitely are kindred spirits. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for having me on. I genuinely appreciate it. This is just the love of my life. And so to talk about it was just awesome. So thank you.
You have a magic and a beautiful, personality and aura, but you are so intelligent, even in your posts on Instagram, just how deep you go and get people to think about really, not the fluffy stuff, but let's just come to the reality of who you are and what is. And I really appreciate that and your messages. So thank you for your magic and for being here today. And we'll chat again soon. Take care. Bye, hun. Okay, awesome. So welcome. We have 2 backstage. Hang on, I'm just reading some messages. Okay, cool. So we are going to bring up a power couple. They are coming first. I wonder if I should. I'm gonna invite Tank first. I want to give him his own spotlight because I think what he's doing, he has some magic for himself, helping divorced dads out there, and I really want to chat with him. So I'm going to bring him up now. Hello, how are you doing?
I am fantastic. Hello, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. I love all the books behind you.
Oh, thanks. It's interesting. I was just listening to Vanessa, and I was looking around at my bookshelf and thinking, how many of these books are based on tarot? And I also have to say, I have one tarot card in my room, in my bedroom, and it's the Hangman. Like, I love what she was saying. That was fantastic. So I'm actually going to follow her and get to know her and chat with her if I can, because that was a really great intro to what I feel and believe. So I thought it was awesome.
That's so awesome. I have goosebumps right now. So that's a good connection. Source is saying, yep. You connect. Why Hangman in your bedroom?
I like what she said, and I agree. I also have a different perspective on what the Hangman means for me personally. Cool. I mean, she mentioned it. It's changing perspective.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the things I teach my dads, which is, if you can, this is kind of one of my sayings, if you can get high enough and see far enough, then everything is in your best interest, right? Everything is serving you. So if you are just feeling crappy or if something's going wrong, like you're just too zoomed in, you just don't have the full picture yet. And that change of perspective, it's actually not just a change of perspective, but it's also literally reversing your thought. So at the simple level, it's, if something's bad, well, no, it's good. And you can use that in any opposite. I'm also a big fan of words too. So that last thing she said, I'm like, man, this is just the perfect streamline into this, which was awesome. I consider myself a wordsmith.
Would you say then the Hangman goes along with the law of polarity?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it fits right beautifully into that. And yeah, just the idea of what you say, you have to be careful of what you say and you know what that means. And then we can use words to change scenarios, right? Like, it's just, the power is within us, and it's just that. And so, yeah, that was why I have the Hangman in my room.
Okay, that's awesome, and I'm glad you shared that, because I'm gonna be vulnerable, and I'm gonna share. Tarot has always scared me because of my religious background. So being raised Jehovah's Witness, and then marrying into a Baptist family that I'm now divorced from. Like, I'm divorced now, but we just weren't allowed to talk about those things, and we were told it was evil, and that's bringing like evil spirits into the house kind of thing. So something that I've always kind of shied away from, but this last year with everything that has changed, I was like, you know what? F everything that I want to go back to the beginning. What do I believe, and where did it come from? And I want to make my own decisions on what I want to believe going forward, right? Because
I love that.
Someone told me that a long time ago, and that doesn't resonate with me anymore. I want to be free. I don't want to live within these limitations. And so I'm really grateful that you share that story about it being in your bedroom, because for me, I'd be like, that would be scary for me. But I'm glad that you said that, because no, it's not scary. It's just the story I've given it. And so I can release that. If you're brave enough to have one in your room, then they're not so scary. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
This is really exciting, actually, for me to chat with you. I've chatted with, is it Elisha? Elisha?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I want to say it correctly.
That's all right.
We have the same mentor, business mindset mentor, that I've been following for a few years, and he has helped me so much. And I love that you two are in his program as well, but at a higher level than what I have been exposed to so far. So you have extra good stuff to share with us today. And I want to say thank you, because I really appreciate that you're helping divorced dads. For some reason, this is just so special. Whenever I meet a guy who's helping men to come out and to, whether it's mindset or their emotions, I think it's so powerful, and you are so needed. And thank you for, just stepping into that. Same with anyone who works with children or teenagers, women always get the help. We know we need help, or, we know that just with our own emotion, we're happy to go and talk to someone else. But for men, I think it's so powerful, because men have been taught not to do that, not to be there in their divine feminine or to share their emotions. So I'm really excited. Tell us about yourself. You can share about your spiritual awakening if you like, or how did you come to a place where now you help divorced dads, or dads in general?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks for saying that, because I agree. I think dads have a tendency to stuff things, right? We're trained. I mean, especially here in America, like, if you're not rough and tumble, then you're nothing, right? Like, that's crap, up and down crap. So, but yeah, so my journey, like, I was just walking through life like most people early on. I got married at an early age. I had an instant family. So the woman I married had a daughter. And so I figured I have to do the right thing and marry her because she's got this kid. And then we had a couple more kids. And so now we had this just picturesque Norman Rockwell type family situation. But it wasn't what we wanted. And if I look back, I can just realize my sole purpose in that was to just bring the next two children in who are rock stars, and they're in the other room, but they're fantastic.
Nice.
But it didn't work out well between us. And I've always been a spiritual person. I've actually studied tarot since my early 20s. Wow. And on and off and things like that. And I was most of these books behind me are my magic books. I'm a performing magician in my former life. So magical, mystical, like it kind of touches everything. And so just did the whole marriage thing. That didn't work out. Then there was a pretty ugly custody battle because a lot of just stuff wasn't sitting well with me. I just didn't think that was right. And it took me a while to realize what was going on. One day, just the hero's journey, if you will, was I was just having a rough go of it because I was fighting for what I thought was good, but the court system was beating me down pretty well. It beat me down so well that, and here's just the short version, at one point, my attorney gave me a partial refund because I got messed over so bad. Wow. I've never heard of an attorney giving a partial refund, so it just was not going in my favor. And so I was just cluttered, and I was angry, and I was frustrated. And I was just, at one point, I just had to figure out, like, what do I really, really want? I sat down, I essentially back then, even though I wouldn't call it meditation like I do now, but I meditated on what do I really want? And I wanted harmony because I didn't know if at that point, after 3 years of this battle, like, is this really, like, is the fight worth the fight? What destruction am I causing? And so I stepped back and I figured I wanted harmony. And I was fighting for everything, losing more. It was just crazy. So one day I get this call out of the blue, and this random therapist, I don't know who she is, calls me up and says, hey, the kid's mom contacted me, said she wants me to get involved, says some things are going on, and I want you to stop seeing your kids on the limited time you have until I can get this figured out. Like, are you kidding? Like, I started to bubble up, and then somewhere outside of me, the word harmony just came in, and I said, okay, I'll listen. I can hear you. And so I then asked her, I said, are you good at what you do? And it was not a question she would expected. And she said, yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do. And I kind of like pushing that rock up, like Vanessa was saying, I just let go. I reversed and I said, okay, if you're good at what you do and you want to find the truth, I will allow that to happen. And, we had sessions. She came out to dinner with us. She did the whole investigation. About less than 2 months later, she was in court testifying on my behalf and reversed the entire thing and figured out I wasn't the problem. I was actually the solution and what was better for the kids. So they've been with me. I've had custody of all of them for a little over 10 years now, and they're doing great. But through all of that, I realized I wasn't being me. I was giving in. I wasn't being courageous. I wasn't being strong. I wasn't being authentic. I was in the beginning, I was giving, I wasn't, standing in my power. I wasn't who I was supposed to be. And through that moment of harmony and, the universe sent me that lovely therapist who I wanted to like strangle through the phone, but it got through to me. And then, I've always been trying to be a teacher. I've been a corporate trainer and I teach I like giving back. And being in the corporate world for a while, I found out I'm not a very good employee. I just don't work well that way. So I struck out and started doing coaching and training. And this was my natural audience. Like, I've been through it, and I'm helping guys who, they just don't have that most of them just don't realize there's a door they have to walk through. And they have the key, they see the door, but they just don't it's just a simple click. And so it's super rewarding because when I get through to them and they go, oh my God, like I can reverse this thought. Like, I use the hangman a lot. When I can reverse this and this is in my best interest, this is actually for me, the light goes off and things just progress really well. So I'm really happy about that.
So awesome. For any of the listeners, what do you like? What's your program? How do people connect with you? Like,
sure.
Dad, or maybe they're a husband, they're like, nudge, nudge, talk to this guy.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be divorced dads. Like I mean, I don't, and it doesn't even have to be divorced. Like if people want to like clear their clutter and figure out who they are and want to make their relationship stronger, like I basically have a 90-day coaching program that I walk people through. We figure out where they are, where they want to go, how to get there, blueprint in hand, like step by step. It takes work. Depends on where you are, right? But it is, again, it's that phrase, simple but easy.
Yeah.
Not simple, but not necessarily easy, depending on where you are. And it's tankhanna.com. And I've got a page, and I do strategy sessions. If anybody wants to talk and see if this might be a good fit for them, just, hit me up. I've got my link to my calendar on there. I'll talk to anybody about anything. If I can help in any way, that's just why I was sent and where I'm at. I'm happy to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Awesome. Virginia's better at those than me. There we go. Super. So that is amazing. And if anyone's listening and they know of a gentleman who could use, have a chat with you or with Tank, please give the information out. I'm just meeting you officially, but I know the training that you've had, and it is from a very powerful coach who understands spirituality and the mindset and health and wealth and everything overall for that higher view picture of your life and how to heal the things within it. So I don't doubt that you definitely have a really strong transformation for people who come into your path or connect with you. So that's awesome. Cool. I'm just wondering, so we've got about 10 minutes or so before we bring on are you guys married, girlfriend, boyfriend?
She's my partner. We're not married.
Okay, cool. Before we bring out your partner, what is it that, maybe let's talk about the mindset stuff. What have you learned from having hired a coach, and did you hire one before that? Kind of what's your experience been around your transformation?
Sure. Great question. Yeah, I've always had coaches or mentors. I didn't always know it, but I have always had them in my life and around me. Most recently, deliberately, I've had them. So, my first mentor memory goes back to high school when I was in, I think, speech and debate, or whatever they called it back then. And he wasn't just teaching us how to do things, he was teaching us how to be people. And then I took karate when I was a kid. And I just realized that if you're open, you can learn something from anybody. And so I've just kind of made that my life lesson, is just to learn. And so the value that I've gotten, especially from this most recent one, is it's more of a confirmation, because again, this isn't new to me, which I don't want to sound egotistical here, but this is just fantastic reminders of all the stuff that has been poured into me over the years. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that. And I remember that teacher talking, and it's just putting it all together so that I can now have this powerful moving forward to help the people that I'm being called to help. Mm-hmm. So it's really interesting, because now my kids are all teenagers, and as a dad or a parent, anybody that's a parent, kids go through phases, and you have to change your strategy with them, right?
Right.
They can't become them own selves. They become you a lot of times. And if you haven't done your work, that's going to cause a lot of conflict. So hearing what coaches have been giving me and just spinning it to see how I can use it for myself, for my family, for my clients, it's a learning experience. And I think that is, those sound like weak words, but I sit with them powerfully, because if you can learn at any moment, then that's transformation. That's where it comes from. If you're closed off to it, you're not going to learn, you're not going to transform. But it's just that little window that you need to go, there's something different here. What can it do for me?
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Do you have, how do you teach people to go within? Is there something, do you teach them about having a daily routine, or even just reprogramming their old beliefs, limiting beliefs?
There's lots of different tools. I have what I call my prescription, and I call it the prescription because I believe in the pharmaceuticals work even though they don't work, the placebo effect. And so for a long time, I wanted to start a company. What was that?
Is that Dr. Joe Dispenza?
Well, it's everywhere. He's a big proponent of it, but I mean, there are studies all over the place about how even to the point of surgery, people have pretend surgery and they're healed. You can't tell me the mind isn't the powerhouse. You just can't tell me that. I'm not going to believe it. Right. So I just, using the power of the mind and the words we tell ourselves is going to like just change everything once you learn how to do it. So the prescription for me states that if you're feeling off, if you're feeling upset, if something feels wrong, you're just too zoomed in. Because I believe in a good universe, and if I could get high enough and see far enough, I would understand exactly why this is happening. I'm here. So I need to back out a little bit. And this is what I teach people. If you're feeling that way, back up, step back. You don't have to know why, but just recognize that it's in your best interest. You don't need to know how it's in your best interest. Just recognize that it could. And then you start asking yourself empowering questions. How could this be good for me? What can this teach me? What is that little window that's going to open up, that's going to now allow the learning, allow the transformation, and document it. Like that's the one big thing, is write it down, because how many times do people learn things and then forget about it? Me, my entire life. Like I know it. So that's just kind of a snapshot of what I call the prescription. And I teach people to do that, to transform. You know, it was specifically with my dads, I talk about pins and grenades. Like oftentimes, like we get this idea that somebody, like especially an ex, right? If you're in a battle with a significant other, or an ex-significant other, hopefully, people will feel attacked. Like that's just a common thing. You know, you used to have this relationship, you're separate, something happens, whether it has to do anything with you or not, you feel like that's at you. Yeah, everybody feels arrows pointed at them. But with the proper reversal, the proper hangman in place, I have yet to have an experience where somebody has said, this has happened and this is horrible and it's not in my best interest, where I haven't been able to talk them through and coach them through to go, nope, they pulled out the pin, they threw the pin at you and dropped the grenade at the lap. Like when people throw weapons, they're only hurting themselves. And it's just that the simple reversal. And sometimes there's some challenges to it, but it's just that high and far thought again, like you're going to see it eventually why this is the case. And I can help you walk through using these tools to transform your thoughts, transform your mind, be open to how this could be helpful.
Right. Yeah. Super powerful. What would you say, like as a dad, what are the, 1, 2, or 3 things that you want to make sure your kids are learning so that they're more prepared for their adulthood?
Number one, and I don't remember exactly where I got this. I think it's a quote from someone, but it's believe nothing that you hear from anyone, even if it comes from me, unless it resonates in your heart. Right. And boy, has that given me some lovely challenges. They have taken me up on that. But yeah, like I really just want that. I mean, it's free thinking. I want them to think for themselves. And I want them to challenge any authority that doesn't resonate. Any authority, really. I'm a little bit of an anarchist in that way. But yeah, like I want them to think for themselves. And I think parents, I'm on Facebook a lot and I'm in some groups and I answer stuff. And some of the questions I hear, they're like, well, my daughter wants to do this. And how, like, really what I read is, how much should I control her? I'm like, you really shouldn't. Like, if she's saying she wants to do something, let her explore that. Let the children figure out who they are, because the more of you put on them, the less you're allowing their true self to be. So challenge things, allow the kids. I mean, kids are going to be safe. Like, yeah, stuff's going to happen. And, my son caught COVID a while ago and that caused a little bit of a fear, but I knew it was for the highest and best good. Luckily, he's happy, healthy, he's great. But, that's the challenge, to get to that place where letting go and accepting things are good, even if it doesn't feel like it. And teaching that to a kid, kids do not have a sense of long-term. Like, I've been on this planet 3 times as long as my youngest. I mean, that's just, that gives me a perspective he doesn't have yet. So patience. That's the other thing I would say is, if you aren't actively working on your own patience, how can you expect anybody around you to have it with you? And that's, I think, something that's often overlooked. I have yelled at my kids in the past. I will admit that. And they call me on it, right? I know it's like blasphemy, but that's one thing they've asked, because, and this actually goes back to like their history with, their mother and some of the stuff's going on in her world. Like they were smart and brave enough to share with me, when you do this, it triggers that. And I'm like, oh, see, I don't have that experience. They have that. That's her mom. I don't, so being strong enough to share yourself, like be patient with them and teach them to be open. And I don't know, this is one thing I haven't figured out, but you have to learn how to trust your kids. And that's just trusting. I think, I believe it comes from trusting yourself,
Right.
But you've got to be able to trust your kids in everything and anything, right? Like have rules, have some discipline, have some guidelines, but yeah, just I think those three things. I don't know if that was three distinct things, but I kind of melded it all together.
Those are good tips, definitely. And I appreciate that. I didn't know my dad. So there were father figures definitely in my life, and I appreciate all of them, but it's good. Like, I think raising kids, man, that can set you, or like bring you back down to, your old coping methods or programming. And so it is so important to teach them, and they are sponges. They want to know, and they're going to learn and adopt those things from us. And they're also going to give us that grief, right? But they're learning who they are in the world. And it wasn't until I was about 25 where I said, dang, Mom, you were right on this, or you were right on that. And I'm sorry. I didn't see that as being such a dick, when I was younger. But now that I have some, I'm a little older and think about it, I'm like, wow, you actually were right in many areas, but it's cool. So that's good. I'm so grateful that you are empowering your children and your community and helping other men to do the same, so that we can have kids that are being raised with this, I guess, just really strong mindset and emotional foundation that is so key. And the schools are getting better with teaching mindfulness and meditation and stuff, but this is very powerful. So yeah, super amazing to chat with you today.
Oh yeah, it's been my pleasure. I love what you're doing here. This is fantastic. Thanks for giving me some time to share and be me. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. You're very welcome. I'm going to bring Elisha up as well now.
Okay.
And share. You guys are, so let's see how this works, because I know you're in a similar room. Is she coming to you? Yeah, perfect.
Yes, here she is.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Good. Thank you for being here and for being such a strong supporter of the Healing Soul School and sharing and liking and commenting. We really appreciate you so much. And it's been like, we met maybe a month ago, not even, but just knowing that we were connected in the same business mindset class or program. Super exciting. What are the two of you doing together? Because I want to give Elisha some more, like, her time to share what she's doing, because she has her own separate business. But the two of you have a program together. Do I understand that correctly? Do you want to just share, how do the two of you work together, and what does that look like?
Yeah, it's an evolution. I'll start there. We were actually playing Scrabble last night, and we were having our chat, and like, we're evolving what we want to do and really the scope and scale of it. And so what we want to do is do what we individually do, but on a much larger scale, because we're doing the same thing. And you'll hear about her, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but like our vision, we realize we've been together for a while. Our spiritual vision has just been kind of coming closer and closer together. And that's why we love each other so much and are just connected. And we just want to help clear that clutter and help people heal from within and know that they have the own power. So like it's going to sound crappy, but I don't know if it's going to sound crappy, but we don't have bad days. Like, we just don't. Like, everything is good. And so.
Yeah. I mean, I know for me coming into this relationship, it was a whole different dynamic than what I'm used to. Sure. So to be building a business with someone, like, in my mind, it used to be so scary, but now it's just so easy and it just flows. And with doing our business coaching and just kind of coming together, in my mission, my whole life since I got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, was to heal the world. And his is to end the cycle of karmic suffering. So with doing the work,
it just kind of blends.
Yeah, doing the work together and going, wait a second, we want to end the cycle of karmic suffering by illuminating the innate healing potential. Like, that's so powerful. And to have that mission statement together and to co-create together is so beautiful, because he's very grounding and steady. And I'm like, woo, I'm over here doing all my woo-woo stuff. But to be able to come together and have that balance of the masculine and the feminine has been so, yeah, it's been so powerful, because for me, I can have goals, but when we actually sat down and went, what are our 10-year goals together? Like, that brought up a lot of stuff for me. And he's at the end of his 10-year goal that he had created 10 years ago. So it's that coming together now and really working together to co-create and bring. Dad's dealing with divorce and the rheumatoid aspect of it, but ultimately we just want to end the cycle of karmic suffering. Yeah,
that's so beautiful. And you guys are so powerful together, because there's a lot. Oh, I had made a banner for you. There are
nice. I love it.
Who are married. Like the two of you have, so much power together, but then also separate. And this is just my business brain and how, God gives me this. But I see the two of you of helping couples. So you have a program that, draws in couples, but then you can go separate, right? Where each of you can take the men and the women and separate it, because we each have different things that are, very real to us, and we don't want to share in a mixed group. We want to share, individually as women. I can speak for myself, as a woman. I was very intimidated if it was in a mixed group and not wanting to share, right? So you have that ability where you can say, hey, we have this relationship, we've worked at it, we've healed ourselves, and we're living that dream. We're living that life where every day is working for us, and it is a joy, and we don't have bad days. Like, how many people can say that? Not many people.
Hopefully more, though. Hopefully more.
Hopefully more, right? As you impact them. But like, that is so powerful, just even that phrase itself. So I have a question, like, how do you get to that point of you don't have bad days? I bet you there are a lot of listeners watching this going, how do I get that? What do you say is like, what's the magic? Is it being able to go within and knowing how to heal those big emotions that come up? I mean, you're from two different family dynamics coming together. There's a lot of extra stuff there as well. What do you like? Is that where you're at in your mindset, where you know how to clear the stuff that comes up?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. I believe that the reason we're able to do this and we don't have bad days is that we know ourselves and we trust that whatever's happening is for our greatest good. Sometimes there's tension, but we resolve it pretty quickly before it gets to any point. And so for me, I know that if something's in my face and I don't like it, like I said before, like, I'm too zoomed in. If something's irking me, that's my problem. That's not hers. And I got to work on myself, and I've got to figure out why that's messing with me. Oops, sorry. And once I clear that out, I can thank her for providing that reflection, so I can go, oh, that's something I haven't cleared out yet. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Without being triggered.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I think a lot of it too is communication. Like, yes, we've done so much work individually, and so we can come to the situation with a whole new light, but having that open communication. And it's difficult. Like, there are many days where I'm in tears, not because of something that he said or done, but he knows how to, he coaches, right? So he knows how to help coach me. And I do the same thing for him, I hope, absolutely. A lot too, where we kind of are able to help each other through without being like, I don't want to be his coach. I don't want him to be my coach. But we have those tools in our handbag where we're able to really help each other and work together. And again, he has 3 kids and 2 grandkids, and I don't have any kids. So it's also navigating that together, right? Like, he comes from parents who aren't divorced. I come from parents who are divorced. So I've seen what that does. I see being that step parent, how that plays out. And I know from my own experience how I didn't want to be. So it's also shine the light on areas where I'm like, well, maybe this would be a good way to look at this, because I come from that situation. I know what it's like to have step parents that are a little crazy. So, yeah, I think communication and just looking at yourself instead of looking externally and being like, what the fuck did you do? Like, really look, right? Because I feel like so many people are accusing the other one. You did this to me. Why did you do this to me? No, you have four fingers pointing back at you. Look at yourself. Why is this coming up for you?
Yeah. So good. I love this. It reminds me of, the divine masculine, divine feminine. You two are, we're looking at you now, and that's it. And and understand that you each have your own wounds, that you can heal yourself. You have to do the work yourself. You're right. Whatever is happening to us is for us, where I feel that, it's to finally heal that one piece. Or why are you being triggered? It's not the other person. It's that is happening within us, and it's our responsibility to heal and to look after that, to look after that ourselves. So beautiful. And then being able to be okay with, what, I'm not perfect. We're human. No one's perfect. And these things are going to come up for, however long they come up, but being in a space where you are obviously secure and comfortable in your own skin of who you are, how to heal yourself. And you can have this harmonious relationship where you do have great days because you understand the dynamics and what that is, on a bigger scale, but then also on each of your own individual paths. And I think that is so beautiful. Market that. Oh my goodness. There's families, especially with, the step situation, who are frazzled and they're going, oh my gosh, my kids hate my partner, and how do I navigate without having to walk on eggshells, which, throws into fight, flight, or freeze. And they're just, at the dinner table going, I really don't I don't even want to be here right now because there's so much tension. And the magic that you can bring into families to help them and to teach them how to make that work by first working on ourselves. That is just so beautiful. And so thank you both, because I think that is just a beautiful gift that you two are creating for the world, as you have, birth that business, or being able to extend that to others. I think that is so beautiful.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think at the end of the day, it all just comes down to gratitude. Like, I'm grateful for everything she does, even when it upsets me. Right? If you aren't grateful, you're missing the boat, right? That's just the name of the game. So
yeah.
Like when I use the knife on the glass cutting board instead of the but again, that's where communication comes in, right? Because if he had just simmered in that, it would have built up resentment. But instead he spoke to it and was like, that doesn't feel good to me. Like, I don't like when you do that. And I was like, okay, fine. Like, I'll use the wood cutting board. But just having that vulnerability too, to feel safe, that it's okay to speak your truth, without getting yelled at or walking on eggshells, as you said.
Yeah, exactly. And look what that does for the children. They hear the two of you. So they hear dad saying, that doesn't feel good. They're able to express. They're not even in the room, or maybe, but they feel the energies. They know. But even being able to hear you say that to each other, oh my gosh, that just empowers your children even, to be able to understand and to know how to speak up in their own relationships when they're ready to go out into the world. And oh my gosh, that is so powerful.
Yeah, that was a prerequisite. Like, I want, especially my daughters, I want them to be strong. I want them to be independent. Yeah. And if I don't model it for them, where are they going to get it? Right. So
yeah. So true. Well, thank you for having me. This is really refreshing. So awesome.
Thank you.
We have lots of comments. People are saying yes. And Virginia is at the Healing Soul School. She says, thank you, Tank. Such a great person doing great things. Thanks for what you do and who you are. And she said, yes, my husband and I have a blended family, and we definitely, capitals, have had to navigate through some choppy waters. Yeah, like, you can't tell me what to do, right? Like, all of that.
Right.
Yeah, I totally I feel that. So yeah, super powerful. Well, thank you. Let's split off, and we'll allow Elisha to have her.
She'll go back to her space.
Yep.
So,
right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and I know you're going to shift over to her, but this is wonderful. I appreciate everything you guys are doing and the opportunity to share. So thank you.
Cool. Yeah, you're welcome. And when you guys have the couple program together, whatever, let me know, and we'll invite you back. and you can share, you know, how you're helping families, whatever. This is something that is so widely needed. There are so many families going to bed at night going, how do I fix this, right? How do I live in a harmonious world? And you guys are a great example of that. So I think it's very good.
Yeah, last night as she was whooping my butt at Scrabble, we realized we have to revamp it a little bit. But yeah, we will absolutely do that. And we're looking forward to it because I think that's just the next evolution of the bigger picture. Like our sphere just keeps growing and we want to help as many as we can. So we'll do.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Let's switch up. We'll add the lady back in. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Give you your own shine, your own banner.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah. Cool. I love your background. Is that a beach?
Yeah. With a little chair.
Oh, yeah. I need one of those.
Being in the desert, we just have sand. We don't have so much water. So I like to bring the ocean to me.
Right? It moves me too. I'm a water baby for sure.
Yeah, I'm Aquarius, so.
Yeah, same. Yep. Cool. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's shine your light. What are you doing in the world? Like, tell us a little bit about your background, if you want to go into that, whatever you feel you want to share, and how you're helping women, or I don't know if it's just women, but how you're helping people.
Yeah. So my experience has been, I feel like my whole life, but at the same time, when I was 21, 14 years ago, I got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And that was like, holy crap, like I'm 21 years old. This is a disease that old people get. Like, why am I getting this? And so for me, thankfully, I had parents who always had a very holistic approach. So I ate healthy. I had pretty good mindset, solid structure, even though my parents were divorced. They always were working for my highest good. And so with having the rheumatoid, it was devastating. Like, I remember sitting in the car that day when I got diagnosed, bawling my eyes out, talking to my dad. I was 3,000 miles away from family. And I was like, what do I do? Like, I'm 21. I can't even lift the shirt off of me without having help. So my dad was like, I'll fly out. I'll help you. We'll figure out the food thing. But again, I'm 21. Like, I'm social, going out with friends, and like to focus on food. I was working full time. That just didn't work out. So I ended up going the Western medicine route and doing the prednisone, the Humira, the Enbrel, like all of that stuff, going through different rheumatologists. And during the last 14 years, there was always like, oh, well, I'll go do massages, or I'll do hydrotherapy. Like, I was always seeking that one thing that would kind of change and cure the rheumatoid, because when I was diagnosed, the rheumatologist had said, you're going to live a short life. You won't have kids. You're going to be in pain for the rest of your life. Well, and I was like, this isn't how I want to live. Right. So I was always seeking, and everything. Like, I've done leech therapy. I've done crystal therapy. I've done Reiki. I've done yoga, everything, you name it. And so anyways, when I hit 30, I was like, okay, I can't keep taking the prednisone. I can't keep taking the Enbrel. And I had this Baker cyst on the back of my knee. And my rheumatologist had said, it's just what happens. Mm-hmm. Mind you, I've been to pretty much every rheumatologist in the city of Phoenix and Scottsdale, like, because nobody would help me with the food aspect of it. They always were like, just take the pills, you're fine.
Right.
And which that I can go off on a whole nother tangent about our medical system, but I'll stick to my story for today. So anyways, I had found an emotion code practitioner and had been going to her. And I had also always wanted to be a yoga teacher, because I knew how good it was. But when I went to yoga classes, it was so hard because I didn't have the range of motion that everyone else in their 20s had. So fast forward, and now I'm a Kundalini yoga teacher, emotion code practitioner. And so I'm using these modalities not only to help heal myself, but also in helping so many other people. Like, I want to help women who have rheumatoid arthritis, who don't necessarily want to do the Western medicine route, or who want somebody to help support them along that route. Because I still use Western medicine, but I also use a lot of other things to help have a very well-balanced, healthy lifestyle. Because it's not just about one thing. That was the thing I found, right? Like, it's not that one thing that's going to heal you. It's about this whole toolbox of tools that you can go, you know what, today I need to do some breathing. Today I need to do some movement. Today I need to do some emotion code or body code. I need to really work on my food. So with that being said, in my coaching program, that's what I work on, is a customized program for everybody, because everybody's body is different. And that's what, with Western medicine, everything is XYZ. This is the protocol that you do. But that doesn't help everybody. It helps some.
Right.
But really figuring out what works for that person. And when you really connect to your innate healing potential, you begin to realize my body knows what it needs. I just need to listen and feel it.
Yep.
So that's kind of where I am at now, as far as just really helping people to trust themselves and to come into that healing potential that all of us have. It's not outside of us. Yes, sometimes we need support along the way. Everybody does.
Right.
But really to know yourself. And once you know yourself, then you're able to go out into the world and you show up in a whole different way. Everyone in your life shows up in a whole different way. Like with Tank and I, 5 years ago, I would have never imagined being in such a happy and joyful relationship.
It's beautiful.
Like, that's what I had never experienced that before. I thought relationships were supposed to be about fighting and not really putting yourself forward, always putting the other person before you. And that's how you create dis-ease within your body.
Yep. Yep, totally. Do you want to share a little bit about I'd love to hear about the emotion code, your thoughts there. I'd love to hear about your spiritual awakening and how you brought that in, and also about Kundalini. So we have 45 minutes. Well, and you also have a meditation that you want to do for us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So those are the kind of the topics of what I'd love for you to share with the group. So let's start with the emotion code. Or actually, let's start at the beginning. What's your spiritual journey like? Or when was that awakening where you realize, okay, it's from within and connecting to that higher source?
I would say probably within the last couple of years, I really began to realize that it's about me. I remember so let's see, I don't even know what year we're in right now.
2021.
Yeah.
So
in the fall of 2019, I had this such deep desire to want to do Kundalini yoga. Like the summer before, I was supposed to go on a trip to Bali. And because of the relationship that I was in at that time, it didn't work out. And I was so upset that I wasn't going to Bali. But yet when I stood back, I really went, wait a second, what is this teaching me? And I went to Sedona and spent a week with my mom, and I read a book about Kundalini yoga. And that's when I really started to fall in love with Kundalini yoga. And on my license plate, I got 4 Satnam, which means truth is my identity, or Satnam is truth is my identity. And so at that time, I didn't really think about it. I was working full-time in hospitality, and I was just like, yes, I love this yoga, but I don't see how I can integrate it into my life. So then fast forward, I found this yoga studio in Scottsdale, Anahata Yoga, and they had a Kundalini yoga program starting. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to go check out a class, see what this is all about. Went to the class, was bawling my eyes out, felt more love within my being than I had ever felt before. And I almost think that was probably like my awakening, right?
Yeah.
Like, here I am, they have a teacher training class starting. And I went and spoke to the owner and the teacher after the class and was like, hey, I want to do this. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to pay for it. And she's like, well, you can pay for it in installments. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do it. Like there was something in me that was just like, you have to do this.
Awesome.
So I did that. And then I was just totally, it changed my life. Like if my mom is on here, I think she is, like for her to see my change and Tank seeing my change, like I am not the same person that I was back then. Like I started to come into my own and realize it's within me. Like I can do these kriyas, I can do these meditations for certain things, and it changes my whole perspective. And so the weekend that Tank had gone to a event for the David Bayer program, I had gone to a silent retreat. And at this retreat was like kind of my next like section of my life, like a whole new book opened. To have silence in your life for 24 hours. There's no technology, there's no talking to anybody. We did do yoga classes, so our teacher would of course speak. But just to really connect to me, to my inner being. And I was like, I don't want to do a 9-to-5 job anymore. I want to do this full time. I want to teach. I want to help people heal. And at my job, everybody would be coming to my office asking me health questions because I was the healthiest person that most of them probably knew. And so it was just at that weekend, I made the decision, I want to make this my full-time job. I want to be a Kundalini yoga teacher and coach people because I want people who have rheumatoid arthritis, other health conditions, to know that there's support out there.
Right.
And it's Western medicine doesn't provide that. Like I'm available to my clients almost all the time. And just to be able to have that support system, it makes them have a whole different perspective in life. Like for example, I have one client and she's like, that's what I love about you is knowing that I can text you and you can help me change my mindset in just a couple of minutes because I'm not seeing inside of this bubble that I'm stuck in right now.
Yeah.
So anyways, back to the silent retreat. I made that decision. I got a phone call and my boss had said, guess what? You're furloughed because of COVID. And I'm like, okay, universe, like, hello, here we are. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to make this happen. And I had been doing emotion code for probably 5 years or so with on and off with a practitioner. And I had wanted to do the training. I just had never had time. And I'm like, guess what? I have time now. Time is on my side.
Right.
So I got my training to be an emotion code practitioner and it's so powerful. Like just to be able to connect to your subconscious and virtually, like I can connect to all of my clients subconsciously and help them work through these trapped emotions. And basically what these trapped emotions are is it's when our body is imbalanced or say we have a fight with somebody or we're sick and our body isn't able to process these trapped emotions, they become stuck and lodged and create these energy fields within our body that aren't really us, right? So it's pulling us out of our true essence.
Yeah.
And when we can remove these, we can become even more of ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so beautiful. I love it. We have we have a program, Awakening Consciousness, where we're teaching people how to do that, how to find that stuck energy and to release it, but themselves, so that they can, yes, we still need coaches or a guide, someone to help us to see those blind spots, or, walk us off a ledge. Virginia is so good at helping me with that, because we get our, with our ego and everything, we get caught up in our mindset or the way that we're used to, what's comfortable. But we're really, this is where our truth is. And sometimes we just need, someone to be like, hey, look at it from this point. But the emotion code is so powerful. We watched Emotion from Gaia. It's a movie that they have, and they talk about the emotion code in there, and being able to release any stuck energy. And it was super cool, because I did it myself. Like I was reading through the questions and kind of the guidance that was given in the video. And I was able to go back to a time when I was 12, just by asking the questions, and to release fear. But I didn't know what the fear was. That part didn't come up. And what I'm learning through energy healing is it doesn't have to be the specific situation. You don't have to go back, but it's the emotion that's been created from that. So super wild, because it was from 12, and it wasn't from school, and it wasn't from home. So I just left it and I went to bed. Well, I had a dream that night that I was at my grandmother's condo, and we used to go get water for her from the basement. She filled up big, huge water jugs, and it was so dusty and grimy, and it was in the laundry room. And I remember being really creepy down there as a young child, and they would send us by ourselves, my sister and I, and we would have to go down there. And it was scary, and I forgot about that time. And it was so cool, because my subconscious helped me to heal the rest of it, of the parts that I didn't understand. So in my dream, I'm in the condo, and there's so much dust everywhere. It's like, there's spider webs, and it was just like, ooh, I didn't want to touch anything in there. And I was so grateful in the morning, because I was like, yes, thank you. That was another piece of fear that, was able to be released and to healed. And so I like the emotion code. It's very powerful on helping to, pinpoint different areas, and we don't have to know the specifics. It's just simply, what, source, let's just release that now. Cancel, delete, clear, whatever phrase you want to use. Super powerful, because as we heal and release those pieces, and even calling back parts of our soul, we get stronger. And we're, loosening those fears of, if someone's a healer, of wanting to be seen, or afraid to charge, or anything around value, those start to fall away. And I really like that, because we start to stand more in our power. And when we're in our power, we're able to help more people, once we get to that place. So it's a really beautiful program. And thank you for sharing that, and, just how it's helped you in your life.
Yeah, and I think it's so powerful too, because Dr. Bradley Nelson, the creator of it, he's a chiropractor, and he kept seeing these people coming in, and they kept having the same misalignments. And he's like, I don't feel like I'm helping these people. But then when you're able to remove that, it creates this whole different dynamic. And I love you sharing about your dream, because I think that's an important part of the emotion code. I tell my clients that a lot of times the processing that takes up to a week, that you'll have these dreams, and it's your subconscious is allowing you to fully release this. Yeah. And it's also beautiful, because you don't have to know. Like, we find out what year it happened at. And of course, I'm a coach, so I can coach you, speak with you through the process. But some people, they don't want to. They just want to be like, okay, we're done. It's gone. Let's move on. So it's really fun too, to see like how people show up differently, and how they want to process their emotions, and giving them the space to do that.
Awesome.
So
cool. Do you mind if we chat about Kundalini? This is something I'm very curious about. So tell us, what is Kundalini energy, and if you can maybe explain around the chakras. And we had someone on yesterday saying you have to be careful with Kundalini energy, because if you're creating too much Kundalini, your body, you may not be ready. And then what are the symptoms? Do you understand maybe what I'm asking? Is if someone is pulling that, or like creating it, because you can do that. I think it's just so important to work with someone or to even ask, Source, am I ready for this?
Yeah, definitely. It's so important. So yes, a lot of times Kundalini does get a bad rap because of the energy that it's producing. But a huge part of my training is that you always want to honor your body, and to really, it helps you get into really being clear on where you're at and beginning to connect to that intuition. And there are times, for example, last summer, I was doing 2.5 hours a day of yoga. And I was like, why am I so tired? Like it would feel good, and then it would just feel draining. So I had reached out to my teacher and said, what is going on? Do I need to do a different Kriya? And she's like, Elisha, stop being an overachiever. Like, take it back a notch. And there's Kriyas that are very intense and very strong. But just, again, just paying attention to what you're feeling. If you're feeling dizzy, if it doesn't feel right, take a step back and go, is this really what I need to be doing at this time? And throughout my entire teaching, I'm always reminding people, remember to breathe, remember to honor yourself. If it's physically hurting you, don't do it. You can imagine yourself doing it perfectly in your mind's eye, and you're going to get the same effects. There was I think it was a Harvard study that was done where they had piano players actually playing the piano and then just imagining themselves playing the piano, and it was lighting up the same parts of their brain.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily have to even physically do it. Just imagine that you're doing it. Can create these beautiful effects. And for me, I like to explain Kundalini as a moving meditation, because your eyes are closed. You're not looking at the person next to you. You're not looking at the space. You're just listening to the teacher's voice and going through the motions and feeling what you're feeling inside. There's been Kriyas that I've done where I'm bawling my eyes out. And there are ones when I'm done and I'm like laughing, super happy, just want to love on everybody. So it just depends on the different Kriyas, the different meditations. And it's not just doing the postures. There's breathing and having that connection of breath and movement, having your arms at certain angles, having your legs at certain angles, and just allowing this beautiful movement to happen. And then once we're done with all the postures, then we go into this beautiful relaxation state. And then we go into a meditation after that, if you're doing a full Kundalini class. Today, I'm just going to do the meditation with everybody, but for a whole class, you have this beautiful sequence that you're going through to help your body get that movement and then relax, let your nervous system settle down, and then meditation. So, and it's all about the breath. It's all about the breath.
Right.
Breath. I just did a 40 days Facebook Live of breathing and meditations and just connecting to our breath. It is so important. And it doesn't cost us anything. We don't need anybody, just connecting to that, finding that rhythm of our breath.
So cool. Can someone have, so let me ask this, can someone have a spiritual awakening without a Kundalini awakening? Is that something that's totally different? I'm trying to learn what that is.
So it's a great question. I mean, everybody's different, right? So I feel like people can awaken at any time. Like, you can get into a car accident and have this huge awakening. You can have a death in the family. It's just, everybody's on their own journey and their own path. And I guess for me, it comes down to really connecting to ourselves, and instead of always looking out, maybe taking the extra moment to sit in silence and be with yourself and really see what comes up for you. And it may be ugly. There are times where I'm like, I don't like sitting by myself because things come up that I don't want to look at.
Right.
But yeah, it's hard to say, like, because everybody's so different, right?
Yeah, totally. I think for me, I was already having a spiritual awakening, and then that Kundalini came on at a separate time, but it opened me up more. For me, it was in, you know, those layers of the lotus leaf, and it was just a deeper understanding of energies and who I am, and, you know, my journey here on this planet in this exact moment. So I'm super grateful for that time.
Yeah, and I feel like it's always progressing, right? Like, I know for me, I'm really starting to understand energy and how, like, relationships back and forth and how people pull energy from you, and how if you have this beautiful relationship, like, the energy just flows, like our conversation, and just you feel energized by it.
Mm-hmm. What's your tip or advice, you know, for someone who maybe is in this fight, flight, freeze? They're just feeling like more of the hopelessness versus feeling hopeful. What's some advice or tips you'd have for someone in that kind of situation?
Long, deep breathing.
Yeah, back to breath, right? For me, it's like back to center, and that's so good. You know, back to breath. Can you explain a little more about the breath and what you teach?
Yeah. So, for example, with long, deep breathing, and it's funny because with doing Kundalini yoga, I realized I was reverse breathing because I had been in such a fight or flight stand. When I was breathing in, I was pushing my belly in. But when you have a natural breath, your belly is supposed to go out when you breathe in. And then when you breathe out, the breath goes inward towards your spine. So for me, I was having such a hard time with breath patterns. And when I finally realized that, it was such an amazing experience to just find that with my breath, right? So for somebody who's in that state, maybe even just paying attention to that breath and noticing when you inhale, is it coming from your belly? Is your belly going out? Or is your belly going in? And I love to do this, and I'll do this when we start the meditation, but is to scan your body, is just to sit, close your eyes, and just notice, like, the different parts of your body, what colors come up, what sensations come up. Just taking that quiet time to really be with yourself. And even if you're, another fun tip that I like to do, if, like, maybe you're in a meeting or something, is to do your mudras. And you can do Sat, Sa, Ta, Na, Ma with each of your fingers. And the index is for wisdom and knowledge. The middle finger is patience. The ring finger is healing, vitality. And the pinky is communication. So if you feel like you're having communication issues with somebody, just hold your hand with your thumbs on your pinky and just have it under the table, and just notice what happens in the situation and how maybe it starts to diffuse the situation a little bit. Just to begin to have those awarenesses about connecting to your body.
How that's like a ninja move if you have children.
I do it here.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think it's so important for people to, my whole program around Come As You Are, Leave Glowing, is it's important to know where you are so you know how you can move forward.
Yeah. So true.
And really just honoring yourself for where you are. It doesn't mean that you'll be there forever, but just being in that space of honoring, you know what, I feel like shit today. Like, that's okay. just be in that space and honor it, and then go, okay, how do I want to move forward from here?
Mm-hmm.
What are tools in my toolbox that I can use to move forward from here?
Right. Yeah. Super awesome. Very good. Can you explain a little more about the mudras? So is that something that that has to do with energies, right? And the circuit that is built?
Yeah, like the meridians within your body. So in your hands, you have 72,000 nerve endings.
Wow.
And when we begin every Kundalini yoga practice, we always say the Adi mantra, Ang, Namo, Gurudev, Namo. And so that's connecting you to the teachers who have come before, the teacher within, and teachers to come. And it's almost like tuning into your favorite radio station, right? So if you want to hear your favorite song, you tune into your favorite radio station. And so as you tune into this Adi mantra, you're tuning into that divine consciousness, that greater understanding. I know when I teach, I used to be so nervous to teach, and I realized it's coming through me. It's not me. And just knowing that there's so many deeper things. And I totally got off of your question. I went on a total tangent. But but anyways, yeah, mudras are super powerful within the body, and just there's different mudras for different things. So for just the basics, that's why I like to just do the Satanama, because it's just working on those areas of wisdom and knowledge, patience, healing, vitality, and communication. Because there are some mudras, and I didn't really realize the power within the mudras until I was seeing my Ayurvedic doctor, and she had me doing this cleanse, and she's like, don't do any powerful mudras because your body is like going through this cleansing process. And I'm like, yeah, but they're not that powerful. And she is like, yes, Elisha, they are. You have to be mindful, because there are ones that can be very, very strong and bring about side effects that you may not necessarily want. So just really being mindful, and to have a teacher. Like, even for me, I love having a teacher that I can go to learn more, to get even more guidance, and to become a stronger teacher myself.
Right.
Because just when I do it by myself, it's not the same amount of energy. But when you do it in a group, it just creates that amazing energy field.
Right.
Of having it in the group.
Yeah. The community, right? Super powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Thank you very much, Virginia. She wrote out the mudras for us in the chat, so that's great. She said, awesome trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Right. I know we're getting kind of low on time. Do you want me to do the meditation really quick, and then we can go through that?
Time. So I'm coming after you. So I'm gonna let you go just on full screen. I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then I'll come back. So yeah, you can go for as long as you like.
Okay. I'm gonna do the actual meditation only for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Normally you do it for 11, but I feel like just in this space and time, like 3 minutes is going to be perfect, because this is a very powerful prosperity meditation. So we'll see how people do with it.
Okay. Awesome. What's the meditation called?
So the meditation is Gyan Chakra Kriya.
Okay.
And can I just chat in here, or?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to put the Adi mantra, Ang, Namo, Gurudev, Namo. So, and I always invite people to sing along or chant along with me on this. But again, whatever people feel is the best for them as they're going through this.
Okay.
And then at the end, we end every session with the long time sun song, which is may the long time sun shine upon you. All love surrounds you, and the pure light within you guide your way on. I think I did that right. It's funny typing versus just like being in the groove of it. So, all right.
Okay, good. Virginia put that in the chat, so it's there. Thank you, Virginia.
And also the mantra that we're going to be doing with the meditation is Satnam. Satnam. Wahe. I'm doing it phonetically.
That's probably better for us.
Yeah. Wahe Guru. Wahe. Apparently typing right now is a little difficult for me. All right, there we go. So that's going to be the chant that we will do as we do this meditation.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so I just invite everybody to come into a nice seated position. Just starting to take an assessment from your head all the way down to your feet. And if you're on a yoga mat, just sitting in a nice easy pose. If you're in a chair, just planting your feet firmly on the ground to ground yourself. And just closing your eyes down, just taking a moment here. Noticing your breath. Is it shallow? Is it deep? Are you inhaling from your belly? Are you just breathing through one nostril or the other? Is it warm? Is it cool? Just taking this time. This is your time. This is your space. We're going to be doing the Gyan Chakra Kriya meditation. And for this meditation, we're going to be putting our hands in Gyan Mudra. So that's your thumb and your index finger together. And then putting your other 3 fingers together. And we're going to be doing these beautiful swoops above our head. The right arm is a large counterclockwise and the left arm is clockwise. So just kind of feel this motion and this rhythm. And then we're going to add a mantra into this. And as we're doing this, your eyes are going to be closed with your gaze at your third eye point with your eyes closed. And before we start this, we're going to tune in to the Adi mantra. This Adi mantra is like tuning into your favorite radio station, as I said before. And it's connecting to that teacher within, the teacher who has come before, and the teachers to come. And I invite you to rub your hands together, getting all those nerve endings warmed up, and bringing your hands to your heart center, keeping your eyes closed. And we're going to take 3 deep inhales. And on the 3rd exhale, we'll begin the Adi mantra. And we'll chant this Adi mantra 3 times. And we'll say the whole Adi mantra on 1 breath. So go ahead and inhale and exhale. Inhale, exhale. And then we'll inhale to begin. your eyes closed, bringing your hands down to your lap or wherever it's most comfortable. Just noticing what you feel in your body now. Just meditate for a second here. Do you feel areas that are tight, or maybe areas that feel more loose? Just having an awareness. Now we're going to do this meditation for 3 minutes. And this meditation is also fantastic for healing. It helps the heart and joints. It lowers stored anger. It increases intuition. Its primary effect is that it brightens your halo. It builds the aura. It activates the arc line, which taps into the knowledge from the aura and the akasha. That is where the arc line is called the seal of knowledge. Life becomes different. You realize your reality and much prosperity runs to you. Your radiance and presence communicates and elevates your life. So go ahead and put your hands into Gyan Mudra. Again, that's your thumb and your index finger. Putting your hands up over your head. And I'm just going to start the timer. All right. And the mantra is Satanam Waheguru, Waheguru. And as you rotate your arms in swoops above your head, just falling into this rhythm of Satanam Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. And again, if you have shoulder injuries, be gentle with yourself, always honoring your body. If you can't physically do this, just imagine yourself doing it perfectly. Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam. Making sure to keep your eyes closed, just focusing on that third eye point. Finding your rhythm in this. Some people may go faster, some may go slower. And at this point, your arms are probably getting tired. I know mine are. I haven't done this meditation in a while. Just continuing the mantra, Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam, Waheguru, Waheguru. Satanam, Satanam. You're doing awesome. You're giving your arms a nice workout. Remembering you're brightening your halo, building your aura. And go ahead and inhale Stretch the arms straight up and hug the ears. Stretch the spine as much as possible. Holding this for as long as you can. And then exhale. Inhaling again, stretching the arms straight up, hugging the ears, stretching the spine as much as possible. Reaching up to the ethers and holding the breath, letting that breath circulate throughout your entire body. And then exhaling when you can't hold that breath anymore. And inhale one last time, stretching as high as you possibly can. Stretching all the way up to the ethers. And then twist the body first to the left, then to the right. And do this 7 times. Holding the breath. And then exhaling once you've done your 7 twists. Bringing your arms down, keeping your eyes closed. Just sitting here for a moment. Meditating. Just noticing, how does your body feel? How do your shoulders feel? We doing just a little shoulder roll here. Just taking this space and this time to really connect with your body, to your intuition, to your inner healing. And as you keep your eyes closed, just noticing what is coming up, I'm just going to read. This meditation is one of the most sacred kriyas in Kundalini yoga. It was practiced so miracles could happen. There is a story associated with it. Over 2,000 years ago, Rishi Anand saw with his intuitive eye that a great weather shift and famine would strike the country and create much hardship and death. He asked all the monks in his ashram to practice this every day, selflessly. After 3 years, the famine struck hard. The monks had attracted opportunity, wealth, and prosperity and had stored a lot of food. So they opened free kitchens and distributed their food and brought more in from great distances. They saved humanity for 2 full years until the effects of the famine had passed. So just remember, be mindful when you're doing this kriya. This can be done for 3 minutes, 11 minutes. And in Kundalini Kriya, or in Kundalini, you can do 40 days, changes a habit, 90 days becomes or shifts who you are, and 120 days becomes who you are. So just remember that as you're doing different meditations and the practices of how long you're doing them for. Sometimes you can just do them for a day. Maybe you feel more called to do meditations for 40 days. Just do what feels good for you, always honoring your body. And at this time, I invite you to put your hands over your eyes if they're still closed, and to open your eyes into your hands and pulling your hands away from your face so you don't startle your pineal gland with having a bright space around you after having your eyes closed. And just reintegrating into this beautiful space that you're in. And noticing what is showing up for you. What was this experience for you? Taking this time for you. And I look forward to seeing the comments and what you thought of this meditation, what your experience was. I know everybody has such different experiences because we all come from different backgrounds. So even though this is a healing prosperous meditation, other things may have come up for you because it may have broken down some blocks that were keeping you from your healing process or from prosperity or abundance. So just being aware and knowing that there may be dreams that you have or sensations that come up or anything, just having those awarenesses. And I'm not sure if Christine is coming back or if I should just keep speaking.
Yes, I'm here. I'm coming back.
Okay. I was like, I can keep speaking if you want, but.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was so beautiful. Yeah, my arms did get tired. I was like, man, how do you do that? I guess with time you'll be able.
Yeah, ours I didn't do it for 11 minutes.
Yeah. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah, but it's so powerful, right? Just 3 minutes and how much you can get accomplished when you just sit down in that space and just be.
Right. Tell me again, what did you do with the hands? And you said something about not to shock your pineal gland.
Oh, so when your eyes are closed after a practice, that you put your hands over your eyes, opening your eyes into your hands, and then pull your hands away from your face. So in Kundalini yoga, we're taught that when you wake up in the morning, that's how you introduce yourself into the day. After a practice, that's how you come back into the space. Because if you go from this darkness of being inside and then all of a sudden you open your eyes, it can be very overstimulating to your pineal gland.
Right. Okay. I didn't know. I have done that before in meditations, but I didn't realize that was a good opportunity to open your eyes.
Yeah.
Like at that time to come back.
Yeah. And because I know a lot of times after Kundalini, because you have had your eyes closed and you're so in your body that all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, where am I? What's going on?
Yeah. And you're in such a deep state. You're like, oh, I just want to stay here. But the person start like, okay, wiggle your hands and you're, like it's done. You're like, oh, I want to stay in here. It's so nice.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being able to share this and look forward to just helping serve as many people as possible to help them along on their healing journey, because only we can do it for ourselves, but to have that support system along the way is also very important.
So good. Thank you. And thank you for being a part of our community and being supportive and for everything that you're doing. I know that, we're still connected and you're in the group, which is awesome.
Yeah, I love, like, as soon as I started speaking with you, I'm like, I love what you're doing. It's such a beautiful space for people to be able to come and to learn and to heal. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And I think it's so cool. Like, Source definitely brought us together. God brought us together because I had heard you do a testimonial in the group that we're in, our business mindset. And yeah, just my energy was like, oh, I want to talk to her. I want to learn more about her magic. So I love that. And just following our intuition, right? And here we are. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a great day. And thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Have a beautiful Saturday, everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Let me just switch up the banners. Okay. So we had a healer that was going to come in this afternoon, but she got called out. She had to move unexpectedly. So she wasn't able to be here. And so that's all right. I'm going to take over and just share a little bit more about mindset and how to connect and why we have different things. So if you have any certain limiting beliefs that maybe you want help with, or, some kind of a release, pop them in the chat. If you're watching the replay and you need some help, DM me because I won't necessarily see the comment if it's on a replay, but I'm here. If you have questions, like I have this, or how do I release this, then let's have a conversation and let's see what can be moved today. while I'm here, I want to share, some of the different things that I've been learning about mindset. I had shared a little bit today about how I really went through a struggle this past January, and I want to be open and to talk about it. I'm learning how to speak my voice and to really talk about what's happening to me, because I think that there's so many people who are stuck in a very similar situation. And I found it so interesting that January was really like, I felt like I was being pushed down and spiraling backwards. But I had, I know all of this great information and I teach it. And it was just really interesting to observe myself going through it, saying, okay, going through my tools and what I know to do to pull myself up, or, to at least have a handle on my mindset or the situation, and calling out to people that I know and trust that can help me through that kind of a downspin. Because January, like with the Mercury retrograde and just even all of the energies and stuff that is shifting for all of us, I know that I was being upgraded, but I also know, as Vanessa talked about earlier, this is my year of the Saturn return. It's getting open and frank with everything that maybe I have just let slide, or I haven't let, come. I just haven't been looking after. And there's some definite things in my finances, with my taxes, and even just with myself. Another coach that I was talking to just simply said in one simple sentence, what are you hiding from, or what are you not seeing about your situation? And I've been taking that question in my meditations, and really beautiful things have been happening. So even though that was a really tough spot for me in January, I'm really grateful for it. I'm grateful for all of the things that it taught me. There were some embarrassing things that had come up that I was able to clear and understand that, I had tied a lot of my worth to me being able to perform in business, in success, with my bank account, all of those sorts of things, and being able to separate from that and say, okay, that's not who I am. Like, my worth isn't tied to those things. And I can stand here in my power and say, okay, let me release those. And I'm going to walk you through kind of where some of that comes from with our thoughts, and how to help heal those. So I'm going to share my screen. And this is from the information that we, Tank and Elisha, we have the same mindset coach. And these are some of the things that I had learned through his program, was really how to tell when you are in a suffering state versus a beautiful or an empowering state. And this is really helpful because our emotions, a lot of people are afraid of them, but honestly, it's a guidance system. It's there to teach you that something is not in alignment with your higher self. Or if you're going to a job, this was an example for me. I was in corporate, and I did it share? Hold on one sec. I can see it. Can you? Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me share again. It just didn't take. When I was in corporate, I was in a job that I did not like, but I knew I needed a change, but I didn't really know how. And it wasn't until I went out for lunch, and I never go for lunch. Like, I'm a workaholic. I will sit at my desk and I will eat and I will work because I enjoy it so much. So crazy I am. But this is one position, I was suffering inside. Like, it felt painful to go to work. And I know God was just shifting me out of there to something that was different, which ended up being a move to a different city. I started taking care of my little niece. Like, all of these steps had to happen. But in that moment, it's just recognizing I don't feel good. Something isn't right. And how can I make changes, and asking more empowering questions. So one day I go for lunch on this job, and I'm going back up the stairs, and I have never felt this before, but my body said, do we really have to go back there? It was probably my higher self. Now that I know a little more about energy work and voices and how our body speaks. And it was just it was almost like I had cement shoes on, and it was so painful to even go up the stairs. And I thought, wow, like, what? This is so interesting, and I was able to thankfully make a shift and go to my boss, whom I was intimidated by, and say, like, this just isn't a good fit. And the fear of letting him down I cried. Like I cried when I was telling him. I cried when I was telling, a coworker who was like a mentor for me there. And I was just crying because I felt the shame and the guilt of letting this team down. But at the same time, the pain of me continuing on and going to that job every day was greater. So that was the gravity, right? The gravity pulls us, where the pain of something we've outgrown is more than to continue doing that. And so that's what, that's often when a lot of people will make a change, but you can do it earlier. You don't have to get to that painful point. It's just really learning how to understand the intuition, the messages that are coming in, any of those harder negative feelings or something that's keeping you stuck. Just really understanding it has a purpose. It's there for a reason. It's telling you something. And if you don't listen, what happens is it gets louder and louder, or if it's being, something's being tightened for you, it gets tighter and tighter until you have to surrender. Like you can't handle it anymore. Or you have a sickness, you end up with a diagnosis at the doctor's because you haven't been listening to your body and to that inner intuition. And there's pain inside of you that has been stuck and is there. And it's going to create something that's more difficult for you if you're not listening. So I let that job go and I moved to working from home, and that was much more, like it was definitely better for me. And it started my journey of working for myself. And I'll tell you, the entrepreneurial journey is not for the faint because you have like good times and you have really low times and that imposter syndrome and you're just second guessing yourself. And then you have really good times, or you're helping someone, or you have a good financial month and then you're pulled right back down. It's this, as we're growing and we're developing, our ego saying, yep, oh, nope, come back. We end up in this deeper hole, or this heavy feeling where we just don't feel good. And it can lead to depression, which is where I ended up as well through this new journey. And I know that experience was to wake me up to where I am today, because through that transition and just really starting to learn about the brain and why we go through depression, my nerd brain loves that, psychology and the science and, just what makes people tick and what makes people create or choose the things that they do. That's where all of this came from, was my desire to want to heal myself and to learn, why did I end up in this place? Why am I laying in bed, just feeling the dread of life? And I'm like, there's got to be more. I've experienced better days than this, and I know it's out there. I want to get back to a place where I can have great days, and that's where the journey started almost 4 years ago now. And so I found a coach who, was teaching me some basic things. And at that point, I was in a different business in financial services, and I hired a coach. That was $100 a month. And that was so much money for me at the time, not financially, but I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to pay someone $1,200 a year to tell me how to run the business. I was like, whoa, okay. And it was, I took that leap of faith because I knew that's what I wanted. I wanted to move forward, and he had done it. He had made millions and millions of dollars, and he was teaching us his system. And I was like, perfect. This is great. I'm going to do it. And it was 100 US. And as a Canadian, it's even more. So it was like $140, right? So it was a stretch that I had, because I'd never spent money. I had spent money on courses and books for like over 20 years, but I still had answers. And so I joined the program, and that was in August. I will remember this forever. Joined in August, and I had the best month ever. And I was like, this is magic. Like, oh my goodness. I was hitting records for myself, and it felt so good because inside I'm super competitive and I love success. That's just part of my makeup, I feel, as a projector in human design. And then when I fall, or when things don't go the way I want, bitterness is the other part of me. So there's success and bitterness. And so month 2, I hit a big flop in 0, fell flat on my face. Month 3, fell flat on my face. And I was like, wow, I've hired this big time coach, to help me. And what I didn't understand was it was what was in my mindset, what held me down, or like brought me, smack face on the floor. That month 2 and month 3 was my belief level about myself wasn't at a point where I deserved success, or I believed that I could do it on a consistent basis and that I was deserving of that success. So that's when I found a mindset coach. And what I'm going to teach you today totally blew me away. And I was like, okay, this is really amazing information. And I've used it over the years, but I wasn't in a coaching, like I've been in travel. So I just used it for myself, and I continued to be a travel agent. So that was all good. See, my nose is running because I'm getting vulnerable, and my ego's like, whew, are you sure you want to be talking about yourself today? So this is healing for me. So thank you. So with the mindset coach, he was teaching what I'm going to show you right now on the screen is our beliefs and our thoughts lead to our feelings, lead to our actions, and lead to our results. And I'm going to explain why this step is so important, especially with your old programming and what you learned when you were 0 to 7 years. So Bob Proctor, many different coaches, they teach about how our conscious mind is running 2 to 4% of the day. Let's just say 5% for easy math. Okay. So less than 5% of the day is your consciousness, your conscious thoughts, excuse me. So I'm hungry, I'm going to go to the fridge, or, money flows easily to me. I'm remembering my affirmations. That's in my consciousness. Okay. Oh, I need to go and do this. And so you're making these decisions in your consciousness. But what happens, like we've been sitting here, we're in hour 5 of our Conscious Business Showcase. 95% of the time, or anything that you're doing in your day is in the 95% of your subconscious and what's running and what you believe about yourself and your situation and your expectations. Okay, so that runs the ship. So, with this beliefs and thoughts, let's go back to when we were kids. So if you are, you're just born, you come out, and maybe you're crying and mom doesn't get to you in time because she's at the stove and she doesn't want something to burn. And so you're crying, you're hungry. Maybe that's your first opportunity that you realized your need was not met in that moment. Nothing to do with mom's cooking. She was just busy and somewhere else. But you as a small being, you for the first time realize that I'm crying, but I feel alone and my need is not being met. Okay, so that's one synaptic connection in your brain. Then time goes on, and maybe there's another time she's getting the laundry and her hands are full and she can't pick you up just yet. There's another indication that your need was not met. Or this is a really great example I heard from a coach was, imagine you had your sucker, your little kid, you've got 2 siblings and you're enjoying a sucker and you're jumping up and down on the couch, and mom comes and takes the sucker from you. And immediately you realize, oh, I really wanted that little sucker. My need is not met because mom, control, right? Someone else took that away from me. But you watch your 2 little siblings who are still able to keep their suckers, and you see there's a separation there, that you're not worthy of your mom, your mom's love or giving you that sucker or that attention, but your siblings are. So now there's a separation again. Okay. And we come into this world, whatever struggles we went through, I believe in soul contracts. We came into this world to experience these things and to experience the level of separation or feelings of not having a need met for what we did. So we came through. That's our journey. Okay. And so with those little kids, now the one that had the sucker taken away, you're taking it on that you're, maybe mom puts the other kid's needs ahead of your own, or maybe, you're not worthy, or things are hard to get, or you have to work extra hard, or you have to manipulate mom to love you and give you the sucker back. And you learn those things as a small child that are now your coping patterns right now as an adult. And so if we go back to the sucker, like mom was in the right to take the sucker away for your safety. But as a small child and the perception of how you view the world from 0 to 7 years, it's all about you. You don't know about the outside world until age 7, when you realize like, oh, it's not just me and my needs. There's actually an outside world here that the cause and effect. If I do this, it affects other people. You don't start to learn that until age 7. So from 0 to 7 years old, there's energies and, conversations and feelings that are happening through this household that you're in that are now a part of your coping methods of who you are today and what you believe you can have or can have, or, whatever the limiting beliefs are, came from that time when someone else told you a story about yourself that you believed. So a belief really is a decision that you just repeated over and over and over again. I'll talk about money today because it's easier to talk about. So if you have, some kind of view of money is hard to make, well, let's talk about that today. Okay. That came from somewhere. Where did it come from? Think about your belief, any belief about money. Is it hard to make? Does it stay in your bank account? Are you deserving to have it? Success? That was me when I hired that coach about 4 or 5 years ago now, when I, $100 a month, and I just fell flat on my face because I didn't believe that I was worthy of that success. So where did that come from? Okay, let's go back to childhood. There's some kind of pattern. I didn't know my dad. I wasn't meant to know my dad. That was my journey. I came into this world to have that experience. So I didn't know my dad. My mom she was married and stuff. So I have had a father figure, and there was that there, but my biological dad, I didn't know. So I have been living life, all of these years with the feeling of abandonment and I'm not worthy. And now I've healed a lot of that. I don't know, there could be more things that come up, but I can say, that was a part of my past, and I see where those patterns came from. Divorce happened. I've had relationships or even businesses and other partners that have moved away from me because I was giving off the belief that I wasn't worthy, that fear of abandonment, that fear of not being worthy, and even financially, right? It's been a struggle financially my whole life because I had this inner core that money was hard to make. You would always struggle. Even if you worked your butt off, there was still struggle. And so that has followed me all the way to, now I'm healing that stuff, but really important to understand where those beliefs are. So if you have a limiting belief or you have struggle right now in 2021, it's really just getting curious. Where did that core root come from? What part of your childhood? This is a really good question. If it's not feeling like your needs are met, when was the first time I experienced that? And just let your mind go. Your subconscious wants to tell you, if you're here and you're ready, you will get the answers that you need to heal yourself, which is so beautiful. So when was the first time that you didn't have your need met? And think about that. If it, we had someone at our mindset retreat last weekend, she talked about how her mom had a daycare. And so she got served the food last. So now she's been, growing up now, but she looks at life of everyone else gets before me. Another client, was the baby of 6 children. I think it was 6, a lot of kids in the house. And she also grew up with that feeling that everyone else before me, and that's how she's lived her life. So now with a business, she has this business and it's hard to charge. She has this guilt around wanting to charge someone or even raising her prices because she's got that inner core of everyone before me. No problem. It's just a guidance system. It's not tagged to your life. You can actually change that, which is so beautiful. With understanding where those limiting beliefs come from and how that all works, you can actually work to change that and to remove those things. I'm laughing. Virginia's been posting the times, 12:12, 1:33. That's awesome. 13:33. So knowing what your beliefs and thoughts are, this is so important, and knowing what your patterns are and where did this all start. And this is where I feel it's very important to work with someone who can walk you through those steps, someone objectively who doesn't know you per se, because they don't know your coping methods. They don't know your ego. They don't know your ways that you have learned to manipulate for love, for attention, for success, all of those things, where they could just simply look at it. Okay, you have this example going on today. Where did this happen? One of the clients I worked with recently, she was talking to me about her husband, where she felt like, he didn't hear her, or that there was some kind of attention there with husband. I'm like, okay, well, tell me more, talk to me more. Where else have you felt like that? And she said, oh, I had a job, and those people were very mean to me. I'm like, okay, good. Where did it happen before that? Because remember, I'm going back to 0 or 7. It could even be the womb. It could even be a past life. So I'm like, okay, where did it happen before that? And she talks about being in, having siblings who were very mean. So it was just, it was her feeling that people would walk all over her. That was a limiting belief in that moment. It's okay, let's look at your patterns. Where is that? Now, where are you not playing out full, like who you're meant to be here in your life today, right? And we can look at that, we can go back and we can heal those parts. It's actually not about the people. It's not about the siblings. It's not about the husband or the coworkers. It's simply, what is it here for you? What is it here to teach you as I really feel what you've come to earth to heal. So if it's that belief of people are more worthy than I am, or, everyone else before me. Okay, good. We can recognize that and see it. You've come to earth to heal that. I feel we were connected energetically because you're ready to let that go and to heal that. And we can heal and release that so that now that starts to just fade away. It's like those bubbles, right? We have those bubble thoughts. You can just see it floating away. What happens is the grip that it's had on you your whole life, whatever stories you've been telling yourself, you can stop telling yourself the story. It's just, let's heal the pattern. And then what happens is, as you let go and you surrender to that identity of who, it's an identity you've believed your whole life. Same with diagnosis with any kind of a disease. You've held on to that as a diagnosis. Let's let that go. Let go of the tug of war rope, because Source, God's Spirit, is here to tell you today that you're not meant to struggle. You're not meant to hang on to that limiting belief that's keeping you playing small, that's holding you down in a suffering state, whether it's, being triggered in anger or being triggered in resentfulness or the financial stuff, keeping you down. That's all been conditioning. The awesome part is you just get to get curious. Why do I have this feeling? Someone sets you off, or someone makes you angry. What is the core belief for yourself? It's not about the other person. And how can I release it? How can I, in the moment, especially with children, right? Or you're out at the store and someone says something that triggers you. How can I be in those moments where I can allow myself to observe and not react, right? I can respond when the time is right, and everyone's timing is different, but it's being able to say, okay, that's really uncomfortable, or I see that, but it's not the reacting. It's being able to love yourself so much and to release some of that stuff that's wanting to come out when you're triggered, or things happen, or a bill comes and you're feeling like, oh, good, I have some money. And then a bill comes and now your bank account's empty, or, a child triggers you for some reason. Kids are very good at triggering you, mirroring, and telling you what you need to heal in yourself. It's just simply, okay, so this is happening. This child, I feel, is mirroring something that I need to learn about myself. What is it? Instead of yelling at the child or getting angry, why is this a trigger for me? It's happening for me. It's not happening because of the child or whatever. I mean, there's a need there. I feel that when a child is acting out, it's a cry. They're saying, I don't feel good inside. I need some help. I need some attention. It might even be just a hug, right? So instead of like putting them down, or you got to live in this box, let's see, what do you need? What does your emotional child need in this moment? But then with that maturity is to be able to look at yourself. Okay, I feel this yucky feeling, right? This icky feeling. Why do I have it? Is there something from my younger self, or my inner child, or my inner soul being that's saying, I'm out of alignment and there's something to be healed? If you need a hug, or you need to love a piece of yourself that you remember those things, it was a pattern of what happened to you when you were younger. Okay, so those beliefs that we learned from 0 to 7 years, they've continued with us, and that is our coping method today. So if you have a belief of I'm not worthy, or money is really hard to make, now what happens is that's in your inner core. Abby talked about that, and her YouTube channel is so good for helping you to see it's really important to change your self-concept, whatever your thermostat is at. Because if you're trying to now make a change, so you have a new business or a business, or you have a family, and you're saying, okay, I can do this. I can look at my thoughts and my beliefs. So you have this thermostat, it's at, let's say, 60. And now you want to move up and you want to change, and your ego says, like, come back down here to 60, right? You have to reprogram. There's a reprogramming there that is really important. We'll get to that in a bit, but let's go back to the beliefs and the thoughts. So you have a core belief about yourself. We're going to use money. So money is hard to make. You have a thought, hey, I really like, and I'll just use myself, I really love this mindset information that I've been learning. I hired a coach last June. That was a big stretch for me. It was 10 grand. I shared it with a friend. And so that 5,000, I didn't have it in my bank account. And she said, "Do you want to do this?" And I knew, like, Source was, I felt like almost Source had like a string around me and was like pulling me towards it, like, yes. And I was like, oh, but I have so much fear and I don't have the money in my bank account. And how is this going to work out? I had this core belief, right, about myself that, you know, I don't have the money for that. Who am I? But the wanting to change and the want to not be suffering anymore was greater, that I said yes. Scared as hell, I said yes, let me do this. And then the next month, so I said yes. It was actually in May that I agreed to it and said yes. And then in June, I made over $10,000. And I was like, oh, I stepped out in faith, and Source met me and brought the money to me so that I was able to make those payments. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. And we were learning law of attraction. I'm like, oh, this is how it works. So this is good. And then in August, we hired another coach, and again, a bigger investment. It was 20 grand. And I'm like, oh, Source has me, you know, the money's going to come. And what has happened and what I've been observing the last 8 months is I've had this up and down of yes, the money has been there, and then no, the money hasn't been there. And it's been this back and forth. And so I appreciate now, it's hard in those moments when you feel like the money is not there, but I appreciate now looking back and being able to coach clients through that is really getting to the core belief of what you think about money, what you think about yourself, because the thoughts and beliefs, you know, that you have really determine your feelings, how you feel. Like, are you making the phone calls? Are you creating the posts? Are you going live? If you're scared to go live, go back to your beliefs. Why aren't you okay with being seen? There's something there that you're hiding, and we're not afraid of fear. We'll move through fear. The fear that we're afraid of is the stuff that we're hiding, the stuff that we don't want to tell someone else. You know, and for me, I'll be vulnerable here. It's the fear of being seen, and I'll get to where that came from after. Okay. So then now, you know, for me, this year has been, okay, thoughts and beliefs. I'm changing my conscious beliefs with my affirmations and, you know, the work that I'm doing, and I'm teaching and coaching, but there's still some underground stuff that's, you know, gross, and it's hanging on. My ego's like, well, I'm not, you know, I got to keep you safe. I'm keeping you down. And so I was having these waves. And so with the feelings, you know, and not feeling like I can move forward, or imposter syndrome, or scared to make calls, or scared to tell my friends what I'm doing now, you know, all of those kinds of thoughts. So important to have someone walk you through that process with you, because if you're left to your own, and your ego is really good at convincing you of, oh, well, instead of making those calls like you scheduled in your calendar, you should probably do the dishes. You know, I don't live alone, so they'll really be upset if the dishes aren't done, right? Like, our ego can talk us into so many things. Or, oh, you should really buy that. That's something that you can use. But how about you just take a step back and go within, and is that really for you? Or is that another hit, you know, like of that feeling of, you know, trying to be seen, or trying to get that next need met from our ego, or from that place. So then with the feelings, what happens, it leads to our actions. So now I don't feel like doing what I'm meant to be doing. I'm going to do something else, or I'm going to stay busy, you know, doing research, or I'm doing this course and that course. But really it's getting quiet and saying, okay, what do I need right now? And who can help me move through this? And then actions lead to the results. So if you have, you know, I talk about if you have a $1 bank account or a $10,000 plus bank account, the result of that comes back to your beliefs and your thoughts of what your core belief is, what that inner thermostat is. And because you have done, you know, you've lived with that inner thermostat your whole life, when you're ready to say, okay, I don't like the life I have, or I want to grow from where I am right now, your thermostat, you're ready to turn it up, but you've got to have the supports in place. Otherwise, what happens is you just come right back down. Your ego says, who are you? You know, you're not good enough. No one wants to hear that message. And what can happen if you're not careful is you can end up in a depression, because your body just takes over, and then you're, you know, you're doing, but nothing is working. So now you feel harder on yourself. You know, all of these things are intertwined. Very, very, you know, you have to be very careful, especially if you're wanting to move forward. in business or in any area of your life, in love, in health, in healing yourself with weight, all of those things is having someone who can walk you through that process. Okay, so with our beliefs and our thoughts, what happens is we are either in two states in the day. There's no other state. You're either in a suffering state where you're stuck in your fear, guilt, shame, greed, grief. There's, any of the heavier emotions. Anger is a big one. Frustration, bitterness. Excuse me. You're either stuck in that state, or you're stuck in a powerful state where you're feeling hopeful. You're like, oh yes, good things are happening, or you're feeling like love and joy, and it's not blowing sunshine up anyone's butt. It's just simply, what state are you in? Are you in a state where you're feeling good most of the day? Or are you in a state where things are heavy and it's those videos that keep replaying in your mind based on your core belief of what happened in the past? So just ask yourself right now, even if you want to pop it in the chat, do you find that you're in a suffering state more of the day? How many hours? Let's get honest with ourselves. How many hours of the day are you in this suffering state where you don't feel good? Either, you're thinking about the bills, or you're thinking about this relationship that's not going right, or you're thinking about, something that you want to change. There's a lack. You're feeling the lack of not having. How many hours of the day are you in that space? Is it 1 hour? Is it 4 hours? Is it 8 hours? Is it your whole day when you wake up? And it's okay. No judgment. It's just simply that is your starting point. That is where you are on that emotional level, and being able to move up from it is what we're going to teach you, what we teach you at the Healing Soul School is the how to do that. Okay, how to live a life like Elisha and Tank, where they say they don't have bad days. Awesome. It's just reprogramming of the mindset. They're just ahead of us on the reprogramming of their mindset and doing the work, which is really great. That I love that they shared that. It's so powerful. And thank you. I'm just reading the comments. Someone's, stating that they're in a suffering state all day. That is a really hard place to be. And I've been there, even just recently in January, like to be in that suffering state. And I know the differences between the two states. I learned that, but it's learning something. You can listen in a course or like I'm teaching you now, but then it's also internalizing it. And I finally have internalized it, where I know and I understand how I'm feeling in this moment is dependent on where my thoughts are and where my mindset is. If I'm in a suffering state, then all that's happened is I have in my subconscious, which is 95% of the day, you don't even know you're doing it. And it's from what someone else told you. So give yourself a break, give yourself permission to, release that tension or, that self-criticism, that self-judgment, because you got there, from based on what someone else has said. So now that you know where you are, that's where, where I am right now, you can change it. And you could say, okay, either change or, a word where it's your comfort word, where, I'm not on track, I'm off track. I'm feeling horrible because my inner self, my higher being, my soul being is telling me that I am not in alignment with who God says I am, with who I really am, or why I'm here in the earth. And I feel like it's just your wake up call saying, hey, can we come back to being on track, please? Can you start to get curious and ask the questions? Because right now you're living in this life of hardship and suffering, and you're not meant to be there. That we didn't come to earth for that. You didn't come to live the lot that you were given, not at all. You came to wake up to the fact of who you are on this earth right now in 2021, and the important mission that you're here for, and be able to switch it to, being in alignment with who you really are. And I'll say, for me this year, again, just being vulnerable, I'm afraid to talk to people, on my social media. They know me as a travel agent. That's where I was a year ago. But through this year and through all of the transitioning and the hard work that I've done, I've realized I don't want to be a travel agent anymore. It was getting too hard. People would message me before the lockdown and they would want a trip. And it was like that old job when I felt like I had the cement shoes on, and I was like, oh, the pain of, helping them with a trip. I love travel and I love talking about it, but I just knew that I was being moved out of that into something different. And thankfully the lockdown happened because I had the time to really get honest and to reassess where I was going in my life and say, no, I actually don't want that anymore. Here are the steps and the mentors I'm going to choose to help me through that process, because I know that I can't do it on my own. Okay. So now, you know, the year has gone on and I'm in this place now where even though I have moments still of, you know, not feeling good or not feeling the, you know, for me, I'm not at that place like Elisha and Tank where every day is a great day. I'm getting better at it. And I'm finally feeling in my body that I can be that. What has had to happen is I had to change my analytical mind, right? And the ego, and realize that what's happening up here and in my body is sometimes it's my body or my mind that has control, when really it should be my higher self that has control of what's happening in my day and how I'm thinking about my life. Things are so amazing. Like, we are in our homes, we're safe, we have food, you know, all of our needs are met. And I feel that a lot of people don't have that safety and that security of really truly feeling like their needs are met, that base chakra. And that's something we're going to teach this year, is how to get secure in your base chakra. Because I feel once you are secure and you have clarity in who you are, then what happens is opportunities start to open up to you. When you don't feel secure and you don't have that foundation, and that was with me hiring the coach, you know, and then I fell on my face. I didn't have the belief and I didn't have the foundation that I knew who I was and that I was safe and secure. If you don't feel safe and secure, how do you, you know, how do you create a business from a suffering state? You can't, because you're not seeing the full picture. And that's where a coach is very helpful to say, hey, you know, I see the trouble. I see the path of where your thoughts are getting to, and you got to like be careful. You know, there was a lady that I talked to last night. We're in the same business program, and she was telling me about what she wanted to create. And from the research that I've done from my coaches, I have 3 right now. From the research I've done from them, I said to her, I hear what you're saying and what you want to create, but can I just share a different perspective? What you're wanting to do, you're not at that stage yet. You're at the very beginning of your business. And if you go the route you're thinking, you're going to create so much extra work for yourself for not very much pay. You're going to get really frustrated and you're just going to quit. You're going to say, I can't do this. I could see like where her ego and her mindset was taking her. And I said, please be careful, because if you go that route, it's not actually going to work out. You're not going to feel abundant. You know, this is what I would recommend instead, based on the things that I've been researching and learning, and come at this place. And it's really just getting open and honest and starting from where you're at and building that foundation. She's got to build the foundation of her business first. And that's what I realized in January, you know, when I was in that low, is I didn't feel secure. I didn't feel grounded. You know, Dr. G has been so great at helping me ground my business to myself. And so that's been good. And I feel that, and I've expanded the container, you know, and that's all good. But what I realized this weekend, when she did her meditation yesterday, a very important piece of it is I didn't ground God inside of my business. And so I've been, you know, struggling. I've been the do, and, you know, trying this and trying that. But what happened was I wasn't really looking up for the direction. I was listening to my intuition and things like that. But there was a pivotal piece of being able to trust God really has my back. And from my past, I would say, no, where have you been? Money, where have you been? You know, like I've struggled my whole life. I've been sitting on a park bench waiting for you, and I haven't felt you. And I, you know, that's been the biggest eye opener for me this year, is as I've been coaching other people, is that not feeling secure in their foundation, you know, not having that foundation, but also not trusting themselves and not trusting God. If you don't trust yourself and you don't trust God, that's like step 1, and you don't have that connection, or there's a break there, then you're like, you know, those balloons that are just flapping in the wind at the car dealership, right? You're just all over the place because you're not grounded to something that is inside of you. Your higher self saying, hey, can you please get grounded? Like, do you want another situation of not feeling safe? No. But, you know, can you look at it from this place? And so that would be my biggest advice if you're listening here and you're feeling like, you know, life's just slipping away, or you can't get a grasp on things. Really get curious and go within. Do you trust yourself? And do you trust God? And if the answer is no to both of those, or even the word God is hard for you to hear, I know some say source, creator, spirit, it's all the same word. It all means the same thing. And if you're triggered by one word, then go there. Why are you triggered? It's, I believe, a belief that someone told you from a long time ago, and there, you know, there's a disconnect there. So once you can come into that confirmation of who you are and trusting God, then things are going to start to change, because you're slowly starting to create those beliefs. So now imagine you have, let's say you're in your subconscious, you have, I don't know, 100,000 red marbles that are in there. Okay. And each one of those marbles is your thought and your belief about who you are and your situation and what you're going to have in your life and all those things. Okay. So all of those red marbles are there. And now you have this conscious thought, or someone's teaching you this new concept of you are worthy. So we're going to pluck the you are worthy is a purple marble for the crown chakra. Okay. That's, you know, royalty, connecting to God. So you're going to put that purple marble into your subconscious, sitting with all the other red marbles. Okay. What can happen if you're not consistent and you're not in a community of growth and you're by yourself? That purple marble of I am worthy is going to get lost in the noise of all the other programs that are running, of all the other, you know, imposter syndrome, or you're not worthy, or see, there you go again. There's, you know, more evidence of you're not worthy because this happened, or you didn't get this thing that you were hoping for. There's just another example, like, see. And then you need some support, and you need a reprogramming of, you know, to add more purple marbles and to replace the red marbles so that they eventually go away. And there's different ways and techniques to do that. We don't have enough time today, but I just really want to, you know, come home, or like bring home the point. If you are suffering, if you're in the state of you're like all over the place, and it doesn't mean that you come from this poverty, you've never been successful kind of a place. You could have had money in your life and you could have a very successful business right now, but now you want to grow up to another level. Let's say even you want, you know, going from 50,000, now you want to make $100,000 a year. If you don't have someone that's going to help you with that jump to go up, then you're just going to get pulled right back down, because you're at that place where your thermostat is at 50,000 and now you're moving up and you're doubling. Your ego is going to have something to say about it. Your ego is going to say, I need to keep you safe to like come back down here. So now what happens is you put out this new program, or you start a podcast, or you start an email campaign, but no one's fighting. Like, no one's seeing you, because that vibration you're in is that you're at 50,000 and you want to go to 100. You also have to raise your vibration of your beliefs about yourself in order for your soul aligned client to see you. And if that's a misconnect, regardless of your past and what's happened to you, I just want to, you know, it's so important that someone is there, like that coach at third base, to say, hey, this is how you get through this next phase. Because I mean, I have spent so much time and money over the last 20 years doing this course and hiring, you know, this coach really just in the last 5 years, and reading this book and going to this seminar and flying here for that program, and, you know, but still stuck, going, how the hell am I still stuck when I have all this great information in my mind, but I can't get it out onto paper. I can't get into a business that is, you know, that's generating the kind of abundance, you know, that I've been telling myself that I deserve all these years. There's just simply some disconnects that are there, and we can't do it on our own. If you could do it on your own, you already would have, and you wouldn't be, you know, whatever I'm saying wouldn't be resonating, right? So it's just simply whatever level you're at, doesn't matter. You've got to have someone who's been there before, or whose story you can sympathize or empathize with, I mean, because they know your pain, they know your coping methods, they know the ways that you try to manipulate and trick a situation into getting what you want, or relieving pressure if there's too much light on you, right? Or, you know, shining that on you. So again, comes down to the beliefs. Really, just even this weekend, it's a full moon. This is such a beautiful time to purge. This is like the Marie Kondo, you know, time to purge any beliefs you have, clean up stuff around your house. But coming back to the, you know, the beliefs in the house of your mind is, you know, what's in there, what can be released, what can you let go of that you have been hanging on to, whether it's an identity, an old belief, it's some kind of an emotional pattern that keeps coming up that, you know, deep down doesn't serve you anymore. And you want the help to be able to release that and to let that go for good. I'm going to just change a couple of screens. So hold on. I'm going to stop the share. If I'm going to come back to the chat. Do you have any questions around that? Is there anything that I've mentioned that you're like, oh yeah, that's me. How do I clear that piece of it? Let's talk about it right now. I'm here and I'm happy to do that for you. Awesome. Just reading the comments here. So yeah, release the false narrative, see the invisible and reach the impossible, heal, align. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Thank you. Being conscious is the first step, 100%, because, and that's what I really love teaching people is, yes, you can have all of these things that are happening and going on, but let's tune in to who you are and why you're really here. Let's wake you up to what is your purpose? What's your soul purpose? And why are you here? And then, okay, if you understand that, or you're here for bigger things because you feel that deep down inside of you, but there's something that's blocking you or keeping you stuck, start to journal it if it helps. Talk to someone about it so that they can help you shift that mindset and get you past that place of where you are. So bringing up some of the banners that I have created and talked about before. Here's our suffering state. So you're in a suffering state when you're in fight or flight or stress. Freeze is one that I was in January. I just couldn't move. I had all of this great information and, all of these things coming and these ideas, but everything felt like a big chore. Everything was this, very difficult to move forward. And just simply, I feel God saying, we need to get honest with some things that you have been pushing down and not dealing with. So these are coming up now, and we need to deal with these now if you're going to be moving forward and, allowing me the space and time to recognize that, but also the help that I needed to be able to move forward. So in my business, I didn't have a foundation because I didn't have a foundation. Emotionally, I did not feel secure in my own life and, even in my own surroundings. So how am I going to build a business that doesn't have that foundation as well? So I had a coach that I knew was building from the foundation up. And I said, great. And I've been in his program the last six weeks. And wow, what a difference. Like I now understand my spiritual vision and where I'm going, and I have built that foundation. And now things are getting better where I feel stronger. I feel more confident. I don't mind now, going live or sharing on my personal Facebook wall what I'm doing now, where 2 months ago I did, because I have, there's a lot of church friends that are on my Facebook wall and stuff. But now, it's not about them. It's totally about me and my passion to help other people, with the tips and tricks that I have discovered of going within, learning what that deeper consciousness is within me and that deeper soul calling or purpose or why I'm here, and then how to clear the shit, like how to get rid of stuff that's been holding me back my whole life, saying, I know that that's not meant for me, and moving out of these suffering states, overwhelm, depression, despair, and just really getting honest with yourself. How many hours are you there? And then that's what we'll teach you, is how to flip it out of that. Okay. So if you are in those lower states, go to God, go and connect. All it means is that is a sign that you are not connected to your higher source. You have allowed your past programming, your fears, your, just your, whatever your brain is used to, that 95% has taken over the conversation in your mind, and that's what's running. Go and meditate, go back and connect within. What is my truth? My truth is I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. My breath, I can come back to my breath when I feel that anxiety or that overwhelm. I can meditate and get quiet. Getting quiet, what happens is as you're breathing, you're calming your nervous system down. So many of us have been living in stress for so many years, whether it was from childhood or from work, being an adult, raising children, having jobs, whatever. We are in this, constant cycle, being on the hamster wheel of stress, and I got to do this and I got to do that. And we haven't taken the time to actually, take that space out of the day for us, calm, go meditate. Instead, we've just disassociated. We didn't like what was going on and we had to come out of our bodies. We are inviting you, come back into your body, come back into your soul, like taking your soul self and bringing her in or him into your body, right within, into your heart space. And even an easy way to do that, if you're just caught up in the moment, is go into the hand mudra, where you put all of your fingertips together, Elisha talked about that in the last session in the Kundalini meditation, where you can do the different points, but you could just do this and you put it at your heart space, where you touch your thumbs to in between your chest or right at your heart chakra. What's happening is you're creating an energy source. You're creating a circle, and do some deep breathing here, at least 5, right? Really deep breathing and come back to present. Because when you come back to present, the fear of the future or the past goes away, right? Because I'm safe in this moment. And that's what, we want to teach people, is how to get out of that. Because when you're stuck way down in those suffering states, it's debilitating. And then you feel worse about yourself. And what happens is, if you just continue in those thought processes, this is why what you say to yourself is so important. Never make fun of yourself, never call yourself a name, nothing like that ever. Because you're just confirming that core belief that you don't believe in yourself, or you're not worthy. And if you have the feeling of you're not worthy, where did it come from? Just simply in this moment, like, you can be present and say, source, like, I don't understand what's happening. I just know that this is a horrible feeling. I don't like it anymore. Let's clear and release it, right? Trust God is going to take that from you. You have the power to do that within you, so that you're moving into a beautiful state more of the time. When you're in this heart and hand mudra, and you're present and you're doing your breathing, and you can come to a place where you're grateful for everything that's happening, there's purpose in your pain, then what happens is, when you're in a state of gratitude, you've now moved into a beautiful state. Okay. And it could be just, I'm safe in this moment. I'm safe here in my chair, right? And doing the deep breathing, and thank you that I'm safe in this moment. If you have to start that small, be there. And then what happens is, when you're there, your brain, now the chemicals in your brain, like, this is real with science, the chemicals in your brain start to change, and now you start to become resourceful, and you are asking yourself more empowering questions, instead of, oh shit, how am I going to pay this? Or, from that suffering state of, now this is happening again. And oh my gosh, here I am again. Like, what the heck, I'm being in that cycle. Come off of that hamster wheel and come back to present, with your breath, with meditation, with the hand mudra, at your heart chakra, and just simply ask different questions. That whole hanging man card, look at it from a different perspective. Why am I here? What is this meant to teach me? It's not meant to be hard for you. It's meant to teach you something. And if you're at a place where you're ready to heal it, awesome. We will hold that space for you. So as you are in the space of gratitude, and you're thankful for the things you do have, and you start to feel abundant in the moment, this is around the money piece. You feel abundant. I have clothes. There's money, there's food in my fridge. I have the abundance of love, a loving family, or one friend, or, I have a car, or I have whatever it is that you can feel abundant. I have trees in my backyard that are full of leaves that shade me in this, in the summer. I have abundance of shade. Get small if you have to, so that your brain really starts to believe, but expand from there. How else can you feel abundant? What are some other things? Pop in the chat if you like. What are some other ways, not using money, that you can feel abundant? Right? It could be an abundance of clean water that we have to drink. It could be an abundance of time on a Saturday where you feel like you need a rest. You can go and meditate, or lay down for 10 or 15 minutes. You have the abundance of time. What is it that you're telling your brain that you are abundant for? And you're just flipping. The more you can come to this place of feeling abundant all the time, you're going to start to have days that are awesome all the time, because you're in a resourceful state. You're in an abundant state. Hope, joy, love, gratitude. If you're feeling like crap and you want to feel your heart space just open, here's a good exercise. Go and write down 50 people that you're grateful for and why. You are going to be so moved with emotion when you're done, and you just realize how these people have brought you the things that you've asked for in your life, and how God was really good in those situations, and you're going to trust more. You'll trust God more, and you'll start, then now you're in a resourceful state. Well, if all those people brought me, the things that helped me in my life, I wonder who else can bring me the next step of what I need, right? And now you're in a resourceful state. It's very different. That's a higher vibration than grief or fear or, feeling like crap, you come into a resourceful state. Now you feel good. The energy is lifted. You're starting to feel better. Do a Qigong exercise. Now the energy is really moving and you're not in this place of, I don't feel so good. You're in this place of hopefulness. What a difference. Suffering state, hopelessness. Things are not good. Who's going to want to hear from me? All the complaining and whining and all of that stuff. You can stay there if you want. Pain happens to us, but it's your choice if you stay in the suffering state. Or you can come over to hopeful, even if it's one small thing. I have clean socks in my drawer, or I have whatever it is where you now feel hopeful in your situation. And then you just grow that feeling of hopefulness. And now you're resourceful. Now what's going to happen is your brain is going to start to ask different questions, and your brain is a computer. And so if you're asking more empowering questions, now what happens is I'm saying, okay, well, I really want to do that thing, or I really want to do this. How can I make that happen? Right? You're asking, instead of like, why me, from that state, now you're in a resourceful state and you're saying, how can I make this happen? I have this desire. It's in my heart. God, you must have put it there because it's really strong. Now, how can I make this happen? What happens is you start to see things. Maybe you see a post. Maybe you get a phone call from someone says, oh, I thought of you. I saw this thing and I thought of you immediately. And it's that next thing you need, because now you're in that vibration of attraction of the things that you actually want into your life. You're thinking about the hopefulness of moving forward more as opposed to the hopelessness. If you're in that hopelessness, the universe is just going to give you more things for you to feel hopeless, because that's the state that you're in. That's what you're attracting. We're like, oh, more grief and fear. Boom, done. Right? And it's there. And, just being in that state of I can attitude and peace and calm and courage, being courageous and celebrating yourself. Celebrate yourself if you hung out with us this weekend to learn tips on how to get better, or coming back for the replay, you are wanting to move forward. Celebrate yourself. That is so powerful. There's millions of other people who are watching Netflix this weekend or scrolling through their Instagram or their Facebook going, oh, I wish my life was better. You're actually making the choice to proactively find places that you can hang out that are safe, that are going to move you in that direction. Okay. So again, how many hours are you in a beautiful state? You can just come back to center, like come back. Dr. G talked about setting an alarm on your phone. Like, what energy are you in right now? Think about it. Right? Even from my voice, you can tell by the passion and how my voice has even changed. When I'm talking about like suffering state, it's like lower. When I'm talking about a higher state, automatically, like even my energy feels better. And I'm, feeling raised up of being in that beautiful state of what is going to come. Like, life's good today. I'm feeling great. We had so many great speakers. How can life get better today? I'm going to run deck party. So for those who, I'll post the link in the group and stuff. For those who like to hang out at deck party, it's really just a time of social hanging out. We talk about oracle cards. If you've never been introduced to those, they're similar to the tarot, but they're more, to me, they just remind me of affirmations or, a lovely message. And you can take the information as, but we just pull cards for each other and we sit around, we have a chit chat, we talk about things spiritual or how to heal ourselves, things that are really empowering, but it's all about community. That's what deck party is. It doesn't even matter what we talk about. It's the simple fact that you're not alone, that you have community around you, and to really lean into that, because we are at home, right? We're not seeing people like we were. And when you're left to your own devices, you're going to end up slowly going back into those suffering states more and more. So it's really just, throughout the day, if you're starting to feel not so good, or even if you're feeling good, whose energy am I in today? Am I in my parents and what they taught me, or, a school, or maybe an old relationship, or am I in my energy today? And I'm in this energy of, I am connected to God. I am a soul being. Just let that sink in, right? Close your eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. You are a soul being. You are here for a purpose. And when you invite that in and you really take ownership of what that is, oh my goodness, you have everything you need. You have, whatever desire. It's to start a healing course. It's to start some kind of retreat center. It's to work at this certain company. excuse me, whatever the desire is that God has put in there for you to do, you actually have the step-by-step process on how to do that. It's just trusting that God brings that to you in those moments. So thank you. I'm getting ready to wrap up, and I'm going to bring Virginia back on stage here with me. And thank you. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for the shout out. And just reading the comments. So let me bring you back, Virginia. We'll start there. Hi.
Okay. Hi. Glad to be back. That was fun.
Thank you. I just want to read your comments. Sometimes that purpose is not to be a healer or a coach or anything like that. Absolutely. It could be just you learning how to heal you so that you show up in your life and world in your best way, allowing. And when we heal ourselves, it goes out, it expands to, your network and 1,000 people, and they see you being different. And I love it, because we had a person that we were coaching, and she said that she was putting up selfies of herself, and someone was like, "Oh, you've lost weight. Like what?" And she messaged me privately. She's like, "Oh my gosh, I have not lost any weight." She's like, I'm releasing the shit that I've been hanging on to for years through your coaching. Like, I feel good inside for the first time. But it's people understand, like they see that in you, but they don't know the words to put on it. They're not gonna say, "Oh, you must be living in your higher self today. Like you look like you're glowing," right? They're gonna put it to something that we're used to talking about, like weight, or did you get your hair done?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Right? But it's time to stand up. We all rise together. We link arms and we rise together. You're not alone. You're not meant to be in the suffering state. If you're ready, like go through the fear barrier. Get vulnerable. Where are you right now? And then what are the tools you need to heal? There are so many tools that are out there. We are the Healing Soul School. We are a safe place for you to come and to heal wherever your need is. That's been our hearts. Like, we don't want someone to be left in this suffering anymore. And it's really just getting honest, but also having the courage to come forward to say, I need help, regardless of what it is. So anything.
And I think we both came from that, right? We both have lived there. We've both gone through this. We've both learned. We've both healed. And like I was talking about earlier, it's that, you don't have to do it alone. And I know that there were many times that I felt alone, and you did have to figure it out, like I didn't know what to do and stuff like that. So, this is where we come together. You don't have to be alone. We are, we want to help you get out of that state. It is, and I know you said that you're not there yet, but I very much feel like I'm in a beautiful state every day.
Awesome.
And I love that. And so if me having that can encourage somebody to just know that that's possible, then, just believe in yourself and take those steps. You just got to clear out the cobwebs and just step into it. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Awesome. So true. And I'm just going to share, like Virginia and I have created a mindset retreat that is, we have another one coming up in March, I believe the 10, 11. Sorry,
Yep, here, let me look.
Not this weekend, the next, or
the
not next weekend, the one after.
Right. So 13th and 14th of March, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, we have it's a 2-day event. So if you're interested in the link for it, or you want to be connected for that, it's a mindset. We're teaching on mindset, money, and meditation. Those are the 3 things that we're teaching on for that weekend. It's a free event. It's 2 days. And we want to help you transform something. If you are at a point now where you understand that you need some deeper help, you have been trying all of the things, you've been reading all the books, and you just want off of that merry-go-round, as I say, the self-help merry-go-round, and you're looking for a guide, someone to help you, then the Healing Soul School, may we be that place where you feel safe to come forward. And if so, DM me. Let's just have a chat. Let's just see where you're at and what do you need. And whether it's with us or someone else, I feel in the abundance of the universe, I can connect you to the right person that can help you. I'll share with you what we're doing, and where our heart is to help people stop the suffering, help to teach them the tools that they need to stop being in that suffering state and to be in the beautiful state. And what I feel, our school is very much like a car wash. This is the vision that I was given earlier, in November, was we are like a car wash. So you come in and there's two doors. First of all, you just come into the car wash. We're going to wash off that old stuff, that old programming, anything that's holding you back and keeping you in. Her and I, Virginia and I are trained in that. We're trained to see patterns. We're intuitive. We're able to help you to navigate and to get through to that next step, or at least even see where you're at and to be honest with that. And then, we teach you how to heal yourself. We are very passionate that, giving you the tools on how to heal you, because when you heal you, you feel good. You're in a great vibration. Good things start happening all around you, in your home, at work, wherever. And so we teach you how to heal you, which is really important in having that kind of like the how-tos, how to be multidimensional, how to live in a 5D world when we're still pulled back into 3D, especially with children, right? And taking care of them. But like the how-tos every day, so that you have that confidence and that surety to move forward and to be strong in who you are and what you're here for. And then we really feel, for those who are called and they have that mission and they want to help the collective, they're saying, I'm here, I don't know what I can do, but I'm here and I want to help. We have an extra step where we will teach you the business side of it if you want to open a business, or just learn how to do that for yourself. So we're a one-stop shop. That was one thing that was, as I've been hiring coaches and stuff this year, it was like a coach for this and a coach for that. And I'm like, you know what? I just wish there was one place I could go where they just knew me and they knew what I needed. And that's what we've created. So you can come in and just get the healing. Awesome. We're here for you. And that's the door that you come in. We'll love you up and we'll heal you and we'll teach you how to do that. But if during the journey, now, or during that healing, you're like, wait a minute, I feel really good. And I know a lot of people who could use this help. I also want to help them. And you decide to do the business of it. We have an upgrade. I'm going to share a course that we're releasing. And so there's an upgrade where we will help you build the business. We'll build the foundation with you, with your spiritual vision and your life vision and your business vision. So you're not doing it alone. Being an entrepreneur is scary. Being and being alone, it's having a community and a network where we'll teach you how to have clarity in who you are, the clarity in who you serve, if that's what you're called to, the strategies to do it, low tech. We're not all about high tech. So like low tech and more about connection with people and how to build a business there. And the sky's the limit for you. And then a community, how to have this safe community who's on a similar path that you are, and to be able to do that. So let me just share our one page here. Let me find it first.
And if I can just add a couple things there, because just to give people a little bit of background, because Christine and I had started a program at the end of last year called our Confidence and Consciousness program, just really helping people with the mindset. And, of course, I'm encouraging meditation and all of that. And it was a short program, but it really created waves and really created change and some beautiful transformations for our students. And so what we've done is we've taken that program and expanded it. So we're taking the meditation. So now instead of we're going to walk you through, and I will help you create and commit and learn how to have that meditation program, and setting that up and for whatever it is for you, right? And using meditation to heal and transform ourselves and our bodies. Like, where am
I
I?
didn't find it. Sorry.
That's okay. And combining then also the confidence and consciousness, the mindset, the details, the tools, all of that stuff, and really expanding on that and working through it with you. And then, over the course of that, then, if you're one of those people that chooses the business part of it and wants to, because let's face it, if you're starting a new business, you got to heal you first to be able to show up in your business in the way that you want to, right?
Yeah.
And that's not to say everybody. Some people just hit the ground and it takes off and it's wonderful. But sometimes, and usually, yes, exactly, it's their mindset. But sometimes along that journey, even they hit a roadblock. And it's like, whoa, what am I up against now? Right. So it's just, it could be that you already have a business, and it's about learning some tools to kind of take it to the next level. So I'll let you go ahead and explain.
All right.
Remove that banner.
What banner? Oh yeah. The banners. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to make it big. So it's big there for a second. I know my eyes are small. It looks really small in here. So I'll just walk you through and I'll just read it out. So the course is called Awakening Consciousness, and it's a deeper meaning, a deeper dive into who you are and going within. And yes, you're going to be healed, but there's more to it than that. The healing, a 1-year self-healing program is good, and that's the transformation that you'll get. But I want really to talk about, that's why the course is called Awakening Consciousness, is rising up and being the soul being that you're meant to be here. With some of the tools and the things that we're going to teach this year is, how to go within, how to have a deeper meditation practice. Yes, you could say you meditate, but are you getting within, going within, and you're getting answers, you're getting calm, you're feeling that inner consciousness and that connection to yourself, to source. Those are really important things. That's going to be taught through that program. Having spiritual guidance, right? Why are you here? The deeper stuff of why we're here, and being able to answer questions. And if we don't have the answer, we know people who do. Like Virginia and I have a spiritual coach, and we've learned so many great things in the last 4 months that we also want to share that with others. And so it's going in on that deeper level of who we are and why we're really here. What your soul purpose is, or your soul calling. What is it? There's something that's so beautiful in all of the gifts and everything that you've brought up along your journey, whether it's a job, a business, a course you took, a passion of your heart. There's something in there that's calling you. And we're just here to help you to shine that light, to give you those legs of confidence to stand in and to show you, hey, this is where, or what you're here for, whether it's a business or not. Chakra healing and knowledge. Coming back to a lot of people not feeling safe. That's been one thing I've observed, over my coaching and coaching other clients, is people do not have that foundation of actually feeling secure in this world. And when you don't have that safety and that security, good luck trying to change, to be in a beautiful state for more, because your foundation isn't there. And that is really critical to feeling that safety and that security and that trust of source. That source really does have your back. It's not just this, nice saying on a cup or, on a meme or something, but to really feel that God has your back, it's understanding where you are from a base or root chakra and having the security of protection and money and relationships. And even then in the sacral and the solar plexus, focusing on those three, the sacral, there's so much that's created in our womb space, not even babies for sure, but in your relationships. If you have a business, there's so many things that are really important to really know and understand in that section or that chakra. How to love and trust yourself, right? On a soul level. It's so different when you're having that conversation. The science behind mindset blocks and reprogramming. I love Dr. Joe Dispenza, and I've taken so much of his info and my mindset coaches on why we have the thoughts we have and how to reprogram those. Healthy boundaries, huge, especially for me this year. That's one thing. When you want to say no to someone, it's saying no and not feeling guilty because we were told we had to be nice as kids? Or do you give Aunt Sally the hug even though you don't want to, but our parents told us that we had, like all of those different things. It's how to have healthy boundaries. When you have healthy boundaries, man, does that ever raise your vibration, because you are taking your power back. You're able to stand in your power, and it's all about you. We have to look after ourselves first. We have to fill our cup, and then we can help other people. But it's really about being able to fill our cup first. And if you're feeling any kind of flight, that stress, fight, flight, or freeze, then your cup is empty. There's a disconnect. You're not connected to yourself and to source. And that's why you're having those feelings. And it's just really learning the steps on how to do that, building that trust in yourself again, observing emotions, triggers, how to process them, how to clean them, how to clear them, how to be triggered in the moment and not want to rip someone's head off, or, not wanting to yell in that moment, and strengthening your intuition. Game changer. When you can understand in your body and actually feel where your intuition is speaking to you, your body is talking all the time. If you're so wound up in fight, flight, or freeze, you can't hear the intuition. You're not there yet, but we'll teach you how to calm the nervous system down so that you can hear those intuitive hits. And it's awesome, because when you're deciding on whether you should, do a course, or do I go for a walk, or a friend's asking me for tea and I really want to go, or sorry, I don't want to go, but I don't want to hurt her feelings. There comes back the boundaries and your intuition. Your intuition is telling you not today. You're not meant to go there for whatever reason. And knowing how to feel that and not feeling any guilt about being able to, being secure and being able to say no. That's a superpower for sure, being able to read your intuition. And that comes back to trust. If you don't trust yourself, you're not able to read your intuition properly. Okay, so universal laws, teaching all about those, the spiritual laws, really important. It is, sure, the law of attraction is one of them, but the law of polarity, oh my goodness, so important. If you don't have the confidence, you're lacking confidence, you actually do have it. It's the law of polarity. You have both within you. It's just the lack of confidence is a louder message based on your old programming and the beliefs in your mindset that someone told you as a kid, or maybe even came in a past life with. So it's just simply, we're going to teach you how to raise that confidence voice so it's stronger, and that lack of confidence gets to sit down, because that's not what is meant for your higher good. Right? The light versus the darkness, hot versus cold, law of polarity, whatever you're feeling inside, there's the opposite that you've come to earth, I feel, to learn and to heal, which is really cool. Divine feminine, divine masculine. Oh my goodness. Healing the wounds of our feminine and our masculine. And that really comes back to our parents. What kind of relationship do we have? Where did we feel that our needs weren't met? And everyone has that. No one's extra special on that, right? We all have that from some place in our life, and it's being able to recognize it, heal it once and for all. Once you heal it, then that just simply fades away, and you're not triggered by those feelings, or you're not having to defend younger you anymore of how you felt back in the day, because you've healed that and you understand everyone's on their own journey. And if someone's come to trigger you, there's something, another piece or another layer of the onion ring, I say, to heal, or the lotus leaf that's ready to open up, and it's an opportunity. Okay, so learning what that is and how to live in the divine feminine and the divine masculine together. Excuse me, and a high vibe, supportive soul family to grow and hold that space for you. So that's what we're providing. If any of this interests you, please send myself or Virginia a DM, and we'll talk to you about how it works, or what the program is. I'd really like to have a conversation so we can see if we're a good fit. If we're not, we will recommend someone who is. Again, I really fully believe in the abundance of the universe, and we just want to help people to heal and to be able to stand in their power of who they are. So if we resonate with you and you like what we're teaching and the programs that we're offering, just send me a DM saying phone call, or can we have a connection phone call, and we'll do that. Let's just spend 20-30 minutes together, and we'll see, where are you at? What do you need? I have been in so many programs. Virginia has, a huge extensive background as well, where we can help walk you through that process and see where you're at, and then decide if this is a good fit for you. I just know that we are going to help people to heal and to transform this year and to stand in their power. And we have a bunch of, different things that we're going to offer as bonuses and gifts, special things that we feel are going to add to your transformation this year that we've put together. How the program works is it will be one day of teaching. So we'll have that. We're going to have a Q&A, a place where you can come and you can ask your questions. I'm having a hard time with this, or can you help me unpack this? Something in the subconscious that unless you have some help, it's just going to stay there and it's going to keep repeating that pattern until you get fed up and you're ready to heal it once and for all. Let us help you to do that now so that you can go into 2021 much stronger and heal from that. And we're also on the third week of the month having a healing circle. Again, back to community, the power. When you can imagine, yourself in the healing circle with other people and the energy and the power that is created within that, you just feel like you have a sense of belonging. You have a soul family. You're not alone. You're not weird. You're not, meant to suffer or accept this lot in life. You're meant to come together, and there's so much power in a healing circle. And so we're going to provide that as well in the program. So again, if this is something that interests you and you're like, yeah, I would really like more information, send me a DM, or if you want to, you can pop, something into the chat, but we may not see it just based on how I get tagged, whether I get tagged or not. And it's just much easier to send us a DM. And then we'll just jump on a call. Let's see where things are, where we're going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you know what? I had this really beautiful saying that I thought would be a nice ending to our day. And I just wanted to share this. This was something that Christine and I were in a room. We had a Healing Soul School room going in Clubhouse the one day. And actually, some of these beautiful people who are with us today were in that Clubhouse conversation, actually. And our friend and speaker, Ilka V. Chavez, she was on, I can't remember if it was last month or December, but anyway, she came on and on that conversation. And her friend, James Cooper, shared this beautiful saying, "You will move forward when the gravity of your future is stronger than the weight of your past." And that was just like, boom. I mean, when she shared that with us, it was like, holy man, how true is that, right? Because when we're ready to shift, then we're ready.
Yeah.
And it's okay if you're not. Your time will come. Maybe there's something else you have to learn, whatever. But Christine and I are here to help those who are ready and just to guide you and to be there and to, maybe help make the journey not as bumpy.
Yeah, so true. I pulled a card, so I want to share this. The card is Awakening, which I think is really cool. Oh,
wow.
It is backwards. So it's Awakening. And I think this is a really powerful way to end our third session. So energetic upgrades, a new way of being, and integration. So beautiful. You are going through a period of awakening. Things are changing within you and at many levels. You are starting to remember ancient truths and discovering more and more about who you are and why you incarnated. You may find that you are experiencing past life flashbacks, seeing the invisible thread that is woven through all of life, or even feeling Kundalini Shakti rise through your body from the base of your spine. How appropriate for today.
Yeah, no kidding.
The most important thing for this time is not to overthink it and to stay grounded. Share your experiences with like soul people while you consciously integrate them. Journal and pay attention to your dreams. You are remembering and your soul gifts are awakening. We're so excited. Yeah. During this time of transition and awakening, you may be called to devote yourself to being of service. There are ideas, truths, concepts, books, creations, awakening consciousness course to be put into this world. Stay open to receiving them. Pulling this card may be a sign that you are here to birth one of these creations into the world. Or perhaps you are being called to make a shift in your life in order to be of service. Don't think too much about it. Instead, repeat the following work your light activation. So you can just close your eyes and imagine this activation from your heart. I surrender to my awakening. I allow the Shakti energy to rise from the base of my spine. I open myself up to the universe, using me in a way that delights my mind, body, and spirit. So beautiful.
A big energy just moved for me during that.
Woo.
Yeah, I know. Woo.
Woo.
When energy moves for me, I'm like yawning. I'm yawn and I'm like and it's like, oh my gosh. So yeah, for energy for me, moving is for me yawning or my eyes watering. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Pretty
Awesome.
cool.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us and being here, whatever part you caught of our 2-day event. We are just so honored to be in this space and to be finding people with their magic gifts out there. If you know of anyone or you yourself have a message that you want to share, and please introduce yourself to us or introduce us in a DM, so that we can reach out and have a call and just see like what the showcase is about and then what your gifts are. And we just know where to put you into the show and we'll showcase you and your business. You have 30 minutes. And if you're a healer, a psychic, a medium, something where you consider yourself a healer of others, then from 1 to 3 from our shows is where we have those special gifts being shown so that, people can be healed and be helped through that. We would love to have you on the show and really just get your message out there, as well as we link arms to heal the collective together and to rise up. We're rising up.
Exactly.
So thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Again, I'll post the deck party. I'll do a separate post for it. I'll post the awakening card. What a great card for tonight. If you want to come to deck party, it's 8 Eastern. It's a private Zoom link and password. Anyone is welcome to come. So if you have a friend who likes oracle cards or likes to talk spiritual talk, then please come. It's really just for community and to mix and mingle. And we'll have a great time tonight. So thank you. Have a great day.